Hello, hello. Good morning. For those who are not seated, please have a seat so we can get things going. We're already a little bit behind. Those who know me, I don't like that. But I wanted to start off by first thanking all of you who have traveled to this great city of Detroit here to be with us, with like-minded people for a full day, actually a couple full days of conversation and fellowship and mentoring and upliftment and encouragement. Please give yourselves a hand for being here and doing that with us. The lights are out, so you can't see the Pensole Lewis team that has put this on. I am blessed to have the most amazing team that you ever want to be a part of. These young people, because they're all younger than me, these young people, they're passionate about this industry. They're passionate about Pensole Lewis. They're passionate about this forum. And they've went above and beyond on top of their job to make sure that you guys have a great 4-day weekend here in the city of Detroit. And so the Pensole team, if you're not standing, please stand or make yourself visible so I can see you, so people can give you the applause that you deserve. All right, LB, come here. Trevor, JP, get out here. But can't see you raising your hand in the back. You know I was going to do that to you. These people held it down. You know, we respectively got a couple hours sleep, like literally a couple. But if you see them, please just thank them for all the effort and energy they put forth into these 4 days, because they really did work really hard to make sure that we have a good time these 4 days. I want to also say thank you to this man, Matt Priest. Matt, roughly 4 years ago, Matt came to me and said, D, like, what do you think about us meeting up in DC at the African American History Museum and having an African American Footwear Forum? And I'm like, yeah, let's do that. 350 people showed up. On the one day it snowed in DC that the city shuts down, I'm from California. I thought East Coast cities were prepared for snow, but clearly DC is not prepared for snow. But it still turned out to be a beautiful, beautiful couple days there. We had the audible, and we evolve and move just like we should do. But we had an amazing time in 2019, and that was really, once people got into that room, the connectivity that they felt, and hopefully the connectivity you guys have felt in the downtown Woodward space, hopefully in the connectivity, those of you who went to the Pistons facility last night, you felt that, and hopefully you still feel it today, and not only right now, but throughout this whole day. This is an opportunity for each of you. Please, if you don't know someone, just say hello. Because I can tell you, and you guys already know this already, when you leave here, this would be the only room you were the majority in. Take advantage of that moment of just saying hello to somebody, because you don't know what that hello can do for that person. And you don't know what that person's going through in their respective areas. And they just may need a hello. I mean, they might just need a hug. And, we are very prideful people. We don't always ask for help. We don't always ask for, can you talk to me? Can I shake your hand? Take a picture. Like, we don't always do that. Please remove any insecurities you have today. I'm naturally an introvert. If I didn't have to talk, y'all would have never seen me. Those of you too young to remember this show called Charlie's Angels. And there was this dude on the microphone named Charlie. You never saw Charlie. You just heard Charlie's voice. I would love to be that. Love to be that. I was good in 2020. 2020 was great. It was an unbelievable year. But I got to do this, right? And I'm doing this and stepping out of my shell because I know how important it is. Because when, myself and E. Sky, who's in the building, and Chris Wright, and those who've been in this industry for decades, and even, not only multiple 3 times, but 2 times, even 1 time decades, you guys know you never had this, right? And so I just want to make sure you take advantage of just being with some good people. When we were in Portland, Pensole was an asshole-free zone. Pensole, sorry, Dr. Ponders. Sorry, okay. All right, sorry about
forgiven.
that. Pensole Lewis is too, okay? And so just open up and be yourself and just say hello to folks, please, okay? I want to thank your team and FDR team. It's Pensole Lewis and FDRA pull all this off. Our teams are amazing. They all here.
They are amazing, Dwayne. It is an honor of a lifetime to work with you on this project. We do a lot of stuff at FDRA. We've been around for 78 years.
Wow.
But in February of 19, the spark was lit in DC that I tell people all the time, of all the events we've done, the love in that room at that moment was something that I wanted to capture in a bottle. And so to have the opportunity, Dwayne was humble. I said, hey, let's do one event. And Dwayne, he thinks big. No, we're doing like 6 events over a 3-day period with Howard University. We're going to do all these things. And so it is an honor. And this thing is blowing up. We've had regional events in New York and Boston. We're going to have one in Atlanta this fall. We've had Columbus, Ohio, and Portland. So if you're from outside of Detroit, plug into one of those regional events, and you'll see more information about that at the Black Footwear Forum. But our team, Sabria Butler, Dion on your team, Dante, LB, all these, my 2 daughters are here, all the folks that have been.
Trayvon, JP,
yeah.
Dante, where's Jenna? She always hiding somewhere. Jenna always hiding somewhere. You can recognize Jenna with the hair. You always know Jenna with the hair.
Yep.
Amazing squad. Please, if you see them, just thank them. Thank them, please. So today would not be possible without those amazing brands, okay? And so what's special about these brands that are here, it was a real easy conversation. Like, there was no haggling. It was like, what you need? And, if you tell me what I need, I'm going to tell you, right? And they all said yes within seconds, because they actually deeply care about the people that's really giving life to this industry. And they want to make sure they can provide opportunities like this so you can continue to go back and be charged up and excited about being in this industry, but also being the ones that's going to lead this industry and take it to heights that, we owe people just excited and watching. Like, hopefully next year, I'm not up here and somebody else is up here and I can be back there watching, because I would love to do that. Because at some point we gotta turn this over. And for those of you young folks that may have started your careers this year, you're a vet, because somebody's gonna start next week. If you already 2 weeks in, please talk to that person, take them under your wing, do all the things that either someone did for you or someone did not do for you, because that will go an awful, awful long way in that individual's career and their time at respective brands. So please do that. But I want to please give a round of applause for our amazing sponsors who made this happen today. The last thing, a couple last things, sorry, is one, if you see this beautiful couch up here, this is Miller Knoll couch right here. It feels good too. Only some of y'all get to feel it. I get to feel it and sit on it. Maybe I can touch it later, but it looks comfy, doesn't it? It is. But Miller Knoll blessed us with the stage decor that you see, as well as for some, we can give you guys tours of the rest of the space, and Miller Knoll has decorated our entire college. And amazing company to be a part of and work with. What you see here are 8 individuals that we're going to honor later. They are all amazing people in their respective rights. And we made these custom awards for them. So you'll meet them throughout the day, and then you'll get to hear their genius as well throughout the day. So if you're ever wondering what that's about, and no, y'all can't have one, y'all got to earn that, right? Y'all got to earn that. But welcome to Detroit. Yeah. What y'all think about Detroit? Yeah? Good? All right. We're gonna give you some more Detroit love soon, but this is our new home. This is Pensole Lewis's new home. You're the first time we've had outside people in this building, and I couldn't want a better group of first-time visitors to be in this building with us. And so please, during our breaks, and we'll have multiple breaks, it's a long day, we'll have multiple breaks, we'll feed you a couple times, and just walk around a little bit and go outside, breathe some air. It's good outside. It ain't like that LA weather for some of y'all live out in LA. I can talk about LA because I grew up there. My lungs are still messed up. I'm recovering. I got 20 years in Oregon to help me cleanse some stuff, but I know y'all got some bad lungs in LA, people. Sorry, Adidas folks who moved into LA. Sorry about that. Y'all, just get a mask. Y'all be good in the ventilator. You'll be all right. But let's get the program started. We started a little late, but we are starting now, and I want to make sure you guys all have a good time. There's notebooks there. Please take notes. And again, when we break, talk to folks and say hello. And thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The theme of this conference is 845 days later. And we settled on that theme because a martyr by the name of George Floyd made this opportunity possible because of his sacrifice, unwillingly, his sacrifice has really changed a lot of our industry, specifically for African Americans, because of the brutal nature of his murder on film. Growing up in LA, we would see it all the time. And we were so happy and sad when Rodney King got beaten on tape, because it was happening all the time and it was never recorded. And we finally got it recorded. We had evidence that it happened. And then you saw what happened, right? And how many of y'all didn't think it was going to go our way this time around, too? We were all holding our breath. They were going to get this one right. And I think the nation realized they need to get this right because it was going to be a bigger problem than what happened immediately following. And so the first person I want to have a conversation with is Mr. George Floyd's brother, Terence Floyd, so he can share his perspective on how his brother's sacrifice has impacted his family, as well as we'll have a conversation about how it has impacted this industry as well. So please give a warm welcome to Terence Floyd to the stage, please. Have a seat, brother. Yes. Bro, I wanted those. Good thing I didn't get them. I can't wear the same shoes everybody else got on. In case y'all wondering, I got on some shoes from Ethiopia. See, because I know none of y'all except for two other brothers that's in the room because they own the factory in Ethiopia. They got them on, but nobody else got them. Enzi, check it out, E-N-Z-I. Check it out. All right. How you doing, bro?
I'm maintaining, man. I'm maintaining, taking it day by day.
Welcome to Detroit, man.
Thank you for having me. Peace, everybody. Peace.
Yeah. Welcome to the Black Footwear Forum. We had a conversation on the phone, and I told you if it wasn't for your brother being a martyr, a lot of these folks wouldn't have new opportunities. Yes. New opportunities. Because unfortunately, before that tragic event happened, we were mostly ignored in corporate walls, right? And because of his unwilling sacrifice, I just want your family and George's daughter to know that she's impacted an entire nation, if not multiple countries. But specifically, this industry has seen a direct result of his sacrifice and your family's sacrifice. So I do want to thank you personally for that. And we're here because of that. I want to give you an opportunity to share, quite honestly, whatever the hell you want to share. Because I'm not Arsenio Hall. Oh, y'all young people don't know who Arsenio Hall is. Who? Yeah, see, we know, man. They don't know who Arsenio Hall is. Who's another black talk show host y'all might know? Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on. All right, okay, that's bad if we can't think of one other one besides Arsenio. Oprah? I'm definitely not Oprah, but everybody knows Oprah, right? Okay. How do you say Magic Johnson over Oprah?
Well, I'm kind of glad you're not Oprah because I don't feel like crying up here.
Okay, good. I ain't gonna make you cry. I ain't gonna try to cry either. But is there anything you wanna get off your chest and talk to the people about that you haven't had a chance to talk about?
You know, I thought about it, and I'm grateful and glad that the culture, our culture, is staying woke. You know, you're not falling back to sleep and getting into your regular scheduled program. Yeah. You know, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you all are not letting my brother's death be in vain. You're making something of it in your own lives because that's what he would have wanted. You know, day by day, I often, you know, I get in my ways where I just want to sit back and I haven't really had a chance to really mourn because I've been running, trying to make sure the culture is good, you know, because that's what he was doing. After the whole paying his debt to society, you know, and the past life, he came out to make himself better. And that's the legacy that I'm trying to continue. You know, make sure the next generation is good. They don't have to go through what my generation went through. You know, and I appreciate you coming to Detroit with this forum right now.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. So I know how the family feels. I lost 3 brothers, 3 of them. And I know the importance of living the life that they didn't get a chance to live because it was cut short. Talk to us about how are you moving forward? How are you turning this opportunity, not even opportunity, how are you turning this platform into that positive elevation that's needed so we don't repeat history?
Well, first and foremost, I always start off by saying, because you said you lost 3 brothers, which means you were raised with them.
I was raised.
Right. I wasn't raised with my brother. Okay. I just be transparent. But 2016 was the first time I laid eyes on my brother.
Wow.
You know, and that's the part that's really pushing me to go, because in that short amount of time, I've gotten to know him inside and out. Like I've known him my whole life, you know, and his name he was my father's namesake, and my father's also gone. So that's another reason that drive me to keep going for the culture, because they both was my father was a musician and my brother ended in tragedy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely built to be in this movement for the culture. Good. And I'm not going to stop. I refuse to stop because I have 2 sons and a daughter. And I will not allow them to be in that situation or witness that situation when they get older. So I have to keep going.
I understand that, bro. Trust me. I totally understand that one. Talk to us about We Are Floyd.
Oh, yes, We Are Floyd. We started We Are Floyd in July of 2020, actually, when I came back from speaking in front of Cup Foods and telling people to vote and things like that. I came back and a few friends of mine was like, we need to do something. And I was like, I am. And they was like, no, we need to do something. You know, so I said, okay. We sat down and then I was like, well, you got to get this movement because we see a lot of, in our community, I'm from Brooklyn, New York, we see mental illness, we see addictions, we see everything, you know, so, and it's always in our community. Yeah. So, and we always have this crabs in a barrel mentality, you know, and I was like, you know, I want to use this platform not to capitalize on my brother, but to make his legacy known and get everybody to stay woke. Right. You know, that's what We Are Floyd is doing. We're trying to go around to different schools and we talk to the youth, you know, colleges, elementary, you know, just to keep them aware that they are worth something in this society.
Wow, that's powerful. Thank you. Give me. So first of all, I'm surprised when you said Brooklyn. Nobody else said anything. That's so un-Brooklyn. Weren't y'all expecting that to happen? Like, you knew somebody was going, at least Sean was going to chirp something. Nobody said anything. Okay, all right. Okay, Brooklyn, y'all getting soft then. All right.
Wait a minute.
Brooklyn.
Oh, wait a minute, man. This is universal. Yup. That's what it is.
All right. What would you like to share with these amazing creatives? They're designers, they're business people, there's marketing people, engineers. I mean, we have some of the top diverse talent in this entire, how big is this industry now? 70-something billion, something crazy? 100? Oh, nice. They feeding it? Trust me, they ain't getting none of that 100 billion though. I didn't get any of it either. I got like, if I got something, I'll be gone in some island somewhere. But what would you want them to do? Because this today is about leaving this audience empowered, motivated, with a mission to do something different than maybe what they haven't been doing before they got here, or elevate what they are doing to an even another level. But is there some simple things that you feel that you can share that you would like these folks to do leaving here?
I just want to tell you, don't quit. Don't get I know it's going to be frustrating at times, and you know, people not going to really accept your ideas and they're going to look past you, but don't look at that. Know what you're doing it for and why you're doing it. You know, what the drive that started you is the drive that's going to finish it. Yep. You know, don't quit. Don't quit. That's one thing my brother always told me. He said, well, he told me, we Floyds, we don't quit. So you could use your last name and say, we don't quit. We keep going, because that's what the other persuasion is looking for us to do. This is powerful. HBCU, engineering, sneakers, that's a powerful thing. A lot of people probably would look at it like, these are sneakers, and look down on it. But y'all know, we know what it is. Mm-hmm. We know what it is with this sneaker business. So, and just don't quit. Don't quit. Keep going. If your design don't make it the first time, keep going. 100 no's is worth that one yes.
And you're going to get more no's than yeses. Trust me, you will get them. You will get them. No, I appreciate that, man. Let's take, if anyone had any questions, think about it. And we'll finish out the last 10 minutes with some questions from folks. So you have 10 minutes to think about if you have questions for this brother here. What is your perception of Detroit? Because y'all don't got no sports beef, so it's good. It's not like L.A. and New York, right? You good there.
I mean, actually, this is my first time being here. So when I think of Detroit, I think of, Martin.
Hey, you know what's wild? The Martin building is 5 minutes a walk away.
Wow.
It's right around the corner.
And I'm 45, so I'm Isaiah Thomas. I think about those old basketball games with the high hoochie daddy shorts.
So you get a chance to walk around a little bit. You enjoy downtown a little bit. City was live in a little bit last night.
Yeah, it was live. I heard it was live. I was kind of tired.
All good. All good. All good. Questions? Anyone have anything for Mr. Floyd? I see a hand right there. You're gonna have to use your chest. Use your chest when you say something, bro. Use your chest. That's a big question, man. We can't answer that over here, man. That's a big question. We don't got nothing to do with that. We don't control that.
First of all, I heard him say boom. That's how we talk.
Yeah, that's good. And a 1 minute dissertation before you get to the question. That's definitely Brooklyn too. But okay. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if you got a point of view on it, but I can tell you my point of view on it, and you can follow it up with it.
That's really a loaded question.
Yeah.
And what I heard was the poverty. I was trying to hear everything you were saying. You really got to pump your chest out, bro.
Yeah. So you're not properly representing Brooklyn.
Don't be scared. Talk loud.
Yeah. Nah, man, don't give him no mic, man. You should be from Brooklyn. He's supposed to use his chest. Oh, now you're going to hold it like a rapper. Okay. All right, okay. All right, okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so 845 days later,
Yeah.
do we continue evolving? What do we do about the people that we're supposed to uplift? Is it an intellectual? Is it a economical situation? How do we improve? How do we move forward?
The same way you're doing it now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it could be a political thing. It could be an economical thing. At the end of the day, it's a us thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's up to us, individuals, because we the one that make up, the people make up Detroit.
Yep.
The people make up New York. You know what I'm saying? So it's up to each individual, like I said, to follow your dreams, understand what your purpose in this life. Once you understand your purpose in this life, I want to say it's a cakewalk, but that's when the improvement, and you will evolve.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose.
You have to. There's this documentary came out decades ago called Waiting for Superman. It's about education. We can't wait for education to change. We can't wait for the government to change education for us. We can't wait for the system to change education for us. We got to do that. And I would say the same for everything else you might be waiting for. Stop waiting If you're hungry, you're going to figure out how to eat. If you need to breathe, you're going to figure out how to breathe. We can't wait for someone to help us. We got to help ourselves, and that mentality is what's going to get us out of that situation. It ain't going to be waiting for somebody to save us to get out of that situation. I can't remember how long ago we came here, like against our will, a couple hundred years ago. We still waiting for somebody to help us. It ain't going to happen if it's been hundreds of years. You need to decide what you want to do. You need to decide what you want your world to look like. Instead of waiting for someone to give you the world that you want to see, you need to create that. And I say that to all of y'all.
And I'm kind of a thinker, so if it don't make sense, it's only in my mind. That's my thoughts.
I thought you was gonna give me a Compton DJ Quick quote, man. Dang, he was right there, dude. All right.
So I was talking about the crabs in the barrels. When one crab get out and they leave the other ones, pulling each other back in and stuff like that. I actually thought about that, and I said, some crabs get out and they be on the side. Enough get out. So don't be that crab to pull it back in. Be that crab to knock the barrel over. Y'all get it?
Chew on that one. Yep, that was good. Yeah, that was good. Yes, that's what I'm talking. Where you from, bro? See, you got Chi-Town.
All right.
Yes. All right. All right, Brooklyn, y'all looking suspect.
Yeah, yo, hello.
Okay.
Come on, y'all. Come on, Brooklyn. Let me know
I have
something.
a question.
All right.
All right.
Got another question from
Right
Mr.
here,
Floyd.
right here.
Oh.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Mr. Floyd. A simple question. What was your brother's favorite sneaker? He played ball, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? Tell us that. And then the other question is.
You said a
How
simple
did the-
question. You got two.
No, this is quick too. It's just, how did your family feel about the global protest? It was just
Yeah. Good
unreal.
call. Let's talk about that one. No one need no sneaker thing right now.
Yeah,
man.
man. It was
about
whatever I got on my feet. Nah, but like I said before, we was proud of the protests. We was proud of the way people stood up for not just what happened to my brother, but what happened in our culture. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But the one thing we were not proud about was the destruction. You know what I'm saying? That was the one thing we was like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Like we not out, we the family, we not out here smacking cops and burning stuff up and messing up our own neighborhoods. So why y'all doing it? That's the only thing we was like, calm down, relax. But as far as the protests and the peaceful protests, what they call them, and knowing why you're marching. Some people was out there, they didn't know why they was marching, just like they was the bandwagon. Yeah. They was just like, yeah, fight the power, and like, come on, sit down. But
It's true.
but there were people out there that really was doing it for the cause, and we really recognized that and was proud of that.
Yeah. That's a good call. I mean, I survived the LA riots in '92. What you all didn't see is the police were on the perimeter. If you watch any LA riot videos, you never saw the police inside of that war zone. They were on the outside, preventing us from moving outside of our own neighborhoods. I think the difference between 2020 is it was too late. Right. They already infiltrated they infiltrated neighborhoods that was not theirs. And the other two key pieces, one, everybody was captive at home to watch it and witness it. And they saw their people out there, their white kids, their Asian kids, all different nationalities was out there doing it peacefully and some non-peacefully. But I think that was really the biggest difference is multiple cultures said, this is wrong. This is wrong. And that's probably one of the first times multiple cultures have stood up and stood out for us on tape. Right. On tape.
In COVID.
Yes, in COVID, yes.
COVID, we was like, COVID who? COVID what?
Yeah.
You ain't trying to hold us back.
Nah.
We got to fight for this.
Yep.
You know, and I just want y'all to know, don't wait for another May 25th, 2020, you know, to happen in order for you to recognize your power. You know, because there's always a protest, there's always something happening, or some tragedy happening for us to come together and fight.
Yeah.
Nah, we supposed to stay together regardless, 24/7, 365.
That's right.
We all in this together. Whether you light skin or black skin, dark skin, don't matter. We still black.
Yep.
We still culture. You know, love is everything. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I say. Don't wait too late to recognize your power.
Thank you for that.
Sorry,
The sister in the
making
front.
Sure, you can hear me, right? Okay, very good. Okay, so I'm from Brooklyn.
Come on, move that up.
And
Come on, you
I
from
don't-
Brooklyn too, and you
yeah.
still
Wait,
all
you
calm?
from if you from
Wait for too
Williamsburg,
long.
you got to be from Williamsburg talking like
You
that.
Brooklyn?
No, they renamed it from East New York. You know, now it's called Spring Creek.
Nah, it's always East New York. Sorry, nah.
That's me, you know, it's still East New York. I'm gonna go back to the question kind of we had earlier at the first.
Put that up closer.
The first part, right? So not waiting for your Superman, not waiting for your Mayor Adams, not waiting for, you know, or Mayor Dinkins if you're older like me. From us in this room, right? From what you see, what would you want to see from the people in this room, in this industry? What do you want to see us do? Right? What do you want to see as an evolution of not waiting? So like fill in a blank. I would like to see if we had a blank. Or could we have had this? Because that's something I think that we just miss, is that the thing that we don't have because we're waiting, right?
Yeah.
So I would like to ask you, like, if anyone in this room could do something, they might be thinking, whether like we have engineers here, we have designers, we have problem solvers, we have business owners, we have, like you said, media, everything. What could we be doing? What do you want to see from the people in this room in the future as we evolve?
Nice. And yes, you from New York because you took like 2 minutes to ask a question.
Well, from this room, when y'all finish and y'all get into the industry, don't get into the industry just to be in the industry. Get into the industry to make a change. And like I said, with sneakers, you know, create something that'll have a meaning for the culture. You know, it's because of us. It's probably the sneaker business is a multi-billion-dollar company anyway. So if Jordan, you know, he's on the court and he has a say-so in how his sneaker looks, I want the people in here, when you meet those athletes, those celebrities, and they want you to design something, put something in from the culture, what we've going through, what we've been through, in that apparel, so it can have some meaning. It's not just a look; it's a culture.
It's great. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Up here. Oh, okay.
Mr. Floyd, thank you to your family who's been on the front lines since 2020. I'm here to ask you, as a representative and everybody in this room here, how do we help you, and what can we do to support your family and the Floyd family, because you have supported us since 2020. Your brother was the sacrifice for everybody who is in this room. How do we support you and your family?
Man,
Think on that one. She's not from New York.
I am a current Bed-Stuy resident.
yo,
I stand corrected. So she showed up for y'all. Okay. Thank you very much.
like I said before, we appreciate y'all, and it's not even what you can do for us. We focus on what you could do for yourselves, because when you do for yourselves, that's keeping my brother's name, keeping my brother's name ringing in everybody's ears, keeping Breonna Taylor's name ringing in everybody's ears, keeping Sean Bell, it's so many, keeping all of their names ringing. Nobody could forget, you know what I'm saying? So my brother just was the most, well, I ain't gonna say the most recent because there's been more.
It was more.
You know, the
On
most,
tape too.
Yeah.
There's more.
It's been the biggest, I guess you want to say, but like I said, I do have a nonprofit organization. It's on Instagram, wearefloyd.org. That's WEAREFLOYD.org. You can go to that website and just look at what we're doing, the different events we have, or different protests we doing, or just community affairs that's going on, and just keep a lookout, because as long as y'all have me to come and speak or to come and encourage or whatever I need to do, I'm here for y'all. I'm here for, like I said, it's on the back of my shirt. I'm in it for the culture, and that's what it is. It's bigger. I've come to the point where I realize it's bigger than my brother, and you may look at me like, what? But it is. Mm-hmm. It's big. My brother was a martyr. I had a person tell me that my brother was the modern day Jesus Christ. And I was like, whoa. When people say stuff like that, that means the situation really hit them hard. You know, but I just I'm sorry. Got me Oprahing up here.
No, you good, man. You good. You good.
But
right. Well, it sounds like you go to wearefloyd.org.
yeah.
Might give you some clues.
Yep.
You could go there, and I don't, you know, monetary is good, you know, because it helps us in our community to do things we have to do, and you know, because it takes money to run things, you know. But I'm not even on it like that, but that does help. I just want everybody. That's my main thing, and that's what makes me different. I just want everybody to just stay woke and do what you got to do for yourself and be consistent in your craft.
Cool. We got time for one more non-New York question.
Non-New York.
Just because we only got like a minute and 45 seconds. Anybody else that can get it out in 15?
I'll be quick. I just wanted to kind of know, Terence, about the healing process, right? Like, we know grieving takes time, and I'm a firm believer, like, it isn't the job that's a struggle for us, it's how we deal with our traumas in this space. So just kind of wanted to know the things you're doing to kind of heal from what happened to your brother and where you're at now.
That was 15 exact seconds, bro. That was good. Oh. Okay. That was good.
Exactly. My healing process, you know, I still go home in my secret place and think on my brother's memories and stuff like that. But my healing process is weird, but it's not weird. It's what I'm doing right now. Speaking it out, telling my truth. You know, just letting people know what they need to do to help. As long as I'm helping somebody else, I'm helping myself.
It's great. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give it up to Mr. Terence Floyd. All right. You can breathe now. You good? You good? All right. Amazing person that we want to put you in front of today. guess I should have used the mic.
When you've been a leader your entire life, you learn how to turn one day into day one. To do it first, to be an innovator, means you may stumble, you may fall, but relentless, you will move forward. Detroiters are born moving. Our wings have a deep history. Our roads pave the way for every future highway of tomorrow. An international hub full of vitality, of Michigan strength, from the global reach of techno and Motown to the powerful rev of our engines. From style trends to technology, Detroit is the starting line of the world's imagination. We are always shaping, moving, cultivating what's next. We are small business savvy and billion-dollar business bold. A state full of 230-foot pine trees and the summer destination of the monarch butterfly. Surrounded by the beauty of Great Lakes. Detroit is always growing, always in flight. We don't wait for someone else to do it. We don't have time to stand still. Not everyone will understand our pace, but the baton was placed in our hands, so we're finishing strong. If this is home, you own the pearl. If you move here, you move the world. Who else to design the mobility of tomorrow besides the most resilient people on the planet? From custom-made bikes and shiny rims, autonomous vehicles and alternative energy, mobility as a right, and diverse cultural communities. Our land, the foundation of collective steel Michigan hands, holding up families, designing possibility, creating space. We are the solutionaries, forging our way toward the answers, a sacred historical place, fearlessly stepping up to the plate. We are infinite possibility, and our future can't wait. Detroiters have always kept this country moving. Our DNA connected to a passionate work ethic, and authenticity we earn from grandfathers and free-thinking mothers we watch with hard hat and toolbox swagger, sculpt art into dinner for our families. Born on an assembly line of artists, thinkers, educators, scientists, coaches, and philanthropists, we are Southern class and clean Cadillacs, humility and matter of fact. We are a century-old farmers market, the heart and soul of this country's future, the steady sound of design and innovation, and a whole other country is just a bridge away. Dream chasers built Detroit. This is the world city. Design here, design the world. Build here, you'll build the world. Create here, create the world. Move here, move the world.
Wow. So I want to bring out one of the great people that were responsible for Pensole Lewis being in Detroit. Because of the amazing organization that he leads, Mr. Kofi Bonner. Man, I always get goosebumps watching that. How you feel about
Me
that?
too. Me too. I've only seen it 5,000 times.
Right?
It's great, though.
Yes. So,
Good morning, everybody.
so this man is responsible for a big reason why you saw what happened on that video. And we wanted to make sure that, yeah, I'll give you that, Tide. I know, I'll give it to you. I'll give you that one. It's true, though. I wanted to make sure you understood this is the new Detroit. It's different. It's not what you maybe remember. And this man here is really instrumental in making that happen. And I just wanted to share with you why we are here in Detroit, why the Black Footwear Forum is here in Detroit, and give Kofi an opportunity to talk about his journey and the amazing things you have planned for this city.
Well, I mean, can there be any other place for the Black Footwear Forum than here in this building?
That's right.
It's fabulous. And for the Pensole Lewis College, I mean, it's just incredible. And we are extremely, extremely excited to just see what you're doing here. I mean, obviously your passion, your energy, and it's infusing the whole building. And it's just great. So I'm just happy to have a small part in it. Small part in that.
Thank you.
So where do you want me to start?
I think maybe share a little bit about yourself,
Sure.
and so they can get some context of how, where you come from and what you're about.
Sure. Well, I was born in Ghana. I'm originally from Ghana. Spent a few years in England, and then went back to finish high school, and then my first degree in architecture. So I'm a little bit of a designer too. I mean, surrounded by just creativity here. But my first degree was in design in Ghana, and then I was able to get a graduate position in UC Berkeley. So that's how I entered this country, through graduate studies. So I did a graduate degree in architecture, and I did another graduate degree in city planning. And my passion in architecture was primarily to see how architecture and buildings could provide better communities for people. And that's frankly why I chose Berkeley. And in the process, I became more enamored with the notion of planning and urban planning, putting together larger pieces of properties to influence and hopefully support people. So when I finished Berkeley, I began, frankly, building affordable housing in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I built affordable housing for like 4 years. I built about 500 units in Berkeley and Oakland. And then I moved into the public sector. And I began to run some of the city of, a city called Emeryville, and then ultimately the city of San Francisco's redevelopment and economic development programs. So along the way, I became the city manager for the city of Oakland, which was a very difficult job, I would say. But it was fascinating. Right. And then my last public sector job was, I was the chief economic advisor to Mayor Willie Lewis Brown in San Francisco.
Okay.
And that was a fascinating time because he was a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant man. And then I had a very sharp turn in my career because I then was recruited to become the chief administrative officer for the Cleveland Browns in Cleveland, Ohio.
Wait, you went from California to Ohio.
I did.
You need to get some new clothes.
Yeah. I needed new clothes from the day I left the tropics, brother.
That's true.
But man, yeah, there I was. Probably at that time, maybe the highest ranking African American in the business side of the NFL. And that was an eye-opener. But I was there about 7.5 years, and then I went back to the Bay Area as a real estate developer because I was recruited back there. And I started building fairly large master plan communities in urban areas, primarily planning them on old military bases in the area. In San Francisco, Treasure Island, Hunters Point Shipyard, in Orange County, there are great parks. And so anyway,
Amazing.
That's where I was until I retired in February of 2020.
Good time to retire.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Then a week later, this thing called COVID started coming out at everything and everybody, and I all the plans that my wife and I had for, traveling the world, going back to Ghana and visiting, all that was put on hold, and so I ended up in retirement, sitting on my deck in the San Francisco Bay Area. And that was bad enough, and obviously, it was so thrilling listening to Terence. But actually, everybody was moved.
Yeah.
Everybody should have been moved.
Yes.
By 2020 for all kinds of reasons, but certainly COVID was one of the reasons, but perhaps I will say that the Breonna Taylor and the George Floyd, all that impacted us greatly. So imagine this, someone like myself who had spent most of his professional career in urban development, now essentially watching the world, or certainly America, literally just dissemble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dissembling because of the disparities in health access into our communities, dissembling because of the lack of digital access for the kids who have sent home to supposedly study, work from home, dissembling because of just the pure racial inequities in the criminal justice system that we all know well. I mean, everything was going back. So I literally said, wow, I've been in this space most of my professional career thinking I'm doing well. I must have built, I must have been built or been responsible for thousands of affordable homes and parks and all those things. And yet we clearly didn't get it right. Obviously. Right. So that's what was going on in my mind. And I got a call from a headhunter. And the headhunter asked if I would like to come and lead Bedrock in Detroit. And I said, no, man, I'm retired, thank you. And he said, so what are you doing? I said, that's a good question. I'm sitting on my deck doing not much of anything.
Right. That's called retirement.
That's called retirement,
right.
Exactly. But I wasn't happy.
Okay.
I wasn't happy. I was distraught, actually, because I just felt there was more one should be doing. So what I was beginning to do was write papers, write papers, and because I knew a little bit about public policy. So I was writing papers, and I used to be a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute in the Metropolitan Division. So I knew a little bit about urban policy, so I was writing papers. Anyway, long story short, the recruiter just wouldn't go away. Called me the following week. I said, man, did you not hear me the first time? I'm retired. He says, but you're not doing anything. So he said, well, why don't you at least come out to Detroit? Why don't you just come out?
Right.
So I said to my wife, we're not doing anything, so we may as well. They're paying for it. Let's go. So we came to Detroit. And I got to tell you, remember I was in Cleveland, Ohio, so I had occasion to come through Detroit a few times. And it wasn't quite like this. So when I got to Detroit and I just saw what had happened, the transformation, I was actually amazed. So, and this is a true story. The first thing I said to the folks who I met here was, you actually don't need me. You're doing such a great job without me. Look, if you're looking for a CEO, I'll be happy to help. But I don't think you need me. And I'd be happy to sit on a board or something and help that thought process. And they said, well, before you make decisions, you got to meet Dan and Jen Gilbert. And so I said, okay, it'd be an honor. So the very next day, I met with Dan and Jen Gilbert, and we talked, and they were very gracious and everything. So I basically gummed up the courage to ask Dan, so what do you want out of this? I mean, you're hugely successful. You've done a great job. So what do you want for Bedrock? And he said, Kofi, I just want to put Detroit in its rightful place as a 21st century world-class city. And just think about that. It wasn't about, I'm going to try to make as much money as I can. I want to build my portfolio. I want to build the biggest buildings. Nothing to do with that. It was about city building. And that spoke to my heart. Wow. And that is why I got off the couch and came to Detroit.
Wow. Thank you. Dan and Jennifer Gilbert has that impact. Yeah, I had a similar conversation when I was considering coming to Detroit, and it was the authenticity that they had and the genuine nature of who they are as people and what they want this city to become is one of the reasons why we decided to move. And so similar, very similar. So the good folks had a chance to spend some time downtown and see the liveliness that's going on downtown. And can you share a little bit of a vision of what they'll see if they come back even next year?
Sure.
To this great city?
Well, I always say that the first 10 years of Bedrock is what you are seeing in downtown, and you see some of the wonderful poetry shown in that video. So I take it as Bedrock's charge to think about the next 10 years. And certainly we are finishing out the first 10 years, and next year when you come, you will find that probably one of the most elegant adaptive reuses of a building, the Book Tower, will be complete. Actually, it will be complete later this year. It is just a beautiful building, beautifully restored. You will see by the end of next year that the signature asset in our portfolio, the Hudsons, will be it will be piercing the skyline. Let me put it that way. It'll probably be about 55 stories by the end of next year, and when it's finished, it'll be about 65 stories. Really, really terrific. But that's, as I say, that's sort of rounding out the first 10 years. The next 10 years, and we're well into it, and by the way, brother, you have a big piece of that. This building was purchased with the eye on the next 10 years, because one of the things that happens when you are a CEO in COVID times, and everybody's working from home, is you get tired of all the virtual meetings, but that's the only medium you have to reach your people. So to break the monotony, I would walk up on the river front, and I hope some of you have an opportunity to do that. It is world class. But as an urban developer, as you walk along the riverfront, you can't help but notice that when you're sort of looking up the walk and looking towards Canada, it's fantastic. When you pivot and look back into the city, it's not so great. And therein lies an opportunity for an urban developer. Right. So we now, and of course this building is very prominent in that, so we're currently working on building around this building and along the riverfront to really create a wonderful, world-class, mixed-use residential community. And so that will be in play. One of the important things about city building is you can't just focus on the buildings. You have to care about the spaces in between and the activity. You got a piece of that, a feel for that over the last few days in Detroit. Those urban spaces, activating those urban spaces so everybody feels welcome. Yep. And they can come downtown. I mean, it's not just about the Gucci's and all that. It's also about coming downtown with your kids and playing pickup basketball downtown.
Yep, yep.
Right?
Outdoor hoop downtown.
Outdoor hoops.
Yep.
I mean, and that's really just creating those experiences and bringing that energy downtown will continue and be expanded. And we're really thinking about bringing more music venues downtown.
Okay.
And so we have some pretty good, I think, announcements over the next few months in that line. Comedy clubs and creating a real entertainment zone. I shouldn't say creating one, cementing and anchoring an entertainment zone in the downtown area. But one of the things we have to do is also think about growing businesses. And businesses grow, and I don't have to tell you all this because you're in the innovative space. Businesses grow through innovation.
Yep.
And so creating spaces where innovation can thrive, creating spaces where creative minds can come together regardless of their field is critically important because you never know what they will learn from each other in their collaboration and cooperation. So we are currently working on an area, coincidentally, on the old jail site.
Oh, yes, right.
Where we'll ultimately be, I think, a premier innovation hub.
That's great.
And some of the anchors will be the World Economic Forum Center for Urban Transformation. Some of the great work of our colleagues and team members brought the Apple Developer Academy here.
Yep.
And we certainly expect and hope that they would be part of that innovation hub. And we have some really interesting conversations with some other fairly significant innovators. And so that will be clear and people will understand the extent of that vision on that part down. And then, certainly last but not least, certainly the industry is critical. Detroit is coming back on the basis of the electrified cars and advanced manufacturing. And what's one of the wonderful things about the automobile industry these days, it really just advanced computers. And so sensor technology and AI are all critically important, in addition, of course, to design. And so we are trying to create spaces for those Detroit-based businesses to grow into really modern industrial spaces. And so that's what we're trying to do.
That's beautiful. Take a question or two before we close out?
Absolutely.
All right, so we have time for one New York question and 3 normal questions. Anyone have any questions or thoughts about? Yes, sir. Come on, bro, use your chest, man.
As a black man, what is the most challenging part of my career? I'll tell you, not so much now, but certainly when I started. And I'll give you and it came to me very quickly in my career. When I landed in America, I had like 2 days from the time I got off the plane to go to classes. And I came up, and this is 1981, so you might remember this.
Yes.
I had a dashiki and a skull cap.
Some of these people weren't even here in 81.
I know,
man.
they're
That's
like,
the crazy
80 what?
part. Yes.
But I had a dashiki on and a skull cap, and I went into the university, and all the new international students had a session like this, and the professor got up and said, this is what we're doing, this is how we're going to do it, and all that. And frankly, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But I was polite, and I waited till the end, and I went up to him, and I said, I'm sorry, but and I remember this very distinctly. I said, I'm sorry, but where I have just come from, we don't do things quite like this, so could you please explain it to me? So he tried to explain, and I said, and the only other thing I'd like to ask you is, I recognize that architecture is rooted in culture, and now I am coming from Ghana as a designer. I'm now in America. So I'd love to get to know some of the cultural aspects that might influence some design ideas that I might have. So what would you suggest I do to sort of quickly get up to speed? Do you know what he told me? He said, he looked me up and down, and he said, you know, if I were you, man, I would watch a lot of television. Right there, I said to myself, I'm not in Ghana anymore.
Right.
And so I need to just brace myself, and I am going to be doing this myself.
Yep.
And once you sort of get to that realization, I'm now used to being maybe the only black man in a room full of white folks in a corporate setting. Doesn't bother me because I'm focused on what I'm doing.
Yep. That's great. All right, one more.
My name's Steven. I grew up.
Occurrence for me and just let me know that I had support. She helped me, with my tech packs and showed me how to do those types of things. And it was really just special to have someone from my city who looked like me, who, created a space for me to also learn. So it was really important. I don't think I would be still in the industry doing the work that I'm doing without her really kind of kicking it off for me.
Amazing. Let's give it up for Kim. So after Kim infused you with that knowledge and head start, because we don't always get a head start. We typically start at a different starting line. There's a great YouTube video about that, where this coach lines up about 50 people, and he starts asking these people questions. And like simple questions like, if you were raised by 2 parents, take 1 step forward. If someone in your family graduated from college, take another step forward. Like 5 or 6 questions in a row. All of the black people were still at the same point. Everyone that was black was still at the same starting line, but everyone else had a massive head start. And it's a really powerful video, so if you get a chance, look it up on YouTube. So Kim gave you that head start. What did you do with that head start? She passed you the baton.
Yeah, so my sister, who's sitting next to me on the other side, so Ashley was actually at CCS when I started. First of all, we all went to the same high school, for one.
That's crazy.
So in South Florida, design architecture, senior high, we all went to the
One
same
time
high
for
school.
Josh.
Yep.
Exactly. And so I was probably in my junior year when you started at CCS.
We're in your
or
senior year.
Okay, senior year.
Yeah.
But I knew you from high school.
Yep.
So I knew that you were coming in, and you also had an interest in footwear design, and it was like, here you go. This is what you need to do. This is who you need to talk to. All of those things.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was my sophomore year, I was in Miss K's class, right? And Miss K had put up like a
Wait, y'all had
poster.
the same teachers too? They were
Same
all there
teachers,
too?
right?
Well,
Wow.
our product design teacher was at the school for 20 years, so we
Oh,
all
wow,
had,
okay.
even Elia had
Wow.
the same teacher. So.
Wow.
Shout out to Miss K.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember sophomore year, Miss K had put up like a little poster of you with your shoe from the shoe you did at your internship at Nike. And so, every day I'd walk in, I'd see this image of Sharice in the shoe, and it was just a beautiful example of, what could be done. Like the possibility is right there, and that just represents the power of representation.
Wow. Yeah.
And just in the moment, I guess I didn't fully realize what that was for me.
Right.
In hindsight, just the power of seeing that and knowing that you can do that has just like stayed with me, and it goes a long way,
Yeah.
But yeah, I went through high school, and knowing Sharice had done the unthinkable, I set my sights on doing that too. I was like, she can do it, I can do it too. And so when I got to CCS, I remember Sharice would always extend herself to me and say, hey, when you have time, let's check out your portfolio. I'll show you all the work I've done. And she just gave me all the tips. She opened herself to me, and I knew I had someone to go to.
Yeah.
And you don't know this, but every time I met up with you,
So, come on, y'all. I can't be doing that up here. Come on. No, yes, do it. Let it all out. Let it all out.
I came prepared.
Okay.
I was so nervous to talk to you. And you just don't know how much it meant to me. And so I felt like I had someone in my corner. I had someone rooting me on and cheering me on. And, Sharice would always tell me, you have to pay it forward,
Mm-hmm.
And I've kept that with me. And today I've gone on to achieve really great things, and I stand on her shoulders. I stand on Kim's shoulders. She's introduced me to my big brothers in the audience, Dwayne, Iska, Jeff, Jason, Ron, Wilson. Those are my big brothers, and they're my family. And I just owe so much to this community. And I want to give them all their flowers, because, Terence was talking about earlier, for the culture, all of this is for the culture. And if you don't pay it forward and you don't pass that on, it's all in vain. It doesn't go anywhere. You're not doing anything, you're not moving anything forward. And as you achieve in this industry, you have to make sure you're continuing a legacy.
Yep.
And that's how you build it, and that's how you move all of us forward. And you have to take on that responsibility that comes with it. And what you're working for, that's your duty. So it's important.
Yep. So, thank you. No, that's good.
Super emotional.
We might need to get some tissue up here because it ain't gonna be the last moment. So I remember, Ashley, you reached out to me. Ashley, you reached out to me. I was taking my sabbatical from Nike and or Jordan, and I said, hey, I got this footwear design academy thing I want to try. And you said, hey, there's this girl from Miami named Precious. Can you look out for her? How'd that come about?
So, yeah, I remember, Dwayne, you were setting everything up with Pensole, and yeah, Precious, you were like 2 years? Yeah, I'm 2 years behind you. 2 years behind me. Dash, again, like we're going through the pipeline. We're creating like a whole formula here of greatness. And yeah, just let you know, and know Cherise also did too. And just like, we have another one for you. We're ready.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll let you, Precious, tell it.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
No, come on. Hey, what's up? What's up? So, wow, this is crazy. When I first met Cherise, I was little, like I was a little kid. And Cherise came in, she had this amazing portfolio that she had just finished with Nike. And I remember sitting amongst all of these other dudes, being the only chick in my industrial design class, and like, wait, like you designed this? Like a chick designed shoes? Like, wait, what? Like I can do this? This is crazy. Now, when I met Ashley, man, she was this pillar that used to just walk through the hallways, right? Like everyone drew in black pencil, Ashley drew in blue pencil. And it was like innovative because nobody else was doing it. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna draw in blue pencil. Cherise, you know, she out here, she at Nike. Like, I'm gonna do that. So I remember sitting at CCS, I got the email from Ashley like, yo, Dwayne is at Nike and he's opening up this class, this academy called Pensole. Do you wanna go? And I was like, okay. So then Dwayne hit me up. He was like, yo, send me a sketch. Went back to my room, did this really quick sketch, and I sent it off. And he was like, okay, cool, you in. So I was like,
You were in the very first class, right?
I was in the very first class.
She was in the very first class downtown at the U of O.
I'm sorry?
Precious was in the very first class.
First class.
Very first class.
2010.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah. 2010. I remember coming, I was like, wait, we going to Oregon. Where is Oregon? So I was confused by that. I remember getting there, and Dwayne had everybody's brief already. And I didn't have mine, so I was like, okay. Like, a day went by, and Dwayne was like, all right, And then he was like, you're gonna design a shoe for Victoria's Secret. And I was like, wait, what? Victoria's Secret? He was like, yeah, you're gonna design a shoe for Victoria's Secret. Completely threw me off my, I was Nikes all day, sneakers. Like, you want me to off bra straps? Victoria's Secret? Wait, what? I was confused. But what that did, that pushed me to like a new limit. And then I ended up at Nike, you know, with my peeps.
All at the same time.
All at the same time.
At the same time, that was wild.
Yep. Give it up, Precious. So then, you know, you all three of you ladies were there. Were all four of you there at one time with Kim?
We were not
just
there
missed
at
it
the
by
same
like
time.
a little bit, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I just left, and
Exactly.
then I joined.
And then you go back to Miami and start teaching at your old high school, and then this person shows up.
Yeah, so I left Nike in 2016, thought I was over with the industry. I'm gonna go back and teach, and I figured I could be more impactful on the front end, actually teaching to help guide everyone into the industry, because I feel like I couldn't do it while I was inside for some reason. And I went back to South Florida. I taught for 1 year because I figured out public school also was not the answer. We needed something different, and met Elia that 1 year. And I felt like God really put me in that place for a year, just so I could connect with her, so that we could get Elia into the industry. And I remember telling you, I'm like, if you want to do this, we can make it happen. And here we are.
Yes.
I love that energy. That was fire.
Yeah, but I'm Elia. Similar to what Cherie said, first of all, we all had Miss K as a teacher. I personally feel like Miss K was very intimidating. She used to rip our papers off the wall and tell us to start over.
Okay.
But
Dictionary thrown at you? Run for your money, Dwayne,
Okay,
low key. She
really?
didn't throw no dictionary
All
at you. Did
okay.
you have a dictionary thrown at you? I didn't have a dictionary thrown at me, but she definitely ripped up my papers and my concept. Yeah.
But Cherie's here, she had like a humble spirit and she had like a different approach to teaching. I remember when she came into the class and Miss K was like, exiting, she came with a bag full of shoes. And so I'm just like, she created all these? Like, what is this? And she said like, yeah, I worked on these. And I'm like, that's like the coolest thing ever. And so I was like instantly inspired, and like Ashley said, like Sharice had her image. They had Sharice's picture. So I knew she was something serious. It's
probably still up there.
Or change. It's so sad. It's up forever.
I get my picture on the wall. Yeah. But yeah, I thought that was like the coolest thing ever. I never knew that I can really pursue footwear design until Sharice came. I personally feel like Sharice was like my representation of what I could do, even when I didn't know it at the time. And so when Sharice took the time and taught us footwear design and like how to present ourselves, how to stand in front of people and show our work confidently, like I was super inspired by that. And I remember I tell everybody, Sharice literally made our entire class enter a sneaker design competition for Pensole. And so like that's where I'm like, all right, cool, I guess I gotta get an A, to pass this class. So I didn't think much into it. So I was just like, all right, cool, let me do a sneaker. It'll probably be trash, because I was like very beginner stage. But then when I went back to show Sharice the sneaker, I remember she was like, you did this? And so I'm like, well, it gotta look nice, because you look shocked. So, but I'm like, yeah, I did this. So I thought it was cool. And so when I entered the sneaker competition, like I think a few weeks later, I got like top 12. And I was like, all right, cool.
Nationally.
Nationally,
Not in the class,
Yeah.
across the entire nation.
Yeah. But yeah, after I got top 12, I was like, all right, cool, that'll probably be like
It was
the ending
technically
point.
top 2 because it
Yeah.
was 4 different categories.
Oh. I didn't know that till right now. But yeah, then I got word that I got top 3, so I'm like, cool. And I'm gonna be honest, when I did get top 3, also a guy in our class, William, he was like super great. He still is at footwear design and had like prior experience before me. So I was like, all right, I'm going against William. Like this guy is like so talented. Like I probably got no chance. And so when they flew us out to Portland, I was like so nervous. I hardly had even light presentations already. So to stand before like people who've been in the industry for a long time, I remember Ashley seeing you there. Precious, you was probably there, but but it was a lot of like industry people there and people of color. And so just me, my little self being in front of the whole crowd and presenting my work. But that was a special moment for me, because like me winning the competition, I tell people all the
Yes.
time, but like
Wait, you gotta pause.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. But yeah, so me winning the competition like was the moment that like I realized like I can do footwear design for like however long I want to. And so like that's when I started to pursue it like long term, every day, going back to Miami, drawing, sketching, reaching out to people I don't know to be like, hey, like, can you give me feedback? Can you show me how to get better? And so like from that day on, I really took footwear design seriously, and I knew it was something that I wanted to do for like not the rest of my life, but for a good
Right now.
chunk of it. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
So
You never know. It's hard to get out the footwear industry. It's like the mafia. It's hard to get out. It just keep pulling you back in. It's hard.
Laden with opportunity. So
Absolutely.
there you go.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
So
yeah,
I want to reflect. Thank you for sharing that story, and I do want to open it up for questions in about 2 minutes. I want to reflect on two things. One, for all of you in the audience, have you peeped out the titles? So CEO, President, Kim, Director, VP, Founder. See what you got to live up to, Elia? You got a roadmap, though. You got a roadmap.
Got it. You got it.
You got a roadmap. You got a roadmap. Before the audience is going to ask questions, what advice would you give yourself, right, when you were starting out? I know each of you had assistants, but in addition to the assistance piece, if you were starting out back at Elias' point, right, all the way as a freshman in high school, because as you know, you have to start there. Like you have to start that conversation in order for it to become real. And what would you give your freshman high school self advice?
Yeah, I would have told myself to dream way bigger than I had been dreaming at the time. And I want to shout out Jessica Smith and Liz Conley back there for founding SEED, which is School for Experiential Education and Design. We're focused on creating pathways into the footwear industry for women and for Black women and women of color. And all our students are here in the front row.
Like Elia.
So, like Elia.
Right.
So,
and the front row, lady.
Front row, yeah. I would have told myself to dream much bigger than I've been dreaming, because what we're doing now and the work we're doing with SEED actually was a pathway for Elia to get into the industry because of all of the obstacles that we face just gaining access and education. The work we're doing right now created a pathway for her so that she's sitting here with us. So we couldn't have done it without you two also dreaming big, so.
And this is, I'm shocked because I'm not used to her completing a sentence.
Oh.
Because she would just like say a couple words and disappear. But she got paragraphs now. Like, I'm so proud of you.
Totally
Sharice's fault.
person.
Sharice pushed me every day in high school. So.
All right. Freshman year, Ashley.
Yeah, freshman year. I would say to my younger self, all those moments of doubt, push through those. Those imposter moments.
Yeah.
It's not syndrome, it's just moments.
Thank you for saying that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
They come and they go. Terrence mentioned Martin.
Yes.
I like to think of imposter moments like Bruh Man from the Fifth Floor.
Yes.
He just pops in randomly and you acknowledge him and you send him out.
Yep.
And
get something to eat.
that's it.
Right?
And so it's Bruh Man. That's it. Push through the hard, doubtful moments.
Yep.
Mines would be similar. Fail fast.
Yeah.
Because time is precious, low key. No pun intended. But also, if the door closes, it's a window. You can get in there some way. Like, it's a back door, a window, a roof that you could go through, sliding glass door.
Right.
Don't limit yourself to what people put on you, because you can sit there and be like, okay, this person said that I couldn't do A, B, C, and D. Somebody told Kobe he couldn't be a basketball player. Somebody told MJ the same thing, and look at him. Like,
yep.
So don't short yourself.
Nice.
Yeah, so I would tell not only myself, because like I'm still super young, but
It
I
was
also
like
see a
wasn't that
lot
long
of
ago. But
I also see a lot of young, similar age people in the audience, but I would say like whatever you think the traditional or whatever the normal route is to success, like erase that from your head. And I think what you can see on the stage here is like us as individuals who've made it, and we're all successful by the way, but who've made it at different points in our careers. Like me, I got in the industry around 20 years old. And so like now for us, I think what's important is to find the next person to sit here maybe the next year who's 17 years old, and it just gets younger and it gets younger because like we're building a community of Black women, of women of color at such a fast pace. And so I think like I didn't think I was gonna be here today, like so many years ago. Like I didn't even think I was gonna be in the industry. But like things happen for a reason, and like you just gotta trust the process, to be honest.
Wow, thank you.
I want to add to that too, because I recently had the pleasure of bringing in 2 interns from the Allbirds Pensole partnership from last year, one of which looks like us.
Yep, she
and,
sure does.
It was a special moment for me to be in a position to do that.
Yeah.
And,
Skills too.
And she's fire. She's
Yes.
flames. Shayna Charles, keep a lookout.
Yes.
And I had a moment with her, before she ended her internship, to sit her down and break it down for her and offer her all the, tips and the words of wisdom as she goes into the industry and, go into a room and sit at the table. You told me that. Intern or no intern, sit at the table, advocate for yourself. Know that you're going into that room and 9 times, probably 10 times out of 10, you're the only person in there who has a perspective that you have, and own that and work with that and find power in that. So I'm feeling grateful to be up here with all these amazing women, with
Powerful.
you, and to share this story, because I think it's really, really special.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we have time for 2 New York questions and 6 normal questions. Thank you, Trayvon.
You hear me? Okay, good. As a CCS student in footwear especially, what do you recommend that I do to get my foot in footwear? No pun intended.
Network.
Okay.
Nah, I'm just playing.
But no, that's true though. But yes.
Yeah, that too. That too.
You want me to answer it? You want to keep going?
That's crazy. Like, how many of you at CCS right now? No. You, like, black female.
It's probably less than 3, 5.
Okay.
Being black in footwear especially, yeah.
Yeah, that's power there.
So connect
Own
with
that.
us, please,
Okay.
all of us and everyone else in this room, and then identify what makes you unique, right? So I would highly suggest to not consume footwear as your only source of inspiration. I will also just start to work on identifying what makes you unique and then lead with that.
Okay.
And if you're in this city, try to soak it up. I feel like when I was here, I didn't do enough to extend myself in the community and to also help to advance, what's happening around. So identify, again, what's important to you and then what makes you unique to bring that into the industry. You don't want to be like everyone else.
Right.
I know that that's often pushed. So look for your own uniqueness and lead with that.
All right, thank you.
We want to give preferential treatment to black women. I'm gonna make that call right now. Sorry, bro, man. And I saw one here too.
Can you talk a little bit about your intersectional identity? We only have one black female, vice president in St. Louis who does design, and often for Caleres.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Angelique Joseph, she's amazing, but don't recruit her because we need her. Okay. I hesitated to say her name, but she's amazing.
All right.
But can you talk a little bit about doing this work with both identities as black and female and what that's like for you?
Yes, for me, that's a great question. So I'm a black female. I'm also Latina. And this...
And vice president.
Thank you. And it's definitely an interesting experience being in a position of leadership, being at the proverbial table now and having to hold space in my identity and be comfortable with that in what I've traditionally, historically just seen a particular archetype and, mold. And so while I'm still navigating that, I'm just gonna be honest, still navigating that, very much find power in knowing that I'm trailblazing in some ways and can find comfort in my authenticity and hopefully inspire, the leaders of tomorrow to want to be in those positions too and be themselves and not feel like they have to conform to what they've traditionally seen as leaders, in the industry. So, it's just about, I went to a Bad Bunny concert like two days ago and, sharing that with my team and just sort of sharing what's special to me and my culture and just how I bring that to work. So, I hope that answers your question.
So last question. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate all the questions, and I'd like to ask this of all four of you, if I may. Part of your identity as a Black woman and transgender woman, how that affects, especially your story and your identity. For myself, I identify first as a Black deaf woman in the sneaker industry. And it's very difficult for me to communicate with others, to get access to the communication and what's going on around me. Often I might hand something, they don't know what to do with me because I'm deaf. So I would try to use a phone to communicate by having them text what they're saying or speech to text. But it's really hard for me to understand what's going on in the speaker industry. So I have to bring my device with me, and it's just, I can't hear all the give and take that's going on around me, and I feel often very left out and a little ignored. So for what you had mentioned earlier, when the door closes, it opens a window and you have other avenues, and I have one device sometimes, but I feel very limited in my access. Is there any other advice you can give me to help break through into the sneaker industry as a deaf Black woman? Because I appreciate that advice, and I use sign language primarily, and I'm just still trying to figure out how to venture into that and proceed with that. And I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up. It's hard right now, and there are very few deaf individuals in the industry, very few people I can network with. I feel very isolated. So, so you talk about being a trailblazer. I feel like I'm there and still don't have anyone else to look up to. And I do have other deaf individuals asking me for advice. And I'm not sure how to tell them to break through. I'm still trying to do that myself. So as a Black deaf woman, what do you think?
Are you from New York?
No, I'm not.
Just
playing. That was powerful.
Oh,
Fluent from New York.
All right. So I'm in Brooklyn.
It sounded like a good idea. Got here this morning.
Yeah. So I am in Brooklyn. So there's an invitation and an open door. But I think first step, you're here in the room.
Yes.
Brooklyn. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Being here in the room is powerful. Now we can all connect and build community. I think that's the first step. Would love to connect with the other members of your community so that we can all form a community and share it together. And the other piece of it is, I think we're, as designers and creatives, there's so many other ways that we can communicate outside of verbal communication. So leaning into the design piece, leaning into images. Images are so powerful. It's another way for us to be able to communicate, leaning into those things as well, to also share. But just continue to build community and working together, I think, historically isn't something that we've done really well as a community, but I think being here today is the first step to all come together and work together.
Thank you.
Yes, I am. Just really quick, I'm really inspired right now by you, and you're blazing a trail right now, and you automatically have 4 in your corner here in the industry, and to Sharice's point, all the work that you're pouring into, all the work that you're creating, the visual work, is that should do the talking, right? And so definitely lean into the craft and, it's about spreading awareness and understanding the differences between us. And hopefully, as we continue to proliferate that conversation, we can, make strides forward. But for sure, definitely lean into the work and the craft and sort of mastering that for yourself. And that the work will do the talking for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
It's real heavy up
That
here.
was heavy. You wanna end that?
I would just say be icy, be cold, because it don't matter. If you good out here, people gonna see you, and people will open doors and make sure that you're seen. Your work, just like Ash said, is gonna speak for itself. And by it speaking for itself, that sliding glass door gonna open. The chimney, ain't gonna have no smoke coming out of it. You can just, like Santa Claus. Be icy out here. Be cold.
Okay. You want to close or you good?
I second all of that.
Wise, right? Wise. She picked it up. Give these ladies a hand, please. How'd that feel? Yeah? Ooh. See, that's what these spaces are for right there. That's what these spaces are for. Wow, wow. Okay, I get to leave. All right. Who's up next? Oh, Jazz is up next. Ooh, Jazz. Come on up, lady. Ooh, Jazzaree.
All right, y'all, I hope you're doing well. I'm Jazzaree Allen. A lot of friends here, that I don't know. And this is the L word, a candid discussion on ladies in sneakers. And since we are here at the Black Footwear Forum, specifically on Black ladies in sneakers, and I want to introduce you to some. So my girl gang is coming on out. Catherine here, I'm going to introduce them officially when they come sit down. Choose a seat, ladies. All righty, we have to my right here, Catherine Allen, who manages trade marketing for Foot Locker Inc. and the fashion specialty channel in Adidas Canada. We have Janice here, Janice Tennant, CMO, Chief Marketing Officer of Merrill. We also have Portia Blunt, my good sis, most of y'all know Portia, the Vice President of Apparel for Reebok. Yeah. Fan favorite. And Miss April Dinwiddie down at the end, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Lead at Steve Madden. So grateful for that work. And we're gonna have a kind of chill, candid conversation with you all. We've got 29 minutes, a reminder that when we're done, we have an intermission, and then we are gonna get right back to it. So to lighten it up, I'm gonna start with Portia with something really chill. What makes Black girls magic, Portia?
Everything.
Everything?
I'm gonna just be honest. Everything. I mean, we're built to withstand everything that's thrown at us. We don't often get the opportunity to revel in the glory of being a Black woman. So, when we start with so much heavy stuff that's the struggle and, the plight of being a Black woman, that manifests itself into being beautiful. Diamonds are built out of pressure, and that's what we are, right?
We are the pressure, Portia.
We apply the pressure.
We apply the pressure, Portia. Yeah. Anyone else want to take that one? What makes Black girls magic?
I think she nailed it.
She nailed it.
I really do. Thanks, girl. Thanks.
Well, then we're going right to you, Janice, since you jumped up, right? The pathway to the C-suite can be overwhelming, challenging, and discouraging at times. So as strong leaders here who have found success time and time again, what do you wish somebody would have told you at the start of your journey?
Oh my gosh, that's a heavy one. I think it boils down to a couple of things, and it's about the fact that we are resilient. And so I think there's probably 3 things that are coming to my mind as we talk about this. The first one is to share your voice, right? A lot of times, especially as Black women, our voices are not heard. Our experiences are discounted. And I wish, like when I was, that younger person, I told her, like, share your voice. That thought, the way you see the world can make a difference. It can change the energy in the room. Take the courage and share that voice. The second thing is early on in your career, you're so focused on titles and so forth, and titles change. And so what I would tell that younger self is take the time to chase and conquer experiences. They can't take that away from you. And what I mean by that is go into a place, and when you get in there, look at all the opportunities that are out there. Go after them, capture them, record them in that memory of yours, and take that to your next place. And then the last thing I would say is step into the discomfort, right? I'm an introvert. I have a horrible fear of public speaking. But those times I stepped into the discomfort, that's when the unlocks came. And so those would probably be the 3 things.
Ooh, I love that. No, I think definitely you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable, for sure. And I loved what you said there about, living through each experience and not I think, especially in my 20s, I wanted everything right now, right? And I thought, why am I not the creative director? I was I got the sauce, but I'm so glad that I went through everything I went through along that 15, 20 years, because it teaches you, and you got to know how to do every role in the room so that you can effectively lead every role in the room.
Something to just kind of add to that, and I think it's really important for us to think about and always remember, you're going to chase the titles, but be careful what you chase, because a lot comes with those bigger titles, and you may find yourself further away from what you love in terms of the passion, in terms of the creative. As you start to, go up that ladder, you're further and further away from it, and it's harder to find yourself that balance to get to what's pure to you. So I would say, as you're chasing those titles, stop, pause, and think about chasing impact. So when you're sitting in a seat where your voice can be heard, think about the impact that you're going to have in that moment for a project, for your company, for yourself. So impact is something you really got to lean into, and you don't often think about it until you reflect on it, but think about that in terms of, as I'm chasing that director role, I'm chasing that senior design role, you may not get it, but the impact you impart in your role, in that job, on your team, that is going to get you where you need to go, and that's going to be 1,000 times more important.
That's great. I would add one more thing is managing expectations, especially majority white-led spaces. And just as we ask, white leadership and people who are in positions of power to put themselves in uncomfortable situations and practice, we have to practice being in those white spaces too, and understanding that audience and how we will be received in those spaces. And I sort of had an easier path to that. I was raised in a white family, so I know how white people move, even when they love you, right? So
important,
right? No, even when they love you, they don't always have an incentive, to do that stretching and that growing work. And so, just as we're asking folks to be uncomfortable on our behalf, for our own protection and advancement and self-care, we have to know how to move in those spaces, because they are those spaces now. And there is a trajectory, but it's still going to be that way for a good long while.
Ooh, that is so important. I'm actually going right back to you for this one, because I think no one else is probably better equipped to jump this question off but Black women. And there's so many of us here. I think we would consider ourselves, and many people would consider us, the archetype when it comes to street fashion. It's why the girls want to be in design. It's why the girls want to tell stories. It's why the girls have influencer dreams. But outside of design, that's really where I found my career. I know a couple of us here work outside of design, and I think there's such a need for Black women in every factor of the business. So where do you see the most opportunity for Black women in our industry?
Well, I think about impact, right, and influence. And right now, it feels like to me there are a few places that are really important for us to be showing up. If you have a retail operation, I think head of retail, because retail tends to be so much more diverse than corporate spaces. So I feel like if you are director of stores or leaders in that space, they ought to be persons of color, ought to be women of color. Often we're overrepresented in the retail space. And so I think that's a space for sure. There's opportunity there, and there ought to be more of us in those positions. I like HR as a place, talking with the SEED folks, seeing that came out of HR. You can impact policy. You can put into practice all the things people want to do. When you're thinking about real diversity, just not just recruitment but retention. And I think the last place I'd like to see us is legal, right? And we have our assistant counsel here, associate counsel here from Steve Madden, and being in that space, because there's so much of impact, and people really need that part of the business, and there's impact there. So I feel like those places are really important. And getting there is just about presenting yourself. I feel like as much as companies are saying that they are recruiting, and there's a lot of movement, no doubt. I mean, I think there is some effort, but we're still not seeing enough diverse candidates in the pipeline. So you have to present yourself, and you have to present yourself multiple times. And I think the last thing is always, in any of these spaces, especially if you are representing a minority group as a woman, take care of yourself. Just be fiercely dedicated to unapologetically taking care when you need it, and taking those breaks, and being in service of yourself and your health.
Love that, thank you. Any other ladies want to jump? She killed that one.
I'm a creative, so I'm a step. We need the functional roles for sure. But on the creation side, I would say, it's really sexy to be a designer. It's really sexy to be that PM, but you can't do what you do without your developers. You can't do what you do without your tech designers. You can't do what you do without those pattern makers. You can't do what you do without everybody that's architecting your product behind the scenes. So I would love to see more Asher Abrams out there. I want to see more developers. I want to see more tech designers who have a technical trade and are going to be honored for it and celebrated for it, because we can't look fly. You can't be fly with your hype beast shoes without those people that are day to day talking to those factories, making your vision come to life. So I want to see more of that, and this is why being here, having PLC in real life is so powerful, because it's not an easy journey. I went to Virginia Tech, go Hokies. What? So I came out of college with a very technical background. So I didn't get that FIT Parsons, real sexy Pensole education, but I got an education to know how to grade a pattern. I know what the technical terms are for textiles, so therefore those things translate to be very meaningful, and we don't put it up on a pedestal the way we should, because you can't have product without those background heroes on your teams.
Yeah, I would love to see more Black women in sponsorship marketing, and particularly as cultural strategists, because currently there are so many brands, yeah, shout out to Jazz. there are so many brands, countless brands, who are investing millions and millions of dollars. I know this because I've done the reconciliations, but millions and millions of dollars into initiatives that emulate the archetype, as you've described, without having Black women at the table. So if more Black women are at the table, we can make a conscious effort to invest those dollars back into the Black community. And from there, not only can we tell more authentic stories, but we can ultimately change lives and maximize our impact. So I'd love to see more Black women in those types of positions.
Plus one that, yes. I plus one that.
Amen. And we all know I'm passionate about the strategy, so we'd love to see that for sure. I think like people want to design the experience, but they don't know like what's happening before designing the experience. And it's like, that's where all the cool stuff is happening. And that's where the impact is being made. To your point, the change, like the systemic change can actually take place. So thank you. We're going to stay on storytelling a little bit. I want to go back to you, Portia, who definitely works heavy. And as you said, you're the creative on the stage, letting us know. But I think for decades, we've seen ourselves be excluded from stories, but in the last few years, there's been an intentional heavy effort to make sure that Black women are not only in front of the camera, but behind the camera as well. So why do you think it's so important? We started to talk about it a little bit, but why is it so important for Black women to be able to tell our own stories?
Because we live the details, right? So if we're going to tell a story that is intended to land with a Black female as a consumer, and you don't have us behind the scenes that is really kind of crafting that narrative and is going to put the bamboo earrings on because it will enhance the story. You know, Joe, who may not know that, won't even think to have sourced those items to be a part of the creative activation or for the shoot. So it's about those details. We live and breathe a different reality. We see things and we're sitting in a different position, and so we're coming from a different space. And so although it may seem very black and white, 1 + 1 = 2, when we all get together, 1 + 1 can easily equal 3. So when you bring us behind the scenes, that's coming to life and it's really fluid and it's organic and it doesn't feel forced. And that's what you're starting to see, right? Like they know what the trigger buttons are, that we're gonna get really loud if we aren't seeing ourselves on screen. That's great, check that box. But there are 3 other boxes that need to be checked, right? Who is the creative director? Who is the art director? Who is the marketing lead, right? And if those boxes weren't checked and they don't look like this, then we still have more work to do. And I can safely say we still have work to do, right?
And I think that it's a good thing for me to see brands actually beginning to recognize that a little bit more in these last few years, and especially looking at like, okay, we need not only a Black creative director, but a Black art director, a Black shooter on the side, a Black photographer, because we see each other different. We need somebody to come in, a Black production company, so we're lighting the space correctly so that we can look correct when we're blown up on a billboard in China. It's all of these intricate things along the line that having Black women in the room to be able to assist in telling those stories outside of design, a 360 approach is really the best way for us to authentically see ourselves in campaigns.
Hair, makeup, don't get me out here looking like a clown now. I mean, those things matter. It really, really matters. And I can't even count how many ads I've seen, and I'm thinking, who approved that? Like, she didn't even think that she needed to run a comb through that hair, and not your comb, but my comb, right? Those things, and it matters. Those details matter.
Amen. And we kind of talked a little bit about seeing ourselves, but I want to talk a little bit when we don't see ourselves and touch on networking for a bit, especially the ladies before us. There was a question like, what do you suggest I should do? And the first answer is networking. We're always talking about networking, but it can be difficult when the room doesn't look like this and when you're the only person that looks like you in the room. So I want to go to Catherine. What tips do you have for the young Black women that are here today, so they can break the ice and get to the bag?
Great question. Jazz, I'll answer this with a quick short story. So I used to hate networking. I still kind of do. I consider myself a bit of an introvert. Again, it's obviously a lot easier when you're in a room with people that look like you, but many times that's not the case. So one time, many years, maybe 3-4 years ago, there was a panel going on in Toronto, and it was at a local sneaker shop. It was hosted by Dion, Director of Partnerships for Pensole, shout out to Dion, and I really wanted to go, but no one would go with me. And I was like, well, I obviously can't go by myself. And then 15 minutes before it started, I was like, you know what? I want to make myself feel uncomfortable. I want to step out of my comfort zone, so I'm just going to go by myself. I went, and I'm so glad I did, because I ended up connecting with Dion, who put me on with an organization called Yellow Brick, who gave me a platform to host my first webinar. There, again, an opportunity to step out of my comfort zone, do something that was uncomfortable for me. And my first webinar had 300 people join, many of whom are in the audience right now. So I can really trickle that down to me going to that first event and putting myself out there. So in terms of advice, 3 things come to mind. Firstly, find events and opportunities that really speak to your interests, because it is so much easier to spark up a conversation with people when you have shared passion points. Second, if you look around the room and no one looks like you, just remember that in a sea of sameness, what makes you different truly makes you stand out and brings value. That's your value add in that room. If you're a unicorn in that room, it makes you special, and it brings something that nobody else can. And lastly, I'd say go in with the objective to just make one meaningful connection. Take the pressure off yourself to really work the room and do the most, because one meaningful connection can really change the trajectory of your career, just like that one connection I made with Dion at that first event. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. And I think there are a lot of connections to be made here. You know, I think Portia and I met at the forum a few years ago, and those one connection can change the trajectory of your career, the trajectory of your relationships with people. Sneakers is a relationships business for sure. So, you know, being willing to just approach somebody, like a lot of people were tapping me at the mixer last night. We follow each other on LinkedIn, we follow each other on Instagram, and that can be really, really scary. You know, even for me, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago when I was first coming, but this is a very rare opportunity to have an intimate moment of sameness with people that understand your life and understand what you're going through, and make a connection that will be a lifelong one. So I think, I mean, you never rarely see 4 Black women in sneakers in a room together, let alone probably 40 here too. So it's definitely a very, very special moment. We have 10 minutes left, so I have a couple more questions. I want to go to you, Janice, with this one. Dr. Dwayne has taught us that bringing each other along, something we're kind of talking about now, networking, getting to know each other, but bringing each other along the journey is the only way for us to push forward as a people. And so I would love to know how you ladies, starting with you, Janice, are bringing other Black women along on your journey, and what do you hope to achieve by doing that?
So this is one that I take really seriously, because there are women who made the time for me in my career at really low points in my career, and just gave me the encouragement, told me the real about what I needed to know. And so it is part of my full-on development plan on how am I giving back. But I think I approach it in sort of 3 ways. One, you know, probably in a more formal way. I'm a part of the BECA, which is the Black Executive CMO Alliance, where we talk about ways to scale, bringing the next generation along. So that's sort of the formal way. The informal way, it's, you know, there's many things. My dad's a carpenter. He can, you know, go in, help build a fence for someone and so forth. I'm like, I can't do any of that, but I know how to like help you get through interviews. I know how to help do a resume. So I usually throughout the year, I have 4 or 5 people that I engage with what I call working mentorships. Like when you come, it's not just sort of sit back, let's talk. Like we role play, we do stuff. So I commit that way. And then the third thing, which is something that I've taken on about trying to drive the change, is investing in mentoring in others. And what I mean by that is I have a lot of white men who I mentor, above and below me. And the hope is that them having experience and exposure to someone like me will mean that when they are in the middle of a performance review with someone like me, they have a little bit more empathy towards that person and ask different questions towards that person. And so part of that for myself is about driving the change when I can't be in the room, when I can't be there.
I love that. I mean, I have a follow-up personal question for the three ladies that clearly have experience with the above and below mentorship. Because the above and below. What do you do, though, when you're just tired?
We're tired all the time.
I was going to say,
we're tired all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, we just push through. I mean, we're tired all the time. That's just an inevitable. Yeah, that's just how you come out default. But you know, sometimes that paying it forward and bringing those along with you isn't as overt as you think it is, right? And I've definitely benefited from white male, white woman sponsorship. And now that I'm in a position where I can do the same, it's about actually doing that. You can't freeze up and get scared now that you're sitting at that table. And I see that. And I'm not trying to call anybody out in this room, but I see it, because just because you have a title doesn't necessarily mean you're always doing what we think we need to be doing in front of that executive team or that table of influence. And that's where we've got to help each other to really kind of coach and mentor each other, in that you don't always have to be that militant voice, but you do need to be the voice to help course correct, because even if it doesn't land, it was said and it's on the record. Let me say that again. It was said and it was on the record, right? So that's important. That's really important. And it's not an easy thing to do, and you got to swallow it a lot of times, and you got to swallow your pride. You can't be prideful, you know, in this space. It's hard. It's heavy. And I know the three of us, we see day to day what all of you are going through, and we want to help. And then we're navigating a complicated dynamic and landscape that's just really challenging as well. So it's about pacing yourself. It's about patience. You got to play chess, not checkers. Yeah. And the chess pieces don't always move at the pace you want it to, but it'll make sense. You got to be really, really forthright and disciplined on it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's also this, you know, celebrating when there is something to celebrate, and because sometimes it takes a while in between when there isn't, and just to continue to consistently say the things that need to be said, just like it really is, you have to keep doing it and know that even when you're being challenged by people who don't think you're doing enough, that just know that they're not seeing what you're seeing. They're not, you know, so you just have to really be confident that you're doing those things. And, you know, when you think about, I always try to think about what I needed. You know, what I needed at certain times I didn't get. I didn't have the benefit of what you had with some folks coming in supporting, or maybe I think it was you who had the benefit of other Black women. And maybe I think you said that. I didn't have that in my environment. So it's like just really trying to be that person for other folks.
And this is what I would say about that. Be that person starting today, right? Because I think sometimes we think like, oh, it's, you know, once I get to the director level or once I get to this level, then I'll start to mentor people. And I think it was said earlier today, if you are 2 weeks on the job, you're ready. Go extend a hand.
Yeah, because that coordinator who just came in, they're looking to that APM, they're looking to that assistant designer. You've been here 6 months or a year, you've got game on them. Yep. You need to help them so that they aren't caught up doing the wrong thing or forming bad habits or whatever it is. So it's always a continuous learning for all of us, right? And you can't wait until you get in a position of leadership to put your arms around each other. You saw that, you know, with the previous panel, right? It's a continuous thing, and it doesn't have to be so black and white on paper. You know, that bringing it forward can easily be a positive nod or comment in a conversation your peer isn't in, but you're sitting with their boss and they're saying something. If you co-sign on it, that could be detrimental to them. But instead, what do you need to do? Intestinal fortitude needs to rise, and you say, no, actually, they work hard. I've seen it. They battle with that factory, or they are really on it. And that changes a moment drastically for a person. So that paying it forward is significant, significant.
And the one last thing I'll say, sometimes it's powerful to not encourage someone to stay in it. Yes. Knowing when to say, this isn't gonna work. And not, like, it's just like, no, stay, press, like, you know, no, sometimes it's okay to tap out and encourage someone to get out of an environment that isn't healthy for them.
No, y'all were just on fire. I had to put my whole mic down. I was like, y'all got it from here for the last 2 minutes, okay? Because that was very good. One more, I guess. Who are the Black women who are inspiring you all today? I mean, for me, it's my seed babies, all the seed babies that are here today. I'm so proud. And Miss Vashti down there also, you know, Amira here, just the young women that they're not going to take the same stuff that we took, y'all. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're on the internet letting you know how they feel about you and your business, and they not coming to work, child. They quitting silently. Like, they doing all kind of stuff, like, and starting their own businesses, you know, so it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. They really inspire me. It's like, how can I sit down when, like, these young women are willing to throw it all away for the freedom of everybody?
I can definitely say that the Black women who I truly aspire to be are sitting right next to me on this stage. I'm surrounded by C-suite executives who I truly aspire to work with one day and achieve the same accomplishments as. And you know all those videos that we've been seeing the past week of little black and brown girls and boys seeing the Little Mermaid trailer? Brings me to tears every single time. But that's how I feel right now. You really can't be what you can't see. And the more we have diverse representation from the top down, the more change that we're going to see throughout different organizations. So I'm really blessed and honored to be next to all of you right now. And I appreciate the chance to share the stage with you. So thank you.
AMCs. You done? Portia's done.
Yes, I'm done.
Well, thank you. April, any last words from the ladies before we close it out and send these good people to an intermission? No? Thank you, guys.
Talk to people. Go up to someone today that you haven't, or that you were a little bit timid doing. Definitely do that. You know, Dwayne is serious, and when he says that, talk to people. This is a blessing. And this is a gift that you have being here. So definitely do that today. That's what I'd say.
Yes, and I know we didn't have a Q&A in our session, but if you tweet or post with the BFF Homecoming hashtag, then these ladies all have been willing and open on LinkedIn. If you want to find us on LinkedIn, I'm sure people will be willing to connect with you, but send your questions, and we could get them answered or pull up on us throughout the day. We have a 15-minute intermission, and then we will be back in here. I want to thank April and Portia, Janice and Catherine for this amazing, amazing panel for the L word. And we will see you later this afternoon. Thank you.
Excuse me, everybody here in the auditorium or anyone within the sound of my voice. I'm holding a phone that someone left in the ladies' room. If you have misplaced a phone, make sure you come see me on the right side of the auditorium. This phone was found in the ladies' bathroom. It has a case on it, like pinkish. So spread the word, please, if someone's not here and needs to know. Thank you.
All right. Please have a seat. Oof. Okay. All right, how y'all feel? The first quarter. How was the first quarter? Okay, we got 3 more quarters left. Okay, we're gonna go in again, get you some food, come back and get fed again, get a little break, then get you fed again. Then we get to break, and then eat again and chat and make connections and have fun with people, okay? Man, I'm excited. I like about them. Give me something on that first quarter. Like anything stand out in that first quarter? Yes. 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 I like that one. Ooh. I like that one. I like that. I never heard that one. I like that one. I like that one. Absolutely. 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 Okay. He ain't the only one taking notes in here, is he? I know y'all took some notes. Gave y'all something to write with and something to write on. Sometimes we struggle there. I'm personally guilty of that one. Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Absolutely. Get it over with, man. Get it, and then let it go. Get it over with and let it go. Let it go. Yep. Agreed. Ooh. Man, y'all ain't even pay for this. This is good. This is good. Wow. So good. I'm hoping this is giving you guys some energy and some fuel, something to think about. You know, if you're uncomfortable, embrace it. Seriously, if you're uncomfortable, embrace it. Because there's something within that uncomfortable nature that's striking a chord with you that you might need to deal with. You know, on your own, in the bathroom, out on the lake, or the river. Don't jump in the river, though. It's one of the more dangerous rivers in the state. But I'm glad to hear. So, all right, y'all in for a treat. This is my brother from another mother, big brother who has helped me for decades. And I've told him this before. You know, it was reading, you know, his book that really pushed me to the point of retiring from the industry, because it forced me to deal with what I knew was in front of my face, but I just wasn't ready to do it. And reading his book and knowing him, spending time with him, it was easy. He made it so much easier for me just to take that leap, and because I knew I was continued to be destined for greatness, and the company didn't have to define my existence. And I thank him for that, but more importantly, I thank him for just being a brother to me, a constant supporter. He's one of the folks I go to when my world doesn't always work out the way I planned it to go, and I always leave the conversation way better than it started. And so you all in for a treat. He's going to share his gifts with you. Mr. Kevin Carroll.
So, homecoming, right? Homecoming, right? I gotta tell you, I'm seeing the offspring of people I worked with at Nike grown up. When you talk about a homecoming and getting to see them when you knew them when they were infants and they're grown-ups now, I said this is an amazing reunion. It's an amazing opportunity to reconnect, to have a sense of belonging, have a sense of community, understand where you are. My grandfather would always talk about be where your feet are. Be where your feet are. Be present, be in the moment. So I ask all of you as I share this conversation, just be where your feet are. Is that a fair ask? And I promise I'll wring myself out over the next 15 minutes on behalf of you. Now, I don't know if anybody noticed me running past here real quick, because D, you never know when he's going to actually start a show, right? So I heard his voice. I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be on stage. And I'm talking to friends, and I'm running back here. And I realized my conversation about energy is appropriate. So I'm going to talk to you all as creatives and people in the creative industry, the footwear industry, about your energy. And one of the things that I know to be true is I've had an active discipline around energy since I was a child. Now, when I was a child, I used movement to actually cope with a difficult situation. So I'll give you a little quick clip of my childhood, but you'll understand why movement is my mojo, why movement matters to me, and movement is healing for me, and why everyone should have a movement regiment and have a rest and recovery and replenishment plan. So I'm the product of two addict parents, two parents who abandoned their 3 boys. My father left when I was 3. I'd never see my dad again. My childhood was filled with addiction and abandonment, upheaval and uncertainty, dysfunction and disappointment. But I found a way to rise above my suffering and circumstances, and the reason, it was movement. See, a ball saved my life. I say that with great deal of sincerity and reverence to that ball. That ball represents play and teams and community and belonging and Preston Playground. Preston Playground was the place where I first felt like I was welcomed and I belonged. A group of boys welcomed me there. I don't know how many of you get nicknames in your neighborhoods, right, where you grew up, but I got a nickname, still sticks, Little Fast Kid. So that's been my nickname since I was 6 years old back in Philly. And so one of the things that I know to be true is that is a term of endearment. And so I started to understand that this group of boys welcomed me unconditionally. And when I got through my journey, through the ball, and then my love of books, Where the Wild Things Are was the first book I took out of the public library. I loved reading from that point. Then I met my best friend's mom, Miss Lane. She became my CEO, my chief encouragement officer of my hopes, my dreams, my aspirations, my goals. We all have a CEO in our life. Someone who wants nothing but the best of you, who maybe lovingly shoves you towards your destiny. That was Miss Lane. She unlocked all my possibilities with 2 words: why not? Why not? And I realized that that was the cheat code. But I also had to sprinkle in some action. She would say, don't talk about it, be about it. There's lots of talkers and very few doers. Which one are you? So everyone in this room, you got to be about that action. And you got to stack little wins over and over and over again. No dream is microwavable. It's not going to happen overnight. And I started to understand that as a child. But movement was always a constant. I played every sport you could imagine, never for trophies, never for first place, never for anything but belonging and connection and community. I loved being part of a team. So I ended up getting a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. I spent 10 years in the Air Force as a language translator. I speak 5 languages: Serbian, Croatian, Russian, German, and Czech. I did drop Spanish after 5 minutes in high school. You should know that. Still had that 5 minutes, though. Es Susana en casa, no la cocina. Donde está la sala? No la cocina. And I busted out of class. I'm like, nah. But you should know that that would have been in my repertoire also. Yes. So got out of the military, moved back to Philadelphia, became an athletic trainer at the high school level, the collegiate level. Then I landed my dream job. I became only the 3rd black trainer in the history of the NBA for my hometown team, the Philadelphia 76ers. So I was on the bench when Iverson crossed Jordan, if anybody remembers that moment. I was actually live on the bench that night. And I was Kobe Bryant's trainer all through high school. I'd known Bean since he was 13. So I've been around high performers and elite athletes quite a bit. And then I went to Nike, and I was at Nike for 7 years. The reason I ended up at Nike was I actually was asked to cuss out an NBA player in his native language, Serbian. Vlade Divac was his name, 7 feet tall. My coach remembered that I spoke Serbian, didn't want to use a timeout, wanted to save the timeout. So he literally said, Carroll, don't you speak that big guy's language? I'm like, yeah, coach. He says, okay, say something about his mom or dad or sister or brother when he runs by the bench to distract him. I'm like, coach, that man is 7 feet tall. He says, he'll never expect it from you. So I started insulting this 7-foot tall man. We had 2 weeks of obscenities training in the military. I can tell your mama jokes to crush your soul in Serbian. So I started insulting your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother. By the end of that, he's walking towards our bench. The game is still going on. Who's insulting my family in Serbian on this bench? And the coach steps out, that little guy right there. And I go, dobar dan, kako bi gospodine. He's like, what? Rest of the game, can't make a shot, can't do anything. Coach is high-fiving me, great job, Carroll. Vlade's not happy. Vlade walks into the locker room looking for me, finds me, and the unexpected happens. He invites me to join the Yugoslavian national basketball team as their sports medicine liaison and translator for the '96 Olympic Games in Atlanta. So I'm that little black kid who was abandoned, who was told that nothing good would come of him by the social workers, who found a ball, book, and betterment and movement. And now I'm doing that. Someone from Nike sees that little clip that they do on NBA Inside Stuff about me, and I get offered a job at Nike. I worked at Nike for 7 years, and this is where my relationship starts with E. Scott Morris, Jeff Henderson, Dwayne Edwards, Jason Maiden, a host of others of color. We actually would have little meetings together, and we'd talk about life after Nike. We called it LAN. We would talk about how we could actually form something bigger and greater, and that this was just our PhD program. It was the place that we were going to level up. Right? They were going to give us the blueprint, and then we were going to go out and do our thing. And we mutually made an agreement we would support each other, and I would be the performance person for the team. And I would talk about, how's your energy? I'd always ask, how's your energy? How's your energy? See, because I know that energy is my social currency. I understand that. So how's your energy? Because you can't do anything. You can't manifest a hope, a dream, an aspiration without it. So I'm going to share with you what I know to be true about energy. And I've learned this from top-level athletes all over the world and my practice since I was 6, is that your energy is so precious. Do not ever take it for granted. Now, one of the things that I also know about your energy is that there are people who will siphon off of you if you're a good energy person, right? Be aware of that, and they get more clever as you get more successful. Recognize the fact that people, if they are there to build you or to break you down. So the more that you start to rally people, the right kind of people around you, and they're pouring into you, and you're mutually doing that, that's how you can build. But one of the things I started to understand when I was at Nike is that the marketing team, the brand team, the design team, they were getting siphoned all the time by corporate. And they were basically being told, oh, do that on the weekend, replenish yourself, get yourself together. And so I had an idea. I said, well, they're like athletes. What if we treat them like athletes? And I was part of a special projects team with Tinker Hatfield. And Tinker said, yeah, don't ask for permission, just ask for forgiveness. Go do whatever you need to do. And so I built a creativity performance center. I actually fashioned it after an athletic training room. And I put together tools and resources for the creatives, people who had to tell stories, had to design things, who were a part of that. And it was this wonderful oasis. We even had testing. I tested you on your creative confidence. You had a before and after test. A pre-workout and post-workout, 6-week of programming, sound therapy, different resources. We talked about power naps. I now call them athletic naps, right? We did all these things, and one of the things that was amazing, the sound therapy, we had a sound therapist come in and actually create CDs specifically to elevating your creative confidence. See, did you know that when you actually go to take a nap, you should be going into theta, which is the dream state. Delta is deep sleep, which means that's why it's only 10, 20, or 30 minutes tops. 10, 20, or 30 minutes tops. You want to take it another level? Take a little bit of caffeine, green tea, whatever it is, just before you go to do your nap. It doesn't kick in for 45 minutes. Guess what happens after 30? You wake up, but that's starting to rise up in you. You got you a little boost. You're welcome. First one's free. So we used to do these things at Nike, and I used to talk to them about storytelling, about energy, about the way that they show up, the importance of how you show up, and your creative confidence. And you're not a bottomless well of creative energy. You're not. So the more that you recognize the importance of your energy being social currency, and you take ownership of it, do not expect anyone to do that for you. They will not. But I'm here to tell you, if you want to get better at what craft that you're chasing and pursuing, check your energy. Check your energy and your energy practice. Yes, not Allen Iverson practice. And he didn't like to practice, just FYI, I was there, I know. But he did like to play. Oh, he was a baller, and he was competitive. And all of you are competing, aren't you? You're competing for your ideas to be heard, listened to, or manifested, aren't you? Guess how you get heard? You got to show up right, don't you? You can't be showing up, oh man, I'm so tired. That's the first thing you say to the people who are going to listen to your idea. I've been working all night. I don't care. You got to show up on behalf of that idea that you stayed up all night for. So how do you get better at that? You got to be more clever and creative and imaginative. You got to be more resourceful and resilient. And you have to have a discipline around it, and you got to know thyself. So everybody, you hear that, 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of sleep. I'm not an 8-hour sleep person. I get achy after 6. I can't stay in bed. That's okay though, right? You need to know yourself. How do you make sure that you're showing up though? How are you taking good care of you? So what is the way that you fuel yourself? I'm a grazer, I graze throughout the day. How do you fuel yourself? What is that regimen around your meals? What are the things that give you fuel? How do you keep stuff readily available? Now we're talking about our replenishment, right? That's that recovery piece. What time are you going to sleep? Knowing you have a big presentation. How are you taking good care and preparing yourself and recognizing I'm the expert when I come in this room? So why am I worried? I've been putting the work and time in. I shouldn't be worried. I just need to make sure my energy's right. But you start having yourself doubting, don't you? Doubt is success testing you. Doubt is success testing you. Doubt is the greatest opponent that you will ever face and compete against. That's your self-talk. You feel me on that? You got to compete against that. How do you compete against that? Your energy. See how I did that? Pay attention to your intention. My grandfather would say that all the time. Pay attention to your intention. If your intention is to manifest your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations, your goals, pay attention to that. Don't talk about it, be about it. There's lots of talkers and very few doers out here. Which one are you? And the more that you recognize the importance of your energy, you got a fighting chance. But it's not microwavable. All these very successful people that have been sitting on panels or sharing with you, maybe they're not sharing the lonely work, that unglamorous work, that work that they're putting in. You think they just woke up and it happened magically? They've been putting that work in. And they've been trusting and believing that hard work never goes unrewarded. Just trust and believe, surround yourself with the right people, and keep at it. Stack, 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 stack those little wins. But the only way you can do that is you got to keep showing up. It goes back to your energy. So what's your energy regiment? What does your rest, recovery, and replenishment look like? I've learned it from some of the top-level athletes, and I know this from my own discipline too, is that that's the only way you're going to have a fighting chance, and you are competing. You are competing. And each and every one of you have a goal in mind, and maybe that's actually not the thing that will manifest. So many of us in this room, right? Our lives pivoted without us understanding, but guess what? That's called those wonderful invisible hands, right? Your faith, whatever it might be, but you've been nudged towards the thing you were supposed to do and what we needed from you. And so the more that that was a little Rev Kev, I'm sorry. You know, sometimes Rev Kev comes out, just so y'all know. E. Scott appreciates my Rev Kev moments. Yes, he does. Yes. So I'm going to leave you with this simple truth, this simple lesson, and I actually get to do a panel a little later too. So work for a cause, not for applause. Live life to express, not to impress. Don't strive to get your presence noticed, just make your absence felt. I congratulate all of you for being in this room. I anxiously await your arrival and your destination for your destiny. I appreciate all of you. Be well, Godspeed, peace and play.
Stand up for that brother right there. Stand up, please. How y'all feel about that one? Okay. Y'all awake now? Okay. So what I want to do, and I asked Kevin to stay here, because at Pensole Lewis, what we're looking to do is build a modern college and have the students build that college for us. And so what we're looking to do is have our students build out and design all of our spaces. They're going to build out all of our spaces. And the other thing that we want to do is we want to dedicate these spaces to amazing Black geniuses like this brother here. And so, as Kevin spoke, you know, we, Jeff and E and I and Jay, we would sneak up to Kevin's area at Nike to decompress and recharge. And yes, that was the escape spot. Because, you know, a couple of times, somebody said something about militancy. Yeah, I lost that battle a couple times. But what we want to build, the first space that we want to create is the Kevin Carroll Student Lounge. Thank you.
You know I love you.
Yes. So, bro, I want to give this to you as the first token of my appreciation for what we're going to do special here. You're going to help the students design it, and be their source of inspiration and insights. Man, I know they're going to have fun doing this one.
Come on now.
They're going to have fun doing this one.
So, in the words of Kobe Bryant, do epic shit.
Right? Did you translate that?
I tried.
Okay, all right. All right. So let's bring up our next great session that we have to offer you. Again, I get to disappear, so I'm super excited about the rest of this day because I already know what y'all gonna see in the rest of the day. So I'm really excited about it. Next group, come on, bless the stage and bless us with your magic. Mr. Tyrell, come on up, bro. I'll let you do the honors.
What up, though? It's a tough act to follow, but tough act to follow. But you know, we're really excited to be here. Special thanks to Dwayne for putting together a remarkable couple of days. I'm your moderator, Tyrell Kirkham. I'm the Vice President of Brand and Marketing Strategy for the Detroit Pistons. I've been in the sports industry my entire career. Started with the New York Mets, brought the Brooklyn Nets over from New Jersey, moved out to LA, opened SoFi Stadium, did their rebrand, and then found myself in the Motor City. Absolute pleasure. I want to introduce or have my wonderful panelists introduce themselves. I'll start on my left with Crystal Wyndham.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here with all of you. I am the Global Design Director at General Motors for Industrial Design. And thank you. So what that entails, so all the screens, componentry, CMF, so color, materials, finishes, all the badging inside and out, logos for all of General Motors brands. I get to develop an execution strategy for all of the brands. I also have responsibility for sustainability. I'm a part of the GM committee for that, as well as our outreach and development, which is very near and dear to my heart. Prior to being in this position, I was responsible for the interiors of all of Cadillac. So out in the lobby, there are two that I'm very, very proud of. That's the Escalade interior.
You know what I mean? You know?
As well as the lyric, the all-new electrified lyric. So real quick, I'm an artist at heart, and I pursued an art-based career, which was automotive design.
Remarkable. Remarkable.
I don't know if am I on?
To my right, a very good friend of mine, amazing, creative, someone that I've had the pleasure of collaborating with on the Piston side of things, Mr. Rick Williams.
Hello. I'm Rick Williams, an independent sneaker designer, artist, muralist. I started in 2007 with a sneaker boutique called Burn Rubber.
That's right.
Ownership. Probably one of the first ones giving you guys freshness other than Nike and Jordan. And since then, I've gone on to be a creative director and designer for things like Comedy Central and the show Detroiters. I created the opening, the branding for that television show. I designed over 50 sneakers that have come out in the market with most of the brands. Most recently with Puma. They're a sponsor of this event, I heard. And I think they are here. We have some, what I've done is basically make a career out of telling stories. So I think that's why I'm here. I've used product to tell stories and get the Detroit story out to places all over the world through product and what we've done. So that's what I'm here for.
So a little automotive industry, Rick, creative space, and now a world-renowned, Grammy-winning executive in the music industry, Che Pope.
Also, just very grateful to be here. And, like he said, I come from the music space, so to be here at something near and dear to my heart. Sneakers have been, since Jordans came out, in '84. I'm a little older than most of the people in here, so, it was like something that just changed my trajectory and my future. Like literally just trying to get, we fought and saved to get Jordans. But anyway, I'm Che, music producer first and foremost. Done a lot of records that you guys probably have known. Some you for sure know, I hope. A lot of Kanye stuff, a lot of Dre stuff, Eminem, 50 Cent, Weeknd, Aretha, Whitney Houston, Mary, Lauren. So I've done a lot of records. I've been doing the music thing for 27 years. But I think one of the reasons I'm here is I just founded a company that is based in Detroit called Workshop, and it's bringing them, kind of set, Motown left in '72. I want to really build something that's here, that's going to be here forever. So I think that's. We'll get into my story in a little bit more a little later, but that's me.
Appreciate that. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Jacques Slade, world-renowned YouTuber, creative content, film actor in a bunch of films. Happy to have you here. Just tell the group a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. So my name is Jacques Slade, primarily YouTuber. I imagine that's where, if anybody in the audience does know me, that's where it's from. Started on YouTube in 2010 when I was working for Kicks on Fire, and that's taken me everywhere, from being on television with Jeff Goldblum to now where I work with the PGA Tour, helping them tell stories about diverse voices in the golf space, while still staying true to the world that I love, which is sneakers and hip hop. So I'm excited about it. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate you.
So today we're going to take you on a little journey around storytelling. Storytelling, we hear it so often, but do we really understand the true meaning when we talk about authentic storytelling? And we have some amazing storytellers here. Before we get into the first question, when I think about storytelling, it isn't a carbon copy approach, right? Everyone's got their own unique story, and I bounced around. Some people said, hey, you did it in Brooklyn, why don't you do the same thing in Detroit? wasn't intended to be that way. I got to tell an authentic story for the city of Detroit, for the people of Detroit, around the Detroit Pistons. And I'm excited for for my colleagues here to just delve into their world and understand how storytelling has been an integral part of their day in and day out success. And with that said, we're going to kick it off with just asking the simple question. And I'll start to my left with Crystal. What does storytelling mean to you?
So when I think of storytelling, I think of two aspects. So the first being my story, how I took my love of art, drawing, being creative, and applied that to automotive design. Being born and raised here in Detroit, I think that had a definite impact on me ultimately getting in the business. But that to me is very important because there are not a lot of minorities and women in the field. So being able to tell my story so someone can see me as a proof point that you too can pursue this career. So that's one aspect of storytelling to me. On a daily at General Motors, what's so awesome about being a designer is you get to dream up what the future will be. So typically, we're designing 4 or 5 years and beyond out. So General Motors looks to their design staff to understand where we've been, our history, the brand, and staying true to the brand from an authenticity standpoint, and understanding the customer base, but really projecting what is that vehicle going to look like in the future? And we take a lot of things into account. We take, the environment in which we will be living. So we help visualize that for the company. So not just the product itself, but what could be surrounding that vehicle, how it can, or other things that can influence that design both inside and out.
Just piggybacking on that, Rick, as someone who is telling stories on your own, right? You're not working for a company. Just tell us how you approach storytelling in your day-to-day life.
I think storytelling is the key to everything that I do. That's what makes being able to understand the details that you're trying to get across and try and bring that through whatever you have, whether it be a photo, a commercial, a video, or even just the product in itself. You have to be able to find those points that people can relate to and incorporate that into the product. For example, in 2023 is the 50th anniversary of hip hop. So for that, with Puma right now, what I do with them is this Detroit Inspires the World campaign. So everything is about inspiring, and I believe that we have some of the most creative and talented people in our city. So I've taken this campaign to kind of celebrate. So through our assets that we create for the projects, we kind of highlight the people of the city. And for that next iteration, for 23, we're going to be highlighting Slum Village and their contribution of and just what they've done for the city and their contribution to hip-hop is a defining thing for us. And I think that it was the perfect thing for us to do with Puma, so that's what we're going to do next.
Super dope, super dope. And as you just talked about Slum Village and just thinking about the music industry as a whole. Obviously, you're telling stories on behalf of artists. You're creating music on behalf of artists to help them along the way with their storytelling. How does that work in the seat that you're in?
I mean, I think I have a sort of two-part storytelling answer as well. Is one in terms of approaching it with music. It's always, I had to speak yesterday, and I was talking to somebody, and they asked me about making a hit. And I said, I've never tried to go make a hit. I've always just tried to make something amazing. I've always thought of music as like being an artifact that's here once, when we're no longer here, that there's something here for the next generation and the next generation to consume. So I've always thought about it as artifacts. And the way to make an artifact in the music world is to tell a story. And that's the difference, the great songwriters. When you talk about Holland Dozier Holland in terms of, Barry's foundation at Motown, Barry was a songwriter. And then the first thing, he was like, okay, cool, I found all this amazing talent in this 2.5-mile radius, which was like the entire initial roster of Motown, which is amazing that within 2.5 miles of Detroit, you find that kind of talent. That's pretty amazing. But the first order of business was now they have to tell stories. So I have to get together some great songwriters. So that to me is the foundation of a great song. And the second reason I bring it two-part is because my company is built about storytelling. You know, when I started about foundation, you know, thinking about building a foundation for the company, the new company, and like meeting with Dan Gilbert and like, you know, he's kind of like, well, he asked me about, you know, putting a satellite office of workshop here. He just assumed that I would put the office in LA. And I was like, I'd put the headquarters here. So he was like, why? And I said, because it's the story. And it's the story I want to write. So the whole company is based around storytelling and being authentic to the purpose.
Round of applause. And then Jacques, just looking at, you know, the YouTube influence and the audience in which you serve and the sneaker community, the golf community, how does, you know, storytelling play a role in sort of your execution and what you're asked to do on a daily basis?
I think it's pretty similar, really, to all of the stories that you hear here. The way I look at stories is that it's basically life with all like the boring parts cut out, and that's how you tell like an interesting story. And then there's also the part of storytelling where I feel like there's the overt, and then there's the nuance. And that's what makes stories resonate with people. So like with GM, for instance, you know, they're designing for the future. They have this broad idea for what they're going to do for the future and how that's going to look. But then they'll do stitching that looks a certain way, that's a certain color that pops. And that's the nuance that's going to resonate with somebody. Like Rick was just talking about the 50 at the hip hop. 50 of hip hop is the overt, but the nuance is calling in Slum Village and getting them and making them important in the story. And that's how people of Detroit are really going to resonate with it. Same thing with music. Everybody writes a love song, but there's a love song about breakup or a certain situation that you went through. And that's that nuance that you add to that storytelling in that song that makes it resonate with people in a way that a general love song just wouldn't do. So when I look at what I do, I try to find the overt and I try to find the nuance in it and share that either visually or through what I'm talking about in the product that I make.
That's great. And as we think about, you know, just looking at storytelling,
Well said.
we really want to focus on, you know, your audience and ensuring that there's sort of an authentic connection with the audience. And obviously, feel free to jump in as you see fit. But how does audience factor into sort of the tee up of the narrative?
You know, audience is an interesting thing because you can't cater necessarily to the audience. Because if you cater to the audience, then you lose who you are. Because if you're just trying to impress the audience, then the audience is eventually going to tell you to do everything. And you're not equipped to do everything. You're only equipped to do with your experience and what your life tells you you're able to do. So I don't try to cater to what the audience says. You listen. You definitely listen because there could be insight. There's definitely insight in audience feedback. There's definitely things that they say. You go, okay, I didn't think about it that way. Now I know how I can put that in my voice. So I try to use audience feedback as a way to curate, in a sense, my vision of what I'm doing, as opposed to using it to dictate the vision of what I'm doing.
Yeah, I can relate with that for automotive as well, because our audience, we tap into early our customer base. So we have an opportunity to meet with our customers in their home. We conduct interviews. We show them some designs, right, and get that feedback. We're the professionals to understand where we need to be 4 or 5, like I said, further out, that the customer today may not know exactly what they want to wear in 4 to 5 years, right? So we're so immersed in the future that we listen, you know, as Jacques mentioned, and understand how to stay true to that customer. And I tell you, by being having a diverse team also helps you hit that customer base too. And then ultimately, you know, you can move forward in developing your product. But absolutely, you know, it's a balancing act, right?
Yeah,
listening
100%.
to that customer and making sure that you're pushing far enough.
Like even as like I did music a little bit when I was younger, and like I get like what the artist comes in and be like, oh, I want this. This is what I want. Can you make me this? And you know, as a producer, you have to translate exactly what that means. If they say, oh, I want a Mariah Carey song, they don't want a Mariah Carey song. They just want a really dope ballad that they can use. And you have to be able to translate that for them. So it's the same thing, just trying to follow understand what the audience wants as opposed to understanding what the audience is saying.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And Crystal, you hit on a point a little while ago, just talking about diversity and looking at this panel, all of us being Black, you know, obviously we're going to run into some adversity along the way. You know, if you can just sort of highlight some of the adversity, just as you tell your story, your personal story, you in a corporate environment, you as a creative, of some of the adversity you face just being Black in your respective field.
I can start. I mean, you know, we're Black in America. So the hurdles are already there. You know what I mean? And it's just like, okay, how are you going to approach it? Are you going to approach it like you're going to, as a defeatist, oh, I can't get in this room or I can't get in this door? No, you have to approach it as like, okay, I'm ready for this challenge. You know what I mean? This is the cards that are dealt with. This is like my people before me had to deal with way much more than we had to deal with. So it's like, all right. And then it's a matter of, I think, as a community, excellence has to be expected. It's not this thing where it's like, oh no, we're gonna get over. No, it's like, no, you have to work harder. You know what I mean? Because you have to think, if we're starting this race, there are other people that are starting this race 50 yards in front of us. We're running in the same race, trying to get to the same finish line, but they're already 50 yards in front of us. So that way, I believe in that, we have to be excellent at what we do to enter these spaces, because when we're excellent, then when we enter these spaces that we're not as, our faces, there's not, in here it's beautiful, right? There's always beautiful Black people of color in here. But, I've been in rooms where I go and, and it's one of us, two of us. And to be able to have that same confidence is because you're prepared, because you have the skill set, because you're excellent. So that's the way I've approached adversity, because the doors are gonna close, you're gonna get the no's, you're gonna get, you have to find your way in. Sometimes it's the back door. We do what we gotta do to get to where we gotta go, but be prepared and be excellent when you're there, because that's how you get through those doors and get past the adversity.
I'd like to piggyback off of that. I think that having those standards, like you said, being excellent, is how you kind of handle some of those hurdles, because your work speaks for itself, and how you are when they're working with you. Having interpersonal skills is how you get past some of that stuff. Understanding how to communicate with people is how you get past some of that stuff, and knowing what you bring to the table. And a lot of the times we are the only Black person in the room. So if I'm the only Black person in this room, who else is gonna tell the Black story? So that's my question. You're not hiring Black people, so if I am in the room, we might as well get to work, because I know my people.
Yeah, 100%. And like, I've recently gotten into golf a lot. And so I've been working with the PGA Tour, and I'm sure you guys understand who the PGA Tour is, right? So during a typical PGA Tour broadcast, they always talk about the same people, and the only Black person they really talk about is Tiger. Well deserved. Like, he deserves to be talked about. But for instance, this year there's a Connecticut Open. It's a tournament, and the tournament was first won by Charlie Sifford. I mean, he was the first Black person to win. Was Charlie Sifford? He was the first Black person to get his PGA Tour card. The first time he won on tour was at the Connecticut Open, and they weren't going to talk about it during the tournament. And it's not that I don't think that they didn't want to talk about it. It's just nobody brought it to their attention to talk about. It wasn't a story that they were used to regurgitating all the time and telling. So in the meetings, I have to be the guy, be like, hey, what about Charlie Sifford? This is the first tournament he won. Oh, we didn't think about that. But because being able to bring it up and bring up that perspective, it allows one, okay, so how are we going to approach this? And then I can present a plan like, okay, well, we'll produce a piece highlighting how he won and what that all meant, but also let's introduce him on the broadcast so that the rest of them, it's not just the internet people, let's get the broadcast, the people that are watching the tournament, let's give them the information so his name becomes something that becomes synonymous with golf just like everything else. So it's being able, like you said, being in those rooms and having the knowledge and the information to share with them, and then presenting it also. Like my goal with the PGA Tour is not to kind of cater to the diversity efforts, it's to be unapologetically black and tell unapologetically black stories and get them to tell those unapologetically black stories and not be ashamed or, we have to say it this way. No, you don't have to say it this way. Tell their story just the way you would tell anybody else's story.
I want to just add a little bit to that, a little bit of what Rick was saying. When you face adversity as a creative in, corporate America, you're of the minority in general, right? Yeah. So you seek partnership, you seek allies, and they may not necessarily look like you. So just think about that. The second thing, make sure you're focusing in on your skill set. The best thing that you can do is stay focused on what you are there to do. And don't get distracted by that. And then the third thing I would say is, yes, you may be the only one in the room, and it is difficult. So lean into the people that you find those connections with. I mean, there may be women, in my case, that we were arm in arm, like me pursuing an art-based career, that I kind of leaned into that and like that support system. My fellow African American colleagues that I went to the College for Creative Studies with, we were there and we supported each other. That's important because, yes, it's competitive, but there's a certain level of vulnerability that you have to be willing to experience so that we can all succeed.
So the adversity, right? Getting over that hurdle. And then we have to deal with the just ever-evolving world that we're living in, where what you did yesterday has changed today. And how have you had to adjust, especially in the different fields that we represent on this stage, of just keeping up with the ever-changing landscape?
I would say I feel like I'm talking too much. I feel like we adopt our stories. I don't think we change to what the landscape is we just tell our stories through a different lens. Like Rick can tell a story about the shoe he designed on a poster. He can tell it about it in a video on the internet. And he can tell it about an Instagram and an Instagram story and then a TikTok. And it's the same shoe and it's the same story. It's just you're tweaking small little things to tell that same story just in a different way. So I don't think it's a matter of changing for those platforms. It's just a matter of telling that same story but through that different lens.
I would say in the music business, it's a little different, right? You hear a lot of people talk about like where old heads are hating on the new music and this and that. And then obviously the music business has come and the rise of it, then the downfall of it with piracy and everything and then streaming and whether and not. So it is a challenging thing in the music industry to stay relevant. You hear people talk about it and how to figure it out and how does this artist have longevity, but then this artist is here today and gone tomorrow. In my case, my journey has always just been focused on the song. And if I figure, I've always felt if we make a great song, there's a place for it. There's a home for it. Doesn't matter the media, doesn't matter the landscape. And that's always been my journey. But I do know in the music industry, it's been a very challenging thing to navigate the new media, the new properties and the new models and from streaming and how does that make money and touring and the different changes in the landscape. Pandemic, obviously, taking away touring, which was 70% of an artist's income, and how they survive, they used to all this money and then it goes away. And so the music industry is definitely a place of like wellness and mental health being, so necessary because of the ups and downs. And I'm sure that's very similar to any art-based career, So.
Yeah, I would say that on the automotive side, we definitely have to move. It's to stay innovative, looking at how technology has taken over, as far as the interiors, let's say. and how much of that we're bringing in. If you look at the Escalade or the lyric, you know, big screen, big tech, you know, and how we embrace that, and all of the interface that we give to the customer, and the beauty in that, and then just trying to balance it all. Like, how does the customer want to interface with their vehicle? Is it all digital on screen versus still having some kind of tactile experience? But for automotive, like, you know, I mentioned, it's very competitive, so we have to continue to evolve. But you know your history, and you know your customer, you know your brand, and there are opportunities where, you know, things of your past, like the way you open the door in the interior and how you can reach back. You know, in the 60s and 70s, we had a door handle that inspired us on the lyric, and we just bring it back, you know, in a unique execution, you know, just bringing it forward. So just all full circle.
I would say just being observant, you know, of what's going on, and constantly taking that self-check at what you're doing and how it relates to, in my case, for a client. You know, what is the best way we can solve this problem? You know, it doesn't mean we're gonna change the story, but maybe people aren't on, what was it, MySpace? People were on MySpace back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're not on MySpace anymore. You know what I'm saying? Where are the people at? Let's go meet them where they are. So it's like, you know, and that's when you get to, with your team, and you talk to people who are looking at that. When we were in the back, Che and I were talking about how our children, like, put us up onto new things that we need to make sure that we're following. So it could be a new social platform that we might not be aware of because we're doing X, Y, and Z, but just being able to be open to it when it comes to you.
No, really good insight. And, you know, as I think through some of the things that we've discussed today, you know, as we think about like partnerships and collaborations and being very intentional with who we align ourselves with, not only from maybe someone who might be producing product for you or a brand that you're going to work with, you know, it's all about alignment with your core values. How are you approaching that, in your respective fields, to ensure that you have the right alignment? Because as I think about the Detroit Pistons here, you know, we've been very selective. We've walked away from some sponsorship deals. We've aligned with the right people, creatives in the city that represent what we stand for, in the case of Rick Williams or Ty Mopkins or Mama Soul, and the list goes on. How are you being selective there? You're afraid to walk away, you know, as far as, you know, connecting those dots?
I think from my perspective, it always starts with telling an authentic story and being honest about what I'm bringing to the table for the company. So with the Pistons, obviously I'm a community person. I'm someone that knows a lot of people in the city, and I can connect. So that's what I've done, you know, bring people there so I can help tell that story. But at the same time, I'm telling my story, you know, the story of the distinct life and the stories that we tell under that. So to me, it's just constantly taking that inventory of yourself and making sure that you're being true to that, you know, and bringing that out through all of the work that you're doing.
I mean, for me, collaboration has been just just a necessity in my life and my career. I feel like, you know, you might be able to do something yourself, you might be able to do it all yourself, but incorporating the talents and the abilities of others, to me, you know, that's like the hand coming together to make the fist, right? So it's something I believed in from day one. It's something I learned from Teddy Riley early on. When I first met Teddy Riley, I was one of those guys who just sat in a room by myself and made music. And then it was Teddy Riley that really taught me like the art of a song and the real role of a producer. So I've always thought of the producer as the connector. And he's the person that brings the different people together, whether it's the singer, the talent, the songwriter, the producer, whatever the case may be, the mixer. So I've approached my career that way in terms of collaboration. You know, when I worked with Dr. Dre, it was a team of us. And when I realized even at that level that Dr. Dre is a team full of people in the room, you know, to make this greatness, that I was like, okay, just reassured me. You know, I'd already studied Quincy Jones, and I already saw how he worked with the art of collaboration and bringing the best person for the position. You know, I need the best keyboard player. I play piano, but Greg Fillinganes is awesome, you know. So that's been the story of my journey. And now that I'm launching a company, it changes the way I even think about collaboration, right? Because now you think about collaboration as far as exposure. It's like, who do I partner with because I need to get the word out there on this company? So that's where it's been more, I guess, more acutely important that I align with the right people, right? The same core values, the same thing. So that's what I've been looking for now in collaboration. It's all about the shared journey, that we're on this journey and path together, and that's how I've been approaching it moving forward.
Definitely. Looking at from GM's perspective, who we work with, we have to know where we want to be, and we want to be an innovator. So there are certain suppliers that we partner up with that can get us to market faster with some things, and being aware of what type of products they've helped to produce. It's also understanding, hey, in the case of the diversity that we want to have, who out there is doing it best, and making sure that we're out in the community and that we're present in conversation so we can make those natural connections. Like sometimes you seek out, partnership because you know something about that organization or what they can bring, but sometimes it comes up, and being present in different forums like this, you meet great people where you can collaborate together for an end goal, Dwayne, of course, we're all connected with Pensole, and the talent there, that talent base and that pipeline is something that General Motors wants to do as well. So that partnership is very key, and it can be done in different ways. So just being present in some of those relationships just happen naturally.
And then just as we, get ready to round out our discussion, just looking for your most proud moment. For me, I've got a lot of them, but when I was with the Brooklyn Nets and, being able to bring this Biggie uniform to life, but it was more than just showing up on court. It was about, the Wonder Why Christmas Missed Us campaign, where we went into Bed-Stuy and gave kids a real opportunity for Christmas never to be missed again, and working with Miss Wallace and Mark Pitts and all those other amazing people that are part of Biggie's estate, like super fulfilling. And it was, again, more than just the product, creating these experiences and changing the community. What's your proud moment that you want to share with the group?
Well, I'll start. Personal proud moment was when Kanye told me I was inspired by the miseducation of Lauryn Hill to do what I do. So that was the personal proud moment. But in terms of just on a larger scope, a young lady pulled me aside one day and just met me like randomly on the street in New York, and just said, I can't tell you how much the miseducation pulled me through a very difficult time in my life, and that was probably my proudest moment.
Anyone else?
Gosh, there's so many things I guess you can call back to. I guess the proudest moment for me was being able to share like my grandfather's story through a sneaker. When I was young, and my grandfather used to babysit us when my parents went to work, me and all my cousins. And so me and all my cousins would ride with him in his truck early in the morning. He was retired, but he would get in his truck early in the morning. He would put us all in there, and he would go collect cardboard. And this is at like 6 o'clock in the morning. So, we're in the front seat. The sky's out in the sky. The stars are out. He's going collecting cardboard, stopping at all these random places. And at one point, Nike reached out to me and asked me to put together like a colorway for a shoe. And so I thought about this moment. I was like, what can I do that means something? And so I created there's just a Nike ID, but I used the color of his truck for the overlays of the shoe, which was like this turquoise color. His was like this turquoise rusted truck. He had these gloves that he would put on when he got out of the truck. So he would put like these work gloves on, and they had like this nappy suede on the back. And I used to always see him put them up on the dashboard when we were sitting in the truck. And so I used like nappy suede for the inlays on the black inlays. It was always early in the morning, like before the sun came up. So we would always see the stars in the sky. So I used the lunar insole because it made me think of the night. And then we had like sparkles on the insole. So it was like black and white sparkles on the insole for the stars that I put in the sky. And then he was pop, so I put PP on the back of the shoe. And then on the other shoe, it was raise a child in the way that they should go, and they will never depart from it. And like like that being able to tell my grandfather's story and how that translates to me and how that pushes me to get up early and to work hard and to make sure that I'm providing for my family, like that was like super cool for me. And I was able to do it, surprise my family, and like bought everybody in my family a pair because they knew my grandfather. And so like we all wore it like at a family reunion. So like for me, I think that's the proud moment, being able to tell that story.
Yeah, I would just say real quick, the product, the Cadillacs, very proud moment for those to launch and to see the reaction to them. But mine will also be on the people side. So, for me to be the only one is it's a proud moment to be, in this space, but I want to make sure that there are more that follow after me. So individuals in the audience today, I'm very, very proud that we have a number of Black designers in the audience that are working for GM. And one, I actually had the opportunity to give him his job, to actually say, you're hired.
I think that's the perfect place to end. We're going to pay it forward. It's an absolute honor to share the stage with such esteemed individuals. We are encouraging all of you, reach out, happy to stay connected, and thank you all for coming to Detroit.
All right. That was great. That was great. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will take a 5-minute stretch. We will have one more panel, and then we will break for lunch. Okay? So we have one more panel. We'll break for lunch, but we'll do a 5-minute stretch, and then get fed on stage, and then get fed outside. All right? All right. Hey, anybody want to share? Anybody want to share some more jewels? I didn't mean to interrupt. Y'all can keep talking. Nothing of all that? You got some? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Hopefully, I know for a fact, I'm gonna call you out for a second, Wilson. Wilson Smith, which we'll talk about Wilson later today, but Wilson had a great conversation with that young lady in the hallway. They're specifically working on products. Wilson Smith is a legend at Nike in this industry, period. But they are specifically working on products for adaptive athletes and humans. And she might want to rap to Wilson about working with him and her on something together. Yep, that'd be really cool. Really cool. Anyone else? Yes. Thank you. Yep. Happy birthday, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, that was good, huh? That one was good. Yeah, that one stuck. That one stuck. Yes. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. 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 I think you use more muscles to make a fist, too, than just extending it out and to shake someone's hand as well. Okay. Anyone else? Good. Like that one. Yes, Sam? Speak up, Sam. I have a code. Yep, that's true. And don't let anybody take that social currency from you. You're going to run across way more energy takers than givers. And you got to be careful. You have to be careful. There is truth to that saying, misery loves company. And you got to be careful that the people you're around, you want to make sure they don't take that from you. And because it's easy, because that's what they're comfortable doing, because they don't get it. They don't get energy thrown at them, and so they know no other way. And so they take it, sometimes intentionally, sometimes indirectly. It happens, but try to surround yourself with as many energy givers as possible. You want to be in conversations with people. When you leave that conversation, you're excited to do something. If you leave, and I'm sure everybody had these conversations where you see somebody's name on your phone, you be like, ooh, nope, 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 nope. Voicemail. Yep. So yeah, try to stay away from some of those people. Anyone else? What was that? Say that one more time. Ooh, yes, yes. Very good, very good. All right. I think our next panel is about to do some, about to light this couch up. Hope y'all ready. It's gonna be some more energy. Some more energy, Sam. Some more energy. All right. Mr. Kevin Carroll. He's back.
Do we have mics? Or
Yep.
am I supposed to take your mic?
I get it.
Brilliant. Okay. So this is going to be like the kitchen table. And we were actually just talking about the fact that conversations can be wide-ranging at a kitchen table, if anybody has had that kind of conversation with family, friends. And so we're going to have that kind of wide-ranging conversation, but we want to actually make sure it's of value to all of you. So that's the key thing about this. Is that fair? Is that fair? So I'd like to welcome to the stage E. Scott Morris, Melissa, Lauren, and Damien. And each of them are going to introduce themselves after they get their mics so that you get the proper level and industry that they represent. and then we will start off. I already have an opening question that I'm going to share with them, and we will go from there. I may be taking notes as I hear you all share, but once again, we'll start with you, ESM. State your name, industry you work in, titles if you have them.
E. Scott Morris. Good afternoon, everybody. And I am, say again? Oh, that's right. You got it. That's where I grew up. Gosh, been in the footwear industry 32 years. Footwear designer by trade, just designer by life. Former Marine, because you never get out of it. You just stick with it. Michigan State grad, class of 1989. And I am the chair of footwear for Pensole. Yeah.
Melissa.
I'm Melissa.
Melissa.
That's
Thank you,
okay.
Melissa.
You know, when your mom names you, they
better
do
hit that
on-
right. Yes,
you know,
properly.
as black folks, we do
Yes.
that on purpose to people. I am the senior vice president of category management for Miller Knoll. And so I'll start with this, and so I hope this doesn't, all the creatives don't move away from me. I love math. I love math. And so I'll start with that and say math is at the center of everything that I do. And I spend almost 90% of my time with creatives. So I spend most of my time thinking about insights with product, how we bring it to life, how we work with our end user customers, how it's going to solve problems. And then my other customers are all our designers and creators and so forth, making sure that they have the tools and the cash that they need to help our customers. So that's what I do.
Thank you, Melissa. Lauren.
Hi, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. It's been an incredibly inspiring day. I am Lauren Guthrie. I lead Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Action for VF Corporation and also Global Talent Development. VF Corporation is a home to 12 big global brands. Hopefully you've heard of Vans, Timberland, The North Face, Supreme, et cetera. And have been doing this work of really elevating inclusion and belonging across associate experience, consumer experience, society, and movements for the past 2 years. So this has been a recent shift for me. Prior to that, my entire background was in merchandising and product development. So this space is near and dear to me. Really excited to be part of this incredible panel. And with that, I will hand it over.
Damien.
Thank you. Peace, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Damien Hooper Campbell. I have the supreme honor of being StockX's first Chief Impact Officer. StockX was founded here. For anybody who, like me, may not be from here, or even if you're from here and don't realize, StockX was founded like 10 minutes away from here, and we're proud that Detroit is home, though we're a global company. As Chief Impact Officer, I have the responsibility internally for diversity, equity, and inclusion, externally for community giving and community engagement, and then also for what we call ESG, or environmental, social impact, and governance, which is just a fancy word for taking care of our environment, looking after our folks, and making sure things are right from a regulation standpoint. And then just really quickly, prior to this, I was the first Chief Diversity Officer for Zoom. Before that, first Chief Diversity Officer at eBay, and same role at Uber, and then a background in finance and academia. So very happy to be here with y'all and with my colleagues here on this panel.
Thank you so much. So one of the things that I know we discussed briefly in the back is the diversity of our experiences and the uniqueness of our journeys, the interests, the variety of the interests, math. Oh, we're going to talk about that. Yes, for sure. And I want to start off with something to just get you in the mood for conversation. And I want to ask a simple question. What's giving you hope today? Anyone that wants to start off? Lauren, you're looking at me like those like intense eyes. So what's giving you hope today?
Yeah, easy answer for me, my children. I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. And their tenacity, their clarity of self, their willingness to be part of solutions, their eagerness to contribute to this world is everything I want to harness and keep. I don't think it's naivete, I think it's strength. And so I learn from them every day and have hope for the future based on the incredible gifts that they're giving to the world, even at such a young age.
That's wonderful. Where do you live?
I live in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, 5 points. I know about Denver. We could talk. Yes, math, Denver. We're doing that. You know, I was in military intelligence. You see, I was black Jason Bourne back in the day. So I'm just collecting my dossier. And East guy's like co-signing. Yes, he was. Yes. So Melissa, what's giving you hope today?
You know what is? I think the world, because of technology, is so open, and so many folks, their voices can be heard. There's so many platforms. There's so many ways that people can hear your message. And not all messages are good, but there were times when to scale, to get your message across the world was really, really tough. And I think it's powerful. I mean, I have some kids. I have 7-year-old, 5-year-old little girls, right? And they're going to be YouTubers the minute we let them post. We don't let them post just yet. But in their minds, right, what they have to say is really, really important. And they have a firm belief that they can put it out there and people are going to listen. You know, growing up as a kid, you were to be seen and not heard. And so I just love that evolution. That is to me, evolution revolutionary, that these little girls know that, you know, their voices are important and can be heard. There's just something so amazing about that.
And we had a panel, the L word, which was really powerful, right? And so, I mean, they could be the next group up here, right, as being and expressing that and knowing that they have permission to express themselves.
Well, I think with the Sheroes, look, that was beyond, I don't know what I was expecting, but it had me in stone cold silence, just watching this cyclical thing that those ladies are doing. And then, you know, the VP of product design at Allbirds, I just said, hey, I really want to talk to you after this a little bit. As we try to fund our kids someday to go to college, it's going out the door to Allbirds, and I just want to tell her, stop making those products so nice. I got to put my kids through school, and we're spending all the money on the Allbirds. But it's just so inspirational. It's just so inspirational to see that and think about how you pay it forward. But it starts when you're a little kid, right? If you have great role models at home, my grandmother was awesome. Like, more people, put some more soup, put some more water in the soup, right? You put some more neck bones. Neck bones were cheap at that time, and it's amazing to see that, right, in such a sophisticated way today. And so super impressive. And I know their journey wasn't easy, and they're still on it, and super excited. Like, gosh, we're going to get to be a part of helping extend that in any way we can. So it's just amazing. So I just went off on a trail.
Well, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I went off on a trail.
We at the kitchen table. You said neck bones.
Yep.
We good.
Hey.
This is appropriate.
We ain't had lunch
Beef
yet.
neck bones. Beef neck bones. Right. My father was some beef neck bones. All right.
It's good. In case somebody was like recording that, and just in case. Yes, Damien, what's giving you hope today?
Yeah, I appreciate this question, and let me preface it by saying there's a lot of madness going on in the world. So love to anybody in here who may be watching this in person or later, for anything you may be going through. Love to you. Hate is giving me hope. So if you think about a pendulum, right? A pendulum is only going to go so far. Mm-hmm. And it's going to swing to such an egregious and extreme end that at some point, it got to come back. And whether it was through unforeseen catalysts like COVID that made all of our behinds slow down and actually pay attention to our parents, to our kids, to our pets. In some cases, like, we realized the relationship we in wasn't the one because we had to spend so much damn time with this person all of a sudden.
Facts.
And we were like, oh,
Facts.
This ain't it. But that in and of itself is beautiful. And as I look at whether it's politics, whether it's violence, things are happening now, and then you add in the technology where we're being hit with it so much. At one point, I was worried we were becoming desensitized as a society. Now I'm starting to see reactions in the comments on Insta. I'm starting to see reactions in conversations where people are like, yo, that's crazy. Even people who were sitting on this side of the aisle are looking at people on their side of the aisle and being like, yo, fam, that's crazy. You're bugging. And so, unfortunately, it takes crisis sometimes for us to see each other as human beings. But I prefer that out of this crisis comes something really positive, and we're starting to see flickers of positivity, of people getting in their right minds because they're seeing people out of their right minds. And I hope that that's something that we'll hang on to, we'll learn from it, and ride that as a more consistent wave over time.
And I think one of the wonderful outcomes of that mindset and your thinking is that just belief that we will swing back. Right. And I've said that the pandemic, there was power in the pause. Yeah. Right? There was power in the pause, and we all were forced to pause, and it was a global traumatic event.
Yes.
So you could talk to anyone, anywhere in the world, and you're talking about the same topic. It was really fascinating, and so I think we all were collectively going through something together, and we all were finding a way to get through that together, and so I think you're spot on about that. And when we talk about, this kitchen table and empathy, I think that is something that really drew everyone together, and humanity had to pause, right? And had no choice, and got nowhere to go and got nowhere to be, and you better get happy with yourself. And a lot of people met themselves for the first time too, right? Yes, they did. Right? ESM, what's giving you hope?
All right, so I got three things. The first one is change. I have never seen so much change in everything for the good, right? I watch people say, I'm not doing that job no more. I'm not putting up with that, and they made a change, right? The second one is chance. I watched more people during the pandemic and now in the post-present pandemic, I watch people take chances that years ago they would have never taken. They're like, man, I'm going across the country. I'm going around the other side of the world. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And watching it work. Probably the third thing was choice. That's probably the thing I like the most. Because now we live in a world, if you have a particular set of skills, you get to choose what you want to do. And if you don't like what's being presented, you can say, thank you, I'm gonna go the other way. But if I took those three and I kind of pulled them down into the lowest common denominator, it'd probably be faith. Just simply believing. Believing in people, possibilities, opportunities. We've heard it today in multiple facets. People saying, you know what, don't give up, don't quit. We can say it, but living it is a hard thing to deal with. But I will say this, if you have that internal detail that you can, like you said, the energy, you can feel it still buzzing. It was like, I'm not out the game yet. I'm not out yet. Use it. Use what you have. I know Jason Maiden's up there. We were laughing last night talking about forming Voltron if we have to, right? That's another story for another time. But what I'm getting at is sometimes you got to align with other people. They get you fired up and be like, man, I know you can do it. Girl, I know you can do it. And that faith and belief that you can.
And I think, first of all, alliteration. I'm always about some alliteration. So change, chance, and choice. I think there's something powerful about that. But each of you actually shared something that I think will be really inspiring to the next gen and the folks in the room here, right? The idea of your kids wanting to have this opportunity, recognizing the technology as offering a platform for them to raise their voice, the notion that they don't have to succumb to hate, they can elevate hope, and they can take a chance, they can make a change, and they have a choice. Facts on facts on facts, right? So the more that you all, are you hearing what we're saying here?
Intelligence.
So one of the things I think is, yeah, I know, that was it on display, my Blackborn right there, yes. So the thing that I think is so important for all of you is as you hear our esteemed panelists share their insights, is to take what you need from this conversation. There will be a morsel of motivation that you need specifically. Be present and take that. And one of the things that you all were sharing is all this wonderful wisdom, but wouldn't it have been amazing if you had it when you were a kid? right?
Yeah.
So if you were going to write a letter to your younger self based on your journey, this amazing, eclectic, haphazard twists and turns, what would be that cheat code? What would be that unlock that you would want to give yourself or to the next gen, right? Or to Lauren or Melissa's kids or somebody that, hey, I'm gonna put you on and here's what I'm gonna share with you, or this audience. What would you wanna share? What would that story be, Damien?
Yeah, it's funny when you said, don't you wish you had had all of this back then? Intuitively, I said yes. And then I was like, I'm sure people told me all this back then. And I'm sure I was like, nah, B, I got this. So there's part of me that says yes. So maybe what I wish I'd had is more maturity earlier. But then at the same time, I'm just a believer in the divine nature of things. Like, there are certain bumps that I went through that got me right to this stage right here. And sure, I have regrets. We all do. I'm not going to front. But like, I'm happy I bumped my head a couple of times. I'm happy I didn't go down this door and I went down this other one that introduced me to people and opportunities. So maybe the thing that I would say to myself, honestly, which is agnostic of industry, is like to take better care of myself. I know that seems really basic, but like, I'm 43. You hit like 30 plus, things start like,
man,
aching,
you better tell somebody.
You got to put some, what's it called, WD-40 on your knees and stuff.
Yes.
And like, the best thing to keep you good for your kids, for your spouse, for your parents who are, and loved ones who are depending on you, and for your career, whatever you decide to do, is to be right, like mind, body, and spirit. And so I mean it holistically, as I wish that there were practices around Buddhism and Christianity that I had adopted earlier in my life. I wish exercise had been a thing earlier in my life, and I wish that I had just been maybe more consistent and committed to it.
And I think that's so spot on, because I spoke about energy earlier and the importance of energy and how it's your social currency. And if you had more knowledge, but you had to go through what you went through. So that's also, you know, my nana would say a hard head make for a soft behind, right? You're gonna be hard-headed, you're gonna get tenderized a few times, right? But you're gonna learn, right? And so I think you needed to go through the things you went through for you to appreciate where you're at now. I love that, I love that. Lauren.
Yeah, a few things. I think every experience is a gift. And for me, I think as a child, I was taught to achieve. That means failure is wrong, bad, right? Similar to what you're saying. But every no is an opportunity to learn, to finesse your vision, to assess your skills, to assess the path. Success is not a highway, it's a journey. And so I would encourage myself to lean into, or to be open to the yeses. You know, I was a history major in college. I don't know what thought I was gonna do with that degree, but it certainly isn't the work that I'm doing now. And I sit in this seat because I focused on building skills, I focused on learning from experiences, and I was open to evolution. Open to say yes to the gifts that were put in front of me, and not to lament the no's, but to take that time to reassess. And we've heard a lot about the term authenticity today, and I think it's a really important notion, but sometimes it can be a trap. It can keep us caught in the story of ourselves versus being honest and open to the moments that come, and being everything that you are in that moment, and using that moment as a catalyzing force forward versus where did I think I needed to be, or what did I think I wanted to be. And so I just encourage all of you, and if I could go back and talk to my younger self, it would be to say, be open. Be open to changing, to evolving, to growing, and seize the moments that come for what they are. And I'm excited to see what happens in the next stage of my career. I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up, right? And so we'll see what happens tomorrow, but I'm committed to where I am today and continuing to grow and evolve.
I love that. And you got that Serena thing going. You evolving. We ain't retiring, we evolving. Yes, and there's a beautiful quote, ever tried, ever failed, no matter. Try again, fail better. Right? And so that's all that is, right? Is that's the way that you learn, is by skinning your knees, right? And failing forward. And so I think there's something really magical about that intention and that attitude and that mindset and that courage. E. Scott Morris.
All right. Probably one of my favorite things I would have told myself is it's going to be okay to live in the fantasy of reality. Now, that sounds kind of crazy.
No, say that again.
It would be okay to tell myself, dude, it's okay to live in the fantasy of reality. And what I mean by that is everybody knows that they can make the perfect shot, that you could flick the penny across the room and it would go perfectly into the slot or the quarter to get what you wanted, right? That you could make the impossible shot, that you could jump over the car, and you know what? Do what no one thought you could do. Nobody said that to me. I just started doing it. And by the time I started doing it, it started hitting me, I can do all this stuff. That means I'm a superhero. No, right? And I did my own stunts until about 5 years ago. But what I mean by that is this. It goes back to the chance. Take the chance. Do what you think is impossible because it's going to be okay. You heard people say, fail fast. Yeah. Then if you're going to fail, man, make it a full-on awesome production. Like go off the meter. Be like, man, he went off the meter. He's crazy, right? But they're going to remember you. Even if they say, no, we don't want you. Which goes to my next one, which is, my grandmother used to say it, and I didn't grab it, and now I got it. She used to always say, see that word no? I said, yeah. She goes, now put a T and a Y-E-T next to it. So what does that mean? She said, not yet, baby, not yet. You're going to get your turn. You're going to get your turn. So when somebody tell you no, I just smile and be like, not yet, right? And just be like, all right, I'll get my moment. And so those are my two.
I love that. I love that. And the idea of not yet, right? And that's that whole idea I've been saying, nothing's microwavable. Success is not microwavable. It's not going to happen overnight. You got to trust and believe hard work never goes unrewarded.
So true.
Melissa.
So I'm gonna go full circle. I'm gonna go back. The reason why I said I love math is because there was a time in my life that I knew I loved math, but I was a kid. I lived on the 6th floor in housing projects, and little black girls didn't love math, right? We loved a lot of things. We liked to double dutch. We liked to do all those types of things, right? And I grew up in a period of time where it was we lived Black Panthers. My parents grew up around that, and it was all around social justice. So I was going to be a prison warden, right? And I put math in the closet, and I did math. I pull it out. I do it. I'd solve problems that way. But I never really was open and said, that's what I really love to do, right? And then having a clear understanding of math isn't just math. Math does a lot of things. It's behind a lot of things that we do that are good. So I would go back to my younger self and say, do what you love. And if you have talent at it, wow, the world has all types of room for you. And I would just go back and just do math and understand what math could do. And so it's like I'm coming out of the class. I'm not in love with all types of math, right? I'm in love with formulas and some of those things. So I would say do what you love to do. Also, don't do what people tell you to do, right? What they think you should love, even if it's their love. And so I would just go back and tell myself, like, just do what you love, because one day you can make it a profession. It's part of my profession. I absolutely have the best job in the world. I try to keep it a secret because there's going to be somebody there that's going to try to steal my job. But I have the best job in the world, right? And it centers around something that is foundational that I'm pretty good at.
I love the fact that you said, do what you love. And it's so important to be celebrated for that too. That's the other piece that we need. We need that affirmation from someone that they see you. We need to feel seen. And had someone maybe intervened, but you also had to have courage to show that you were into numbers that way, maybe there was someone that would have maybe stepped in, but we wouldn't have you right now. So to your point, right, you had to go through the things, like Damien said, you had to go through the things so that we have you right here. And you love your job, and you do exceptional work, right? And everyone is benefiting from it, and you still, I know you pulling out a problem or two, and you, like even the clock, I'm doing this math thing, right? I know you're doing that still, right? Facts. Yes. So one of the things that I know about this audience here is we've been sharing, wonderful morsels of advice and insight, but if there was that one special piece of advice that you would offer this audience? Because we've been already doing each one, teach one and sharing that, but I want to make sure they take away something that you think is that unlock, would be that wayfinder, would be that cheat code for them. What might that be? So Lauren, would you share that little bit of morsel of wisdom or insight? So now you're doing your Morgan Freeman moment, so.
No pressure.
Yes.
I think I'll lean on a quote from one of our amazing partners, the CEO of Outdoor Afro. Her name is Rue Mapp. And she says that change moves at the pace of relationships. And I think it's so important to think about that, especially to your point around the times that we find ourselves in. And I think, celebrating the theme of this panel, empathy is so critical to honest, transparent, transformational relationships. And I truly believe that change, whether that's your next step in your career, or for many of us, our work isn't just about producing product, it's about changing lives. It's about changing systems to support how we elevate lives. And so being able to think about the quality and the intentionality of your relationships to not only pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but those around you and behind you, and honoring those that came before you is really important. So I encourage all of you to think as strategically about your relationships as you do about your actions. Inevitably, they are connected, and that's the path to holistic communal success.
I love that. I've always said that your network is your net worth. Your network is your net worth. And so the relationships, and stop trying to be so transactional with people. Be transformational with people. Yeah. Build. Right? But we always, how can you put me on? What can you do for me? And it's not about that. It's much more than that. E. Scott Morris.
Wow. All right. So this one is coming from one of my favorite people who is now interviewing God on an extended basis, my dad. I used to always notice he would do things completely out of order, but he would find a way to get it done. Here's the cheat code. Don't conform until you have to comply. Does that make sense? I'm gonna say it one more time. Don't conform until you have to comply, meaning go outside the lines, bend every single rule so you can do what you wanna do, and only get reeled in when they say you're breaking the law. Then, all right, I'll stop now. But until then, man, wire it so that you can become almost untouchable and yet tangible. They can get you, but they can't get you. That's when you know you got them. So I'm gonna stop there.
I love that. And you, oh, Melissa, you got like, she sat up when you said that, like, oh, that is me. Like, what happened? Like,
I love math. I'm a rule breaker, not a rule follower. I think, so just really quickly, I'm gonna tell you guys real quick, all the jobs that I've had. Ooh, I've been a juvenile probation officer. I've been a professional basketball player. I've been leading giant sales organization, distribution organizations. I've been a product manager. I even worked at Head Start. That didn't go so well. But what I would say to that is simply take the risk that will take you somewhere new.
Can you say that again?
Take the risk that will take you somewhere new.
Say less. Man. Come on now. Wow. That's what, he got you and then you dropped that pearl.
Yep. That is it.
All right, so I've got a 1-year-old daughter. It's my first time being a parent, and her name is Love. And I take that real serious. I'm not always the best lover as a human being. I'm working on it all day. But this whole thing around empathy, just really quick, if you're able, how many of you today at any point have thought about whether or not the entrances that you've been coming into, in and out of all day, are wheelchair accessible? How many people actually thought about it?
I didn't think about
it. Okay, look around. Just look around. It's not because you're bad people that you didn't think about it. It's because most of us maybe have never used a wheelchair, have never been proximate to somebody who uses a wheelchair. So my advice to you, grounded in love and grounded in empathy, is one, proactively seek out other communities that you're not familiar with and get to know them. I don't care who it is, we all have biases towards other communities, we do. Break those down by getting to know people and understanding their experiences. And then the other part of that is just simply, as this world continues to pump things into our heads that make us, that force us to retreat to our own tribes, think of an alternative reality where maybe just like you grew up hearing things at the dinner table, other people grew up hearing things at the dinner table, and none of that will change until you all walk in each other's shoes. And so really love and empathy, but you owning that is the cheat code that I think will help in anything that you do.
Thank you so much. And I think, you know, a beautiful thing about our stories matter, and people need to believe our stories, right? Because those are our lived experiences, and that's the way that we start to understand. So living in someone else's, it's not about their shoes, it's believing that they're in those shoes, right? And belonging is our key thing. And so I'll leave you all with this wonderful quote from James Baldwin. You have to decide who you are and force the world to deal with you, not with its idea of you. And if we show up authentically and genuinely as we are in our full and glorious way, then my gosh, we got a fighting chance, don't we?
Yes, we
Please
do.
put your hands together for my amazing panel, ESM, Melissa, Lauren, and Damien. Thank you for your time and attention. Be well, Godspeed.
And give it up for Kevin. Give it up for Kevin.
How about that? Catalyst.
Yes.
Huh? Woo.
All right. You already know. Oh.
All right. How y'all feel about that? Good. Okay. I know y'all hungry. We're going to go get something to eat about an hour. We're going to keep the lights on when y'all come back because we know what's going to happen if it's dark and we finish eating. If you get a chance, you can eat outside. There's tables on either side of the building or outside. Get some fresh air. You guys been in here for a while. But we're going to come calling at like 55. So y'all can come back in here because it's y'all fault we started late. I won't mention no names, half of y'all. Man, that was great. That was a great side A. That was great. All right, food is outside. Make a right, go to the back. Eat. Eat. Thank you. All right, come on in. How was lunch? Y'all talk to some people? Okay. Y'all meet somebody new? Okay. All right, that's good. Anybody strike any deals? I don't need to know. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. All right. How was side A? Yeah? Okay. All right. B side. So when we were constructing the forum, as I mentioned earlier, the theme was 845 days later. Side A was really an update and the celebration of what we were able to kind of accomplish. You guys meet some dynamic people and hear their stories. Side B is about that action, okay? So now we're gonna get a bit more tactical of 845 and beyond, okay? 845 and beyond is just as, if not, well, actually more important than the 845 in the first half. Because as much as in the first half, you know, Terence shared, you know, his story of his brother and his family, and he specifically said he wants us to do our part, right? And that's what this second half is our part. And so we got some heat on the stage coming. The first group of ladies that we have to share with you is something that I never thought I would see a company do. I never thought I would see a company specifically say, we want to help Black and brown women. Never thought I would see that. Never. And these ladies that are about to grace this stage are about to share the story of that, how it came about, how it's evolving, and what the future is going to look like. Okay? So Jazz, come on out. Introduce your dynamic panel, and I'll disappear again.
Hey y'all, I'm back with the amazing, amazing women of Seed. If y'all ladies want to come on out, I'm going to reintroduce you to them, Miss Sharice and Jessica and Liz. This is the Creator at the Center discussion. It is a discussion on the impact of the Seed program and its creator-centric approach. And so today we have one sidebar. I love when a Black woman got a long title, y'all. Okay, absolutely. She said, I am everything. I'm that girl, sis. Okay, she said, I am the Seed co-founder and leadership development lead, as well as the current lead of Adidas North American Purpose Team, Miss Jessica Smith. All day I've been reading the long titles. I love it. We have Seed's other co-founder, Ms. Liz Connolly, who is also the Senior Manager of Design, Education, and Growth at Adidas. And right here, Ms. Sharice Thornhill Goldson, who is the Director of Design, Education, and Growth, as well as the Director of Seed at Adidas. So welcome, ladies. How many of y'all were at the conversation they had yesterday at the pop-up? Yes, so I kind of want to kick off for those that were not able to join us with Sharice. Let's talk about what is Seed. Explain it for the people in the audience.
So Seed is actually a program I think I've been preparing for my whole life, but didn't even realize it. I think sometimes when you are just going through life and you're chasing your dreams, you never actually know how it's going to materialize into something much greater later in life. So Seed stands for School for Experiential Education in Design, a 2-year program for women of color to gain access into the footwear industry. So we actually pay our students to learn. And at the end of the 2 years, they're offered a full-time role within the brand. Yeah.
Woo, okay, that's a paid opportunity for women of color, a 2-year track to get into the industry. And once they're in the industry, this first question is really about preparing the next generation of creators. So in the age of silent quitting and the Great Resignation, how are you guys engaging and preparing the next generation of creators?
It's an interesting time, right, where people are choosing how they want to show up and how they want to spend their time. And so, you know, we're operating Seed in a corporate environment, and we're preparing women of color to come into that corporate environment. And I think what brings us each to this stage is that we're really in the business of unlocking human potential and really people's choice and their ability to choose. And we know our history as a people, a lot of our choices are taken away from us. And we are here to change that. And so I have spent the entire of my career with a sharp point on leadership at different spaces. So worked in higher education as an educator and administrator, and I've worked at the intersection of higher education and industry the majority of my career as well, studying what allows people to unlock their potential, what allows people to be successful. And you'll hear me say it over and over again, this concept of leadership. And I think our leadership curriculum that's at the heart of Seed is not only powerful for our students, but it's powerful for each of us. When we think about the people who have been sitting on this stage all day, what they've been able to hone, what was their unique skill set that they had that allowed them to be the one and not the other. And it's this notion of leadership that's allowed us to accelerate the pace of impact for our students. It's what allows them to show up every day and impress teams that they're working for. And so leadership's a big word. It's thrown around all the time. What do we mean by that? I won't go through all of our 8 C's, which are core competencies of Seed, but I'll start with confidence. Where are we taught confidence? Some of us on the basketball court, some of us with our parents, right? Confidence is at the heart of our curriculum. And if you were with us yesterday, you heard our students say, I needed to know that it was possible for me. There's this notion of self-efficacy, which is just believing in our ability to do something. Believing in our skateboarding self-efficacy, our design self-efficacy, our public speaking self-efficacy. And just by changing someone's thought process about their ability to do something is a huge unlock, and that we see that every day. Collaboration, right? Sharice went to one of the top design schools. How much time did you spend working in teams versus silently sketching in your dorm room? We know in the creative space, we have a lot of introverts. We've heard that on the stage here today, right? From the beginning of your time in Seed, it's not I, it's we. And that's something that sets our students apart as well. Creativity, another piece, right? Now y'all probably know how to practice that. You probably have your toolkit. You know how to continue to refresh and gain new insights and stay relevant. But that's a piece around curiosity and creativity that's important for us as well. Courage. How do we take risks? How do we continue to stand up, take our seat at the table, even when it's only us? So these are the pieces when you talk about creating the next generation of leaders. It's refining and honing and teaching these things that are oftentimes silent and hidden from us. They're the things that are exchanged in cultural capital, social capital, right? And so we're really excited, not only for ourselves, for our students, but we've also started to bring some of our leadership curriculum to mid and executive level audience as well, because we don't believe that you should already be a leader to be able to be taught these things or access them or refine them. And I will do a little plug for our workshop tomorrow where we'll be workshopping and introducing some of these pieces. But this has been the heart of what we believe.
Amazing, amazing. I want to talk about a little bit about the traditional design path. So Sharice, if we could kind of start with your journey, what was that experience like at traditional design school, and in what ways were you prepared for corporate America, and were you not prepared for corporate America?
Yeah, I'm always going to be an advocate for education wherever you can find it and get it. And I think growing up in South Florida at the time that I grew up down there was this chase for college, right? You had to go to a 4-year institution, and that was pretty much pushed, you know, in my own family, then also in the high school I attended. So the high school I attended was Design Architecture Senior High in South Florida, and we had a lot of us that actually migrated up here to Detroit to attend College for Creative Studies. And, you know, I learned a lot. It was a great education. I thought I was 100% prepared, right? Because I'm still paying for that education. But I learned very quickly that there were gaps. I had a great technical skill set that I acquired here. I met a lot of other amazing designers, and I learned from them from all over the world who I would have not have met otherwise, but I realized very quickly that I didn't necessarily have the soft skills I needed to advocate for my own concepts, to ask questions when I didn't understand things. I had a lot of great mentors like Jeff I see over there in the corner, and E. Scott, and J. May, and Dwayne, and Kim, like I said before. Without those mentors actually really teaching me the game, because there is a game and that you don't learn it in college and you actually can't pay for it, someone has to actually invest in you so that you're able to learn and be successful. So a lot of ways I was prepared, and a lot of ways I wasn't. And in terms of leadership and what Jessica mentioned, I didn't learn what leadership meant at my level until my 5th year in the industry, because I was a part of our Black Employee and Friends Network, which is a great organization. Wherever company that you're in, I really suggest joining that so that you can build a sense of community. And then you have access to other leaders and you gain those nuggets that's gonna help you get from step 1, you know, to the 5th step, because what you get in college is great to get you in the door. It's tough to move up thereafter because you don't have the skill set to be able to build those relationships, really learn, you know, the other things in terms of leadership that you need to get to the next level.
And I think those skill sets, that kind of leads to a great point. We talked about the leadership, but Liz, kind of going to you, have you found a gap in the skill sets that the brands were in search of and the skill sets that the kids coming out of college had?
Yeah, so I mean, you hear Sharice's story, and I think you know, we'll never say that the university model isn't a good pathway to be coming into the industry. It always will be, but even the top talent from the top art schools, most prepared to enter the industry in a design role, they were still missing a lot of the development on some of the areas that Sharice pointed out. So a lot of the like future leadership skills, some of the C's that we talked about with Jessica. So we started to look at, okay, if we're hedging so hard on our early talent, who should be our high potential talent, right? The future leaders of the brands of the industry that we're working in, why are we so focused on finding those that already have these hard technical skill sets that also require access to a lot of softwares and resources that you're only able to get if you have access into certain lanes, certain educational opportunities, certain work opportunities, certain communities, certain social capital networks as well. And so we said, if we could then instead focus on who has the highest potential for leadership, who has these qualities of like the courage to take steps forward, the creativity, the confidence, the collaboration, et cetera. If we could see people with those values and then create a program that actually accelerated the hard skills that are all teachable, and then continue to develop the soft skills and create a balance where we actually lean more leadership rather than technical skill set in our recruitment, we could find that we could get future leaders for the entire design org that way.
I kind of want to lean in there a little bit more with Jessica, who I know probably is the perfect person to speak to this, but I want to talk about human-centric design, if you can kind of overarch that for the people here and how that informs your creator-centric approach at Seed.
One of the C's that I didn't talk about really connects to the concept of compassion and empathy. And I think a lot of what brings people to design as opposed to art is their desire to create products that are going to impact people in the world, right? And so I think what we've been able to do, Sharice and I teaming up together, is to think about how do these two worlds really feed off each other to create a better person, but also a better product that's going to make an impact and create a new solution for people. And so that's been a beautiful marriage. But Sharice, you might want to speak to it a little bit more.
Yeah, so for the designers in the room, I'm going to really advocate for talking to real people when you start your projects off. I'll just say that early on in my career, it wasn't pushed that you actually go and you chat with real people to get those real insights. I think that was a part of the process that was vastly overlooked. We would just create a persona. Right? There's Sally, who's from Michigan, and she's between the ages of 18 and 26, or, you know what I mean? It's not real, and I think when you look at the product, you can tell that it didn't come from a real insight because it means nothing to no one.
Doesn't solve a problem.
It doesn't solve a problem. And I think when you really hone in on who's the key person that you're solving this problem for, and have you understood them? Have you gone out and gone to the court and watched them practice? Have you even spoken to them? Have you asked them what products they're using currently and why? How much did they pay for it? What's their purchasing power? Like when you get to find out those actual key insights, and it requires compassion, it requires being compassionate, it requires understanding someone's circumstances, you can actually create a better product for them, and you can create something that really maybe didn't even have a brief. Right? But sometimes we don't have the courage, which is also why it's one of our C's, to ask questions and challenge the brief we may receive from our marketing counterparts, because we believe that's the gospel and we just have to work to that. We just stay in our lane and we just design in the corner. No, we should be elevating just past our job description and really understanding end to end, why are we creating this and who is it for? Because design can really impact every part of the process, not just our small little part of it. So.
I love that. Let's see. Y'all have 7 minutes left. I only have one left for you before we open it up for Q&A. So if you guys have a question after this last question, the ladies here will be happy to answer it. If you have a question on their approach or the SEED program or how to find out about some of their workshops coming up. I don't know if you want to plug the creator camps as well, but how can the people in this room leverage their own identity and leadership skills to creatively solve their own problems?
You want me to take that one? Sure. So we did a workshop earlier this year, which is really amazing. Shout outs to Jason Maiden, because he really helped to bring this to life. We had an opportunity to do our first creator camp for executives. So we had executives from tons of different brands. This was at the Fortune Brainstorm session earlier this year. And we started to think about compassion and empathy and how we were able to bring that to our own process to really expand our creativity and what that looks like. And we came up with this concept of the creativity toolbox. And it was a concept of, when you look back across your life, we actually collect things. So each of us had something special. I obviously had a book because I'm a nerd like that. And I had a book that was really special to me. Jessica had a quote from her grandmother. And everyone had something special in this box because we really wanted to impress upon everyone that was attending to say everything you've experienced in your life, good, bad, or indifferent, is something you can leverage and pull from. And it allows you to connect with others. So we actually had a box set up in the middle of the space. And one by one, we took those things out of the box and we talked about those particular things. And I really think it helped everyone in the room identify with each other's humanity because we all had a story. And it was such a powerful moment. I think that's now going to be something we include in each one of our sessions like that. But sometimes we don't look at each other for our humanity. We only see everyone on their facade and our own biases that we see through. So to be able to see someone else's humanity is really key, and it can really actually unlock your own creativity. Yeah.
The one thing I'll add to that too is we're here to celebrate today, and that's what we've heard on this stage, but I think the reality of a lot of our journeys too are the challenges, the walls, the glass ceilings that are still very real. And I think it's those moments that we sit with ourselves and say, how do I have energy to keep going? What can I do after all these years of fighting to be in this industry and having the seat at the table to stay, to continue to stay connected, inspired, to continue to get better myself? And I think that's what we've kind of unlocked, and what Sharice is speaking to is how do we go within and continue to refine? Someone sitting up here today talked about being icy, right? And a lot of times we're running to the HR partner, or we're trying to network, or we're going to our hiring manager to say, knock, 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 what can you do for me? And I think what mastering the creator within and this concept of leadership and creativity is that we have tools that we have not yet unleashed within ourselves, and that's the topics and the workshops that we want to do at all levels to make sure that we can continue to show up as our best selves and undeniably be ready for and asked for that next seat and that next opportunity.
I have to cough. I have a little too cough, like my eye is running. Let's see. Well, we're going to open up for questions. Do you guys see anybody out there? My eye is...
Any questions, anybody?
So I just got in, so my apology. I hear a lot of comments about working with, and then I think I understand from working with a lot of our partners that there's a huge void in our industry for female entrepreneurs. And I may have missed you guys talking about it, but do any of you got a thought or point of view on how women can help fill some of the space that right now is primarily being burdened? It's not a burden, but I can't speak for women the way you guys can, right? And I think it would be helpful if we had more female entrepreneurs in the industry. Is that something you guys spoke about or something you got a point of view on?
I think I can share at least that in all of our Creator Camp concept is about doing workshops, educational awareness around creative careers, and we build different communities across the nation. People that maybe sneakers and sneaker design brings them in, but that's not necessarily it. And I'll just say that maybe 70% of the people who do our creator camps are female Black women in entrepreneurship or pursuing it. So they're there. And if I can be a direct liaison, I'll give you my phone number. You can reach out to me anytime and I'll connect you to the people I'm meeting because they're everywhere. So I'll say that to start.
We started with a discipline in design with the hope and know that this model can actually apply. A 2-year alternative pathway can apply to so many different fields, right? And that's why we're so passionate about it, coming and sitting and connecting with each of you, because we want to see it grow and expand to potentially entrepreneurship or development, if you will. And so we're happy to kind of share and open up our resources, and we need folks with seats at the table like yours to reconsider who are we hiring in those opportunities on the agency side or what else, to kind of tap into new communities or new individuals to build that trust and that relationship and give them those business.
All right, you guys have 1 minute left if we don't have any other questions. We have one right here.
There's this book, it's called Empowering Yourself. It was written by a Black man and talking about the game. He basically was a high potential talent his whole career, got to a point where he wasn't advancing. And he basically wanted to study and write a book about the game that is usually owned by certain people and that look a certain way, right? To the point of how many CEOs do you know with a mustache? I say this to say that there is an archetype or a profile for all of us in leadership positions. Now, we have to edit ourselves potentially more based off of what that profile is. We don't want to tell anybody to say, you have to wear your hair this way, you have to dress this way, you have to speak this way. What we want to say is, this is the norm in this space, and you have a choice to decide how you want to show up and how you want to operate in this space. Sometimes there might be trade-offs for that. At the end of the day, know your goal, own your authenticity, and know what you are willing to do and not do in pursuit of your goal. But really at the heart of what we try to educate is, what is this corporate culture? Who are you? And what are you willing to trade off in pursuit of your goal?
Yeah. And I always tell our students that they should have a level of excellence for themselves. It's irregardless of what anyone else around them is doing, saying, wearing, whatever. How do you want to be perceived as an individual? Because you will be perceived as an individual. So I always say to them, what does excellence look like for you? And then you just hold yourself to that standard. So a big part of our leadership curriculum is personal branding. And in the beginning, the first quarter of our curriculum, we go through personal branding with them, and they identify their own core values, so that they know, okay, if I've established these core values for myself, I'm holding myself accountable to that because I'm representing myself, also the rest of the program. So we're not critiquing anyone. We just say, hey, what does excellence look like for you? And then you hold yourself accountable to that. Yeah.
Do you guys want to plug your workshop tomorrow before we get out of here and give it over to, I don't know who's coming up next behind us, but I know we have 2:30 tomorrow, right, at the pop-up, at the StockX pop-up. Seed will be having a workshop.
So we're going to be leaning into our leadership curriculum tomorrow. So we're really excited to bring, for everyone to come, those of you who are able, and if you've signed up for it. What's also really exciting is that we're going to have our Gen 2 and Gen 1 students there as well, co-leading with us, which is always really fun to sit back and watch them lead, and we're able to see how much that they've grown. So excited for anyone who signed up for it to join us tomorrow.
Amazing. So if you guys haven't seen, some of the Seed ladies are right here in the front. So if y'all see them this weekend, please motivate them. And let's get a round of applause for the amazing women who make it happen every day for the Seed ladies, Sharice and Jessica and Liz. Thank you so much. Who is going to come up next? Do you think? Like, we are going to get up out of here, but I think you guys have another panel right after us. You coming out?
Good afternoon, good afternoon. How's everyone feeling? I know we all had some food, so it slows you down a little bit, so I just wanted to make sure everyone's up. My name's Dion Walcott, the Partnerships Director for Pensole Lewis College. We're gonna get into a conversation today about career pathways. It's called Tapped In. Before we get into it, I'll let everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll rock and roll.
Chuck Young, I'm the Franchise Operations Director with the Athlete's Foot, and currently facilitating our START program, which is our strategic African American retail track, where we seek to bring in African Americans as our next retail partners.
Hey everyone, I am Sarah Waston. I am a senior color materials designer in the automotive industry. I am currently at Ford.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delana Atkinson with Puma North America, and I'm the Director of Brand Heat and Culture and a proud HBCU graduate.
What's happening, everyone? I'm Gary Thaniel. I am the General Manager for sneakers at eBay.
There you go. Give them a quick round of applause. So when we were designing this panel, our thought process was like career pathways in terms of like everyone here, we didn't design it this way. Like you didn't think this was going to be the career that you wanted to go into. I think a lot of times when you start thinking about your career, you have a very specific pathway. And you're thinking, if I do A, B, C, D, I'm going to get this result, which 9 times out of 10, it usually doesn't work like that. So for me, for example, like I'm the director of this beautiful school for partnerships, but I actually started as a social worker. And when I was doing social work, the whole thought behind social work is how do you get young people to do things that they don't necessarily want to do to drive change? Then about 10 years after my social work career, I started getting into like doing partnerships with museums and realized that social work is actually the same skill set and mindset into marketing and partnerships. Because when you're doing partnerships, you're actually still trying to drive people to engage them to do things and spend their money and drive action. And that's when I realized that, you know what? You can't actually you could go to school and get the education, but it's really not a career forward. You're always building your career backwards. and that's how you can explain it. You could usually explain your career backwards better than you can explain your career forward. So that's what the discussion is going to be about. Chuck, that being said, explain to them how you got there.
Sure. So I started out in sales as an account executive with Nike and with Jordan. And I kind of always had a passion for how your guys' great product kind of showed up at retail. And there was a point in my career where I said to myself, there's no such thing as kind of a parallel move. There's no such thing as a lateral move. It's all kind of building cachet in myself. And really just kind of had a passion to get into the retail side. So that's kind of what led me to the Athlete's Foot initiative. So for you guys, this is my second time around with the Athlete's Foot. So it kind of comes full circle for me. So that's kind of, that was my introduction, and that's what brings me here, man.
Thank you for that. Sarah, hold on, before you go, I'm gonna give you your flowers, right? Who knows what a Wrangler is? Everyone say, uh-huh. Right. So when she starts to talk about herself, like, you're gonna have a totally different perspective on what a Wrangler is when you see it on the street. So go ahead.
I had no care or knowledge of the automotive industry at all when I was in school. I went to school for fashion design, and I got my BA in fine arts and fashion design. But coming back home, I needed an internship, and I landed a paid internship, $70,000 at Chrysler. I had no idea what color and materials design was. I just saw the word materials, and I applied. I then became responsible for a lot of large nameplate brands at Chrysler, including the Wrangler, Jeep Wrangler that you see on the road today, because we work 5 to 6 years out. I know Crystal also was talking about that. Wrangler, Jeep Grand Cherokee, Renegades. I then went to Ford, was responsible for the Lincoln Navigator, Nautilus. I did just actually recently, and I didn't tell you, Dion, I did the advanced portion of the new 7th Gen Mustang that just launched this week.
Okay. Humble brag.
That's it.
Oh, no, I thought you had more.
Right.
D, Director of Brand, Heat, and Culture, right?
That's it. All things black.
Oh, okay.
All things black.
Explain that backwards. How did you get there?
I get this question a lot when people hear my title. They're like, brand, heat, and culture, that is dope. What is it? And I think when I think about the career and the opportunity, I think about two things. One, someone somewhere is recommending you for a job you didn't know existed. The work that you do, the vision, the creativity, the passion you have. I had no idea when I started out as a PR major at Bowie State University that this is where I would end up creating for Black consumers, thinking with them in mind, finding ways to introduce partnerships, vendors, anything Black. I want to be a part of it, and I want to connect it. The other thing that I would say is, when you're in your planted season, don't be discouraged, because you will hit your bloom season. And in the planted season is when you're grinding, you're trying to get promoted, you're taking on more work, and you are not moving forward. And you're like, what is happening? Then all of a sudden, there's a moment where Puma creates Director of Brand, Heat, and Culture, and me helping to build departments from ground up, me setting vision, developing strategy, galvanizing internal teams to rally around new ideas, bringing leadership along on new programs and initiatives they've never heard of. It all makes sense now. So in that planted season, don't get discouraged, because the bloom season's coming and you're gonna be ready.
Gary, you and I, we've chopped it up a couple times, and we talk about GM of sneakers for eBay. And we said 20 years ago when you first started your career, that wasn't even actually a job, right? So speak about it backwards.
Yeah, when I look backwards, it's interesting because I've always been super passionate about sneakers. First job I ever got in my life was to get a pair of Concord 11s. That's the reason why I got my first job, is because my mom wouldn't buy them for me. But I also realized that coming out of college, there just wasn't a job that I could have said, hey, this would be the perfect role for me within the sneaker sector. At least I didn't know about it. If there was, I didn't know about it. So I followed what I was interested in. I was interested in retail. Like, I like retail. Like, retail's like, you know, I used to play football. Once I stopped playing football, retail became my sport. Like, the work I do is my sport. And by that, I mean the same level of dedication I tried to become the best football player, I want to become the best professional. So when you train for a sport, you develop like different skill sets, right? And you work on different muscle groups and all that other stuff. And that's how I've approached my career. Developing my general management skill set, focus on being a better operator, a little HR, some marketing, product development, you know, like, so when I look at my career, I couldn't tell you 5 years ago that I'd be in this role because this role didn't exist 5 years ago. I'm the first ever GM for sneakers for eBay. But what I can tell you is what I've tried to do throughout my career is build a skill set that's super transferable so that, like, regardless of where the journey takes me, because I don't know where the career journey takes you. And I think most people on this panel wouldn't have told you, hey, when I started, I thought I would end up here. But I'm going to be prepared for it because I'm invested in the right level of skill building. And I'm also going to give myself a tough look in the mirror and say, hey, you need to get better here. You're pretty strong here, but if you really want to be great, take your strength and make it a superpower and then improve here at the same time. And invest in either education, mentorship, or, you know, job experiences and take a year and invest in yourself and go do something you never thought you would do so you can build that skill.
I mean, one thing I always like to do when we talk about careers especially is like everyone here is established and they've gotten where they are, right? But we don't really talk about the dark side of it where it's like the gaps. And that's the truth where all the gems are that you need to share. So G, I know me and you talked about it before, is like, how do you close some of those gaps when you're in a moment where you're like, shit, I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to move forward because this is completely new to me, right? Like, what are some of the tips that you would give?
Yeah, I would say the first thing I do when I call it getting lost in the curve sometimes of life. The first thing I do is seek counsel. Like, I've been really fortunate from mentors to, former bosses, to professors, people who can help coach me through it. Because even though it's foreign to you, it probably isn't foreign to everyone. So reach out to people, be a little vulnerable, let them know, one, where you want to get to, because they can help you navigate where you are to get to your destination. And that's one of the things I've tried to lean on. And also, as Dee said, just staying focused on the fact that, like, every day ain't going to be easy. And the journey continues. Like Nipsey said, the marathon continues. Like, you might hit mile 21 and think about quitting, but, keep running.
Yeah, I think that those are great points. I think the other thing, one of the things that has always worked for me is just taking the time to reflect. I always think about growing up. My mom would always say, if I did something wrong, she would always say, take your ass in that room and think about what you just did. And my whole career, I've done that, and I've taken time to really kind of reflect. And it's not about reflecting to see what I did wrong. It's really about getting better, right? As I got older, the thing that I realized is that I wasn't the best, and I'm still not. So that's one of the things that really has driven me and has really helped me to kind of connect those dots throughout my career.
I also think, like, when it comes to connecting the dots, like, when you know there's a gap, a lot of people will press pause and pay attention to the gap. Definitely. I always tell young people, like, when the students come, like, forget pressing pause, run directly to the gap and try to figure it out when you're in the mess, because that's usually when you're going to learn the most. When you press pause, it's just going to get wider and wider, and you're just going to get more scared to go solve the problem. So when you see the gap, run it directly into it. That's when you learn the most. Being at full, you want to go ahead, Dee?
Yeah, there's a book that I read called The Artist's Way, and part of the exercise, if you will, that goes along with it is every morning there are morning pages where you have to just get up and you write. And the author talks about how, as a creative, some of the areas where you're most resistant are where your biggest opportunities are. And so I agree with you, Dion, in terms of that moment or those periods where you feel like you're most resistant to something or you feel like there's fear coming up. Embrace that, because that is where the opportunity is for you to potentially grow, for you to delve deeper into the skill set, to learn something new, to show yourself that you can ultimately do what it is that you're trying to do.
I was going to say, a lot of times I've observed that our ego can be our largest downfall. And one of my most favorite quotes that I almost live to is, the man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all. So I'm forever a student. I'm always learning. I never let my ego get in the way of thinking that, you know, I met this gap, but like it is somebody else. You know what I mean? I'm learning, or I'm picking up a different discipline that somehow correlates to what my career is, or to where I need to kind of get better at and sharpen at. Even if it's not, you know, directly designing, it's something that helps supplement where I could get better at. And once you get rid of ego and understand that you are still a student, I don't care, VP, GM, it could be whatever, you are forever a student. And that kind of keeps you at an upper echelon, and that gives you the edge 9 times out of 10 times out of 10, I'll say.
Just to ask you another question, just because I know we spoke about Ford a few times, and just thinking of it from transferable skills, because everyone has those. That's something that everybody has. You know, we're at a footwear forum, you work for Ford. So a lot of people be like, how is that connection actually happening, right? So maybe speak about like the transferable skills from like what you do and what people do or want to do in the footwear industry, because.
So I had a funny story with how I interviewed going at Chrysler. I said, I told you guys I came from fashion, right? So they just gave me a at-will project and said, how could you, bring fashion into color and materials design and show us your portfolio? My portfolio were garments. So I came to Chrysler with 3 garments of literally things that I've sewn, and I just told a story. And I told the story of how these materials were applied, what the placement of the materials meant for me, and how I could translate that to automotive, right? I didn't know what I was talking about. I just wanted that job.
Time you don't.
And I said, you know what? You said materials, so this is how I fit into your space. And that's essentially, ground level what that was. So sneaker application is looking at how the colorways work with certain materials, making sure it's not too heavy on the blue, a little light on the accent. There's always those types of relationships between automotive design and sneaker design that I see a lot of crossover, actually. Like one of my friends, she works at Nike and she came from automotive. So it's so transferable, but people just don't know that. And I love being that, kind of just that push to be like, yeah, actually, like we're more similar than we are different.
I think, absolutely. And Dee, I know your journey started off not where you're at now, but with Puma. It was more agency. There's a lot of bends and turns, and maybe explain to them how it worked for you transferably.
Yeah, I think I've really, I would say I mastered the art of the pivot. I started out as a PR major. And my dad was like, what are you doing? You're gonna live in poverty. This is really terrible. Don't do this. And so I just wanted to prove him wrong. And I wound up getting an opportunity to work on the red carpet for the BET Awards. And I'll tell you how long ago it was. To know I got the opportunity, I didn't get an email. They mailed me a letter with the BT logo, and I just remember leaving it out on the countertop. I didn't say anything, and my dad saw it, was like, what is this? You're going to work for BET? And I was like, oh, I thought PR majors were broke. Mm-hmm. And from there, I really I stayed focused on Black consumer, Black culture, all things Black. And what I did was just delve deeper from PR to marketing. And I wound up going from the BET Awards to work for the DC Convention Center doing marketing communications. Then from there, I found a love of marketing, and I went over to TV One. And I was like, ooh, it's Black and it's marketing together? Let's do more of this. And then I went over to the LA Rams, and I got a chance to start their multicultural marketing department. And then went over to Facebook and got a chance to help them start their DE&I marketing department for the metaverse. And then went over to an advertising agency and helped them start their inclusive marketing. And so really the love of Black culture and love of marketing has been that guide. And regardless of what industry I'm in, I'm still doing the same thing. I'm connecting these incredible brands, this amazing consumer that's driving culture, and everything else takes care of itself.
That's great. GM of sneakers, right? When you got there, and you're looking backwards, like, talk about 10 years ago, was GM of sneakers, was that the goal?
So the goal for me was to always be an operator. Like, I like running businesses. That's my thing. Like, I'm not the most creative person in the world. I told you, I thought, we were talking backstage, I thought when I graduated college I was going to be the next Puffy, but I can't really sing or make a beat. So I was like, I'll be Puffy on the business side.
Can't stop,
so
won't stop.
I can't stop and I won't stop. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it was, I love sneakers. I knew at some point I wanted to play in this sector and operate in this sector. I just didn't know if that was going to be with a company, but I was also prepared, like I was saying, I also was building my toolkit. So if I need to venture off and do it on my own, I'm prepared to take that risk too. So like for me, I didn't know that this role would be available 3 years ago because it wasn't. But, you know, what I tried to do is, you know, make sure that when the opportunity presents itself, I'm prepared to take advantage of that. And by that, I just, like I said, just continue to invest in me. Like I got really comfortable with my journey. Like, and I think looking back on, you know, my career, people probably would have been were really critical in the moment. Mm-hmm. And I could explain it, and I was comfortable explaining it, and I was comfortable with the risk of everyone else not being able to explain my journey except for me. But I got to where I wanted to be because I kind of navigated and made the moves that I felt comfortable making and that my risk tolerance allowed me to do. A lot of people, if I didn't just like come and say, all right, so XYZ company, what path do you want me to get on? And I'll stay on that path. And like we talked about backstage, like I didn't do that because I don't know if I wanted to stay. Like particularly when I'm in my 20s and 30s, someone was like, you sure you want to do that? And I was, you know, you can, you know, grow at this company without, you know, going back to school or doing XYZ. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna want to be at this company in 5 years. Like I need to make sure that I am, you know, laying out my career path in the way that I can get to where I want to be, even if I don't know where I want to be is.
No, absolutely. Chuck, I know we spoke when we had that Zoom call, the rehearsal call, and you actually went to school for something completely different.
Yeah, which is crazy.
And now where you are, like, you got to share that part.
Absolutely. So as a kid, I had a speech impediment, and I stuttered horribly. And so I studied speech pathology in college and sociology. And from the day I graduated to today, never stepped foot in that world. Ever stepped foot in that world. But I always consider myself a bit of a salesman. Even as a young kid, I think I would overcompensate for the impediment by selling stuff. You know, it was like I was a dude selling candy, right? I was missing lunch period, going to the candy store, coming back at the end of the day on the play lot. It's me selling candy. It's Chuck selling candy. And the thing that kind of struck me was that I never got disciplined for it. I never got disciplined for it. And when I started to think about it, I said, you know what? The reason that I didn't get disciplined for it because it was so different. And I was trying to make that, the whole exchange totally different. So I would literally package candy. I mean, it'd be one little now later, but I put it in a box. I'd take my mom's jewelry box, a ring box, and I'd put a red now later in there, and I'd sell it. Sell it for a nickel. Exactly. Sell it for a nickel. Sell it for a dime. And so I think that was the start of me just kind of understanding what sales meant, kind of understanding that, you know, the way this product shows up is what sells it. It's not, I mean, it's outside of the wonderful design that you guys do, but the way it shows up at retail, and I was retail at that time, so that kind of was my, you know, when I reflect and look at the genesis of who I am, that's where it all started. You know, so, and again, so as I kind of went further on in my career, it's just that stuck in my mind. It's like, there's an art to this thing. There's an art to this thing. Don't try to perfect it. You know, just evolve. Just evolve, but be as best as you can at that. So, yep.
So we're at the footwear industry. We're at a conference about the footwear industry, I should say. And what I always say is you don't have to be super creative to work in creativity, right? So it's how do you find a lane and do it super well? All of you guys work in similar industries, sort of. Maybe just share with people, like, where do you see some of the opportunities for careers that people don't know exist, right? Because that's a big part of it. Yep. Half the time, like when I was in school, I didn't even know what a partnership was. Right? I know what a director of partnership was, like, what's that?
Sure.
Right? So like just even knowing what the titles or what the jobs are is half the battle sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think when I look at the retail landscape right now, it's kind of undefined, right? I mean, we see retail coming back. You know, I've embraced the fact that, you know, we came out of this pandemic and folks were eager to get back into stores. And that is really kind of where the shift happened with me as well. And again, like I said, it not only the experience, but the opportunity to kind of lead different aspects within a store. So for me, I see like visual merchandising is huge right now. I mean, it is huge. It's a huge opportunity, but there's so much of an emphasis from our brand partners, again, about how that product shows up. So I think visual merchandising, that field is absolutely one of the bigger opportunities in my retail space
That's
right now.
where there's space.
Yep.
I think the beautiful thing about that I didn't even see, like when I first graduated college, was the expansion of social media and how people are really creating their own lanes. So even if you don't see a certain a particular title, that doesn't mean that you can't go out and create it. So when I went into color materials design, it was really just at that point in time searching my likes and what feels familiar to me. And even like if you're not in that profession or in that field with your degree, it's whatever you like to do and find the synchronicity to it. And companies respect how well you could, you know, show up as your authentic self and then be able to kind of, you know, find the lane within, right? So I don't know. I just feel like I don't like to cap titles anymore because like we have that freedom now, you know? We have so much range.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, there's a very big difference between, well, not big, but there's creatives, then there's creators. And we're living in very much a creator time period. We're like, if it's not there, create it. They don't have that job, create it. Pitch it, create your own job title, own job description. Like that's very much what's happening right now. So I agree with you. D.
Yeah, I agree with the same sentiments. This director of brand heat and culture did not exist before I joined Puma. My last 4 roles actually didn't exist, but I allowed my passion for Black people. I'm gonna keep telling y'all, I allowed that passion to drive me. And what I did was take the fundamental understanding of marketing and then apply it through our lens, through our filter with the cultural nuance of who we are to help brands connect better and make sure that it came across more authentic. So I would say that within this marketing space, multicultural marketing is really becoming not just niche anymore, but just general marketing. So there are huge opportunities there. I think you're seeing some brands call it inclusive marketing, DE&I marketing. I wouldn't worry about the name, but if that's a space that you're passionate about, I would just say, just dive headfirst into it. And it looks like brand strategy. It looks like experiential. It looks like influencer. Anything that you feel like we want, we desire, there's an opportunity for you to help us create and connect to that audience through everything, down to hair weaves, y'all. It's possible.
And I think where I see a lot of opportunity, you know, being in the role I'm in, I work cross-functionally quite a bit, right? And candidly, you know, in almost all the meetings, I'm one of, if not very few, I'm one of, not the only black person in those calls.
Me too.
So it's already, you know, from even in the seat I'm in, there's already very few of us, right? But then I look cross-functionally, and you know, I look at, you know, product, and by product, I'm not talking about sort of like product like I was used to when I started in retail. I'm talking about like the back end, technology, STEM, you know, all the stuff that is like infrastructure for business. Like I talked earlier about saying, you know, how I can continue to add to my skill set. And one of the things I try to do is just learn from like our engineers and like technology folks, because just like I'm not a creative, I'm not, you know, the most technically advanced guy, but I also work for, you know, a marketplace that we need to understand what are the impacts of metaverse, what are the impacts of AI, you know, how can we better serve people, you know, virtually, and how do we drive connectedness, you know, on our marketplace. And a lot of that stuff is a skill set that I don't have internally, right? And it's also a skill set that, you know, I'm gonna have my first kid in a couple months. I'm definitely gonna have her in like STEM classes and everything, because like, just because it's a void for me, it should be a strength for her. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we got about 7 more minutes left. I want to open up the floor to some questions. Someone all the way at the top has their hand up. You're going to have the strongest voice in this here.
There we go.
There you go. Oh. Tell me again.
I'll use the mic. How y'all doing? My name is Jennifer. I'm currently the community marketing manager for Foot Locker in Detroit. And I too have a degree that I don't think I really use, but my question is for me, we interact with a lot of people from the city of Detroit. I'm born and raised in the city that may have not had the opportunity to go to college or go to school. And I know all of you guys kind of speak on doing something different from your degree. Sorry, I get nervous. So my question is, what advice do you have for those people who are equally talented, kind of taught themselves out the mud how to do those things, but on paper, they don't have that degree or that backing, but in the streets, they're doing it. They're their own creative marketing agency, but they may not necessarily know how to word it or do it. That's my first question. And then 2, I know you spoke, Gary, about having a mentor or talking to people, again, to that point, to those people who only know the people in their hood or in their neighborhood that do the same things. How do you find those mentors and people that will take you seriously when you just come into them? Because a lot of people be like, oh, that's dope. Yeah, I got you. But you're not following up with me. And I think we come in contact with a lot of people that are like that. And it's like, they're equally as dope. So how do they get that mentorship when they're in this one pocket of, the city or wherever they're from? Sorry, I know it was 2 parts.
I'll answer the first one 2 ways. The simple answer, sign up to Pensole College. We'll teach you how to do it. The second answer, and I'm not joking, but I think, when you start to want to do things on your own and you meet dope people, find a team of people. Sometimes people don't want to share information, but if you can team up with people and not only make them your teammates, but look at them as your vendors, you can go super far. And what I mean by that is if Gary's a photographer, Dee's a videographer, you know how to put on the set, you're the salesperson, we're a team all of a sudden. And we could be vendors versus just teammates. We're I'm going to hit Gary and get used to spending money with Gary. So we could have that conversation, and I call it co-opetition. So we're going to cooperate, but we're going to compete to move forward at the same time. Because sometimes you're looking to get information from people and they just ain't going to share it. For no other reason, just because they don't want to. They got their own shit going on. So if you could build your own squad and not only look at each other as teammates, but look at each other as vendors, and then don't forget to check out Pensole College, you good.
Just really quick, I would say that, so Puma has a collective of all Black designers. One of them, his name is Yafet. He's from Chicago. He was going to college and unfortunately had to drop out because his family couldn't afford it. He taught himself how to design via YouTube and now has designed for Puma, for Adi, and for Under Armour. Self-taught. No formal degree, and is now designing footwear at the highest level. So I would say to anyone who is interested in doing it, yes, sign up for Pensole, 100%, and then do it. 100% do it. Just do it.
Just quickly on the mentorship piece, I would say a few things. I think it's super important that you have mentors with an S. You should be relying, the same way we talked about a team, you should be relying on a team of people to help guide and provide advice and provide guidance, because everyone has different experiences and really complement everything. The other thing I would say is, first, continue to come to events like this. You're going to meet so many people. The fact that y'all are spending Saturday here, please take advantage of the folks y'all have here. Reach out to people, get cards, and be persistent about following up. That's one thing I'll say is that everybody here is super busy, has a million, and people, if everybody had time, they would want to get back to you immediately. But sometimes email chains and inboxes get full. So be persistent about following up. That's one of the things I learned super early on, is that people want, the more you closed mouths don't get fed. So the more that you reach out and, continue to let people know that, hey, really want to like connect with you on this or really want to build this, that persistence typically does pay off.
And use your social, use it. That's you posting the pictures, y'all look good. You can reach out to us, DM us, tweet us. If you want to get to us, we're, whoever it is, not just us, but use your social for sure.
The last thing that I would add is you got to fall in love with being uncomfortable. I mean, that's one of the things that has really kind of got kind of all of us is kind of not even trying to figure it out, but that process of being uncomfortable, that's kind of when you discover yourself. I mean, I can hear the frustration in your voice and in the sentiment that you express, but I do believe that, like I said, that whole process is building what you are going to become. But you can't define it, and don't try to define it right now. We just spoke earlier about the amount of times that we've changed majors. You can't ask an 18-year-old or a 25-year-old to tell you what the next 10 years looks like. So I'd say get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and then throw yourself at projects that you have no idea what you're doing. No idea what you're doing, because guess what? At the end of that whole thing is it's another layer to who you are. You build your cachet in that way. So I'd give you those two pieces of advice.
That's where you learn the most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Peace, family. Peace. Everybody on the panel. Certainly appreciate the wealth of knowledge that y'all have shared while you're on the panel. I'm MJ Randall. I've spoken a couple of times. I'm a journalist. People probably know that by now.
You have to speak louder.
Yeah, okay, I could do that too.
It was sounding smooth, but it go loud now.
Your Rakim voice.
I could do that. I'm trying not to yell, so okay, I can use my big boy voice. So in addition to being a journalist, I mean, I started my brand. I refer to myself as a footwear A&R. Like I look for, brands, I look for designers to, not only share their story, but share their work, share what inspires them. But I made that shit up. It's just something I made up. And I heard you guys speak about making the positions that obviously you want to, that define you and define the work that you want to do. Yeah. So in terms of, and shout out to you, D. I heard you said you went to Bowie State. I'm a DC native. Shout out to the DMV. I always shout out the DMV anytime we in the space. So yeah, like in terms of, when you make these spaces that don't exist before you, same thing with you, Brother Gary, like that GM sneakers, like that didn't exist right before you. So how do you all, for those positions that didn't exist prior to your existence, how do you, what gives you the confidence, what gives you the fire, the energy to step in that purpose, even though it didn't exist before you got there?
Because I prepared for it. I was like, not to make it too short, but like I invested in myself and I prepared for it. So when the job opened up, I was like, look, I'm prepared for this. Not only do I have the skills to do it, I got the passion to do it. And if I mix skills with a high level of passion, then I can make magic.
I feel that.
Yeah, and I would say your tribe. I have an amazing group of people around me that when opportunities like this come up, I can go to them. One of them might be in the room, Tyrell Kirkham. The opportunity came up, and I'm like, hey, what do you think? What is the what are the strategic opportunities? And so I think having that council of people around you, whether they're mentors or colleagues, that you can go to, also help you and encourage you to maybe take, step out on faith could be great too.
I feel that as well.
I mean, for me, I always say, be crazy enough to try it, but then also be crazy enough to continue to learn it. Because, like, once you learn how to learn, there's no position that you can't create.
Straight up. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're wrapped up. Go this way. Go up this way.
All right, how you guys feeling? Got some career advice? You guys armed with some ammo to be even more special than who you are now? So our next group, they're gonna have fun up here, y'all. All of my brothers from, which is crazy to say out loud, like all of my brothers from Oregon. That don't even make sense, right? That don't even make sense. But it's actually true. It is actually true. All right. Come on out, Mr. Jason Mayton, my little brother. My little brother. Ooh, man. So good to see you here. Man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How y'all doing? I need more energy than that. How y'all doing? That's what I'm talking about. We got all these illustrious black people in the building, and y'all gonna give me that mediocre greeting? I need more energy. All right. So, thankfully, if you guys can go ahead and click to the next slide so I can see the pictures, because I want to bring them out in sequence. There we go. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna introduce Jeffrey Henderson. Come to the stage, my brother. Come on to the stage. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Then we have, come on, take a seat right here, Jeff. You well-educated, brother. Go ahead and sit down. We got Mr. Scoop Jackson coming to the stage. Yeah. We got my ace and my CCS alumnus, Mrs. Sydney James, come on to the stage. Let's go, Sid. All right, then we have Kenneth Anand coming to the stage, my brother that protects all my intellectual property, so holler at him. Any legal advice? All right, all right. Yeah, so the reason why we wanted to convene this panel is that the topic of entrepreneurship needs to truly be explored in the context of this industry. Too many times we demonize people who are employees, and we do not educate people that you are sovereign and you could control your destiny once you know your worth. This industry does not give you your worth. We give this industry worth. I don't need any company to give me value, okay? We are the culture. We don't need them to sell it back to us. Each person on it, y'all gonna get this energy all day. This is me in the morning. This is me in a quiet place. I'm on 10, and this is not even 100. So imagine when I'm really turned. And the reason why this is important is because for far too long, we settle for scraps instead of saying that we want the full meal. We settle for things that they give us instead of creating space for one another. We look at each other as collaborators and competitors instead of a community where all of us collectively can be better when we put our ideas in motion, okay? So this is 20 years. Preach. 20 years of a strategic decision that we made in Oregon to never, ever, ever hate on one another, to push each other forward and to celebrate each other. And oh, by the way, as black men, we're men. We have to make space for the sisters. So look around and realize that this couldn't exist unless a group of us decided to put ourselves to the side and make space for each other. So with that, I'm gonna calm down before I start preaching or making y'all run some 100s to do push-ups. But with that,
I do want to plate out there.
I do want to make sure that you guys know each person up here is an entrepreneur and has gone on a tremendous journey. And what I want to do first is I want to kick it off with the concept of ownership. So the first person I want to speak to is Sydney. Could you please talk to us about how you view ownership and why that's critically important in the context of our culture?
Well, thank you for making me first, I guess. I look at ownership in the whole of it, from small big things like owning your property, like keeping your bills low, owning your car, because that gives you creative freedom to move about how you feel, right? And that way these companies can't really dictate your moves because you're not like constantly chasing a check. But also owning your work. You could literally own a piece of artwork and make a shit ton of money off of it just by licensing, and you still own your work. So copyright, licensing, which this Esquire here will get into later, is super important. And then owning your brands. Like if you watch that Bob Ross documentary that came on Netflix, he didn't even own his name when he died. His sons still don't own his name. So once you become the brand, because it's not just your work, after a certain point, it's you, especially now that it's social media. So it's what you're putting out there, it's what you're putting out there as far as yourself. You are the brand. So you got to own yourself, own your name, own your work, and, you know, make sure you read your contracts and keep your bills low.
You heard her. You heard her. You heard her. You heard her. Key emphasis on manage your operational expenses, okay? That's your personal burn rate. Do not live beyond your means. It's not cool to be broke and stylish. Just be stylish and wealthy. Or choose something else besides spending your money on something that really holds no residual value. So moving over to holding value, I want to talk to Scoop about ownership. Like in your capacity, you have a unique situation with the large corporation. Could you explain how that works?
My situation, I'm ESPN, my situation is a little bit different because technically I'm an independent contractor. I started my own company in 1991 and I functioned everything I've done through that. I learned a long time ago as I came out of school, nothing against school, but as I came out of school, business respects business. Business does not respect individuals. So you have to present yourself as a business. So I incorporated a business the minute I got out of graduate school and I functioned through that. So everything I've ever done over the last 30 years has been with and through my business. So I function as that. And it gives me, to your ownership piece, it gives me a sense of ownership in things that I present and things I work with the people that I happen to work with. Ownership in my situation and how I flowed allows me to never use the word boss. I do not believe in the word boss. We work together. I don't work for you. And that's the way my mentality is. And I think we all should have the mentality, but you have to be in a position to have that mentality. So that's kind of how it's worked for me and working with companies as big as like ESPN and Disney and, you know, all the stuff we did with Slam Magazine, XXL, all, you know, all the stuff that we were able to do. I look at everybody that I've had a relationship with from a work standpoint. I look at them as business partners, and I look at them as, to a certain degree, clients, because I'm providing work for them, and that's how we roll. But last thing I want to say about ownership, that was just my thing. I think generally we need to understand from a perspective of creators and content is that there are two types of ownership. There is physical ownership, and there's spiritual ownership. And as Black creators in this room, you're gonna do stuff that you own, but you're doing it for somebody who actually physically owns it. The ownership that we have is the shit we take to the grave with us. The stuff that we put out there that nobody else can do. That's our spiritual ownership. So while we talk about ownership, understand in my situation and in my mind, it works two ways. And we have to find a way to make sure we deal with one, that physical, but what the ownership of the creativity we take to the grave, nobody else can replicate that. And that's what we put out to the world.
Facts, facts, facts. So know your worth, know your worth, know your worth. Now, I do have to apologize to this brother because he's the king of wabi-sabi and symmetry. So we were supposed to come out and order these pictures. And so he's upset we didn't come out in the right order, but
in order. We ain't in order.
The beautiful thing about Jeff is while we're talking about entrepreneurship, some of us are wondering, well, how do I get a start? I don't have the competency, I don't have the revenue, I don't have the network, I don't have the resources. But there is another version called intrapreneurship, finding opportunities within a large organization and then taking advantage of those gaps. This gentleman right here, Jeff, could you talk about what you've done in this industry, specifically during our time at the Swoosh, how you carved out a totally new lane for yourself?
Very much so, very much so. So I started at Nike back in the late 1900s, had a great job.
PR of the 1900s.
It was a while ago. I was playing a cassette tape in my car.
What's a car?
I wasn't really good at my job when I got in design when I started. So I was not really owning my craft. I had to get better, I had to learn. Once I got better at my craft, then I had this expectation that the whole world would come to me. Oh, we'll give you the projects, we'll take what projects you do, it'll all be good. That didn't happen. I was frustrated. I spent 3 years in a job that really wasn't working for me. But after a year of it, I went to, and if you don't know Ray Butts, please find Ray Butts, the godfather of black design in Nike. Like, he's the one who made sure things happened for us. When I went to him to complain, and as people come to me and complaining about, this job ain't really working for me, he said, go find some other shit to do. And so Sharice, when she said she went to the Black Employee Network, and she got other opportunities in terms of leadership, in terms of building something. What happens is, even in a corporation, because what I don't want people to
get into the mindset of is that, oh, I want to own something, I'm going to have an LLC, I'm going to own my own thing. You can own something even while you work for somebody else, because what happens is they have other money to spend. And they give other people opportunities, and you can be those other people. You just have to deliver a business plan for them. So the thing that I brought was, strangely enough, an art outreach program. They were already giving money to people on Nike campus, designers, to go speak to people. And I was like, I'll take some of that money. We'll go to SEI in Northeast Portland. And I was lucky enough to have people like Jason Maiden, E. Scott Morris, Dwayne Edwards come with me. And that's how we spent their money helping kids in Northeast Portland see what these opportunities were. So even if you are at a company, you can still be entrepreneurial. You can still find other ways to own things.
Yes, yes. Clap for that, because I don't want nobody in here that works for a company feeling bad, right? Because I'm just going to be frank with you guys. We're watching the media, and we see people demonizing folks who are employees. Like, that is a bad word, okay? It is not a bad word. It is not a bad thing to start somewhere. All of us have to take a shot. All of us have to get a job. All of us have to make a living. The interesting piece is there are some of us that protect the ideas and set up new structures, that build new entities so that we can generate new opportunities and create new value. Kenneth here is a person who does that exceptionally well. I would love for you to speak about how you've done it, what you're doing, and why it's important for us to understand truly the various definitions of ownership that you actually have a command over.
So, thank you for that. I mean, I think we've heard from all very talented and creative individuals with their own concepts of ownership. Each one of you out there will have your own journey through ownership as you progress as creatives. You may be an employee and you may be making products that are for the masses that you don't own any of. Or you may work for yourself and you may own all of it, but are for a very small group of people. Now, the amount of ownership that you have is directly related to the amount of control you have, but it could be also inversely proportional to the amount of distribution level or the reach. When we created Sneaker Law, and it's a book that we wrote about the sneaker industry, we decided we wanted to own our own masters because we would be hypocritical to be making a book about entrepreneurialism and not own our own masters, not tell people this is how it should be done. As an aside, if I went with a publisher, I probably would have had a much larger reach. And Jared and I would have had a much larger reach, but we made this decision. So we're growing our brand slowly. We have more control, we have more profit, but our reach is lower. So you have to make a decision as a creative in this business. Am I gonna go the route where my reach is very large and wide, but I may not own things, or I may not own as much of it? Or do I wanna own all of it, but serve a specific community or a specific target group? And I think that's incumbent upon you as designers and creatives to understand and know, and hopefully we can help with that.
Yeah,
I think that also goes back to your why. I know we discussed it on Thursday.
Yep.
The creatives always having a why, or should have a why. Even if your why, I just want to do something pretty, that's still a why. And that always helps guide whatever your journey will be, whether it's entrepreneurship or working for somebody else. Your why is going to drive all of those things.
Both completely valid. Both.
And keep in mind, you can do both. Yes. You don't have to do one or the other.
Yes.
You can do both. You can provide content and provide and give you and loan your creativity to somebody that you're working for, and you can still have your own and do it that way. Now, you're going to be up 24 hours a day, but if you got to do it, that's what you got to do.
That's the creative way anyway.
That's right.
Yeah, sponsored by coffee and no sleep. Brought to you by Insomnia. Now, the interesting piece I think you all should double click on is you've heard every single person that spoke talk about we. It takes more than just one person to bring a vision to life, right? If it's just you, it's a hallucination. If someone else sees it, it's a vision. If someone else believes in it, it becomes an organization and a brand or a partnership. Now, switching gears from ownership, the concept of partnership is something we've heard a lot about in our culture, but I don't think people really understand the structure of partnerships and what that truly means. So if we could take a second and come back to Kenneth from an attorney perspective, and then each person speak to their own unique experiences. How do you see partnership, and what do you see a healthy partnership being?
Sure. Well, I won't bore you with the legal aspects of partnership. You can read about them in my book or other books.
Cop the book is what he's saying. Cop the book. It's an entrepreneur.
Available where?
Support the man.
Available where?
Where's the book at? Amazon, direct to consumer.
No, but the concept of partnership is really, it's a communion. It's working together with someone on a common goal, and just like in a marriage, just like in a friendship, you have to pick your partners wisely. And, I've had experience with all kinds of partnerships, some that worked, some that didn't. We've seen certain situations play out in the news lately about partnerships that haven't gone right for certain people. And we can understand those dynamics, but the contracts that go behind them are only one part of it. It's really how you act and how you carry out things and how you work with your partners to make sure you achieve a common goal. So, there's the legal side of it, but there's the practical side of it. I'm sure all of these fine people will have great things to say about the practical side.
Sydney, I would love to hear your perspective.
So I've had several brand partnerships from Under Armour, Vans, Pepsi.
Talk your talk.
I know.
Go on, sis, talk your talk.
This is really dropping right now. Ford Motor Company, GM.
Talk your talk.
Yeah.
Hey, when else we get to brag on ourselves? Talk your talk.
So I go back to say, I said all that to say, the reason why most of my brand partnerships are successful is really work ethic, being timely with my paperwork, of course, being a dope artist. Many people think that that's all it takes. Oh, I'm so great. They should just want to pay me and they should just want to work with me. But that is not true. You have to be good to work with. That means W-9s, 1099s, whatever the paperwork they asking you for, you deliver it before the due date. Now, and you make sure you know your specs. Say, just with my Vans partnership, we had to deliver the artwork had to be a certain size. If you're not sure, ask questions. Never be afraid to learn. Never be afraid to ask questions. Never be afraid to reach out to your client just to double back and make sure you got it right. And read your contract. Hire a lawyer, pay whatever, try to find somebody reasonable or somebody that, at least a paralegal that can help you with the language, because it's always words. And it's overwhelming, you know what I mean? But this also goes back, the paperwork, to ownership, making sure you're not getting played out of your, out of your situation. Because you might be accidentally signing a work for hire contract instead of a license agreement. And make sure your license agreement makes sense. You getting enough, the right amount of money for a year, a limited amount of time, but not a little bit of money for them to license your shit for 10 years, because then it don't make no sense, right? So just make sure that you have the right team around you or the right folks around you, and make sure that you're a help for those others. As soon as you learn something, you make sure to teach it too.
Facts. Now shifting to Scoop, in your world, in journalism, how do you see healthy partnerships manifesting? What does that look like?
That's interesting, because writing can be a very individual, solo, lonely experience. But in order for your writing to be placed out into the world, you have to partner with somebody. So you're partnering with a publisher, you're partnering with a site, you're partnering with a magazine, a publisher of a magazine. You're partnering with somebody because your content has to go somewhere. So your job as a journalist is to find out what's in the best interest for your content and for what they're trying to do on their end with it. So you have to, it's almost like a dance. You all have to be in sync with one another to make everything happen correctly. We always say in the I'll say the publishing business, it's very simple. It's about ideas and execution. That's your partnership. Your ideas, somebody else's execution. If you lay that out, everything will be fine. But that's from a journalism standpoint. From an entrepreneurial standpoint, partnership to me is the minute you pick up the phone. The minute you shake somebody's hand or give them a hug. That's when partnerships, especially with us as Black creatives and Black entrepreneurs, the minute we say, hey, you know what, here's my number, call, and that phone rings and you answer it, that's when the partnership starts. And you have to, as an entrepreneur, you have to be there for that person throughout the entire ride that they're going through, because they called you for a reason. Or somebody walks up to you today and say, hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. Yo, let's build. When that let's build comes out of your mouth, it has to be real, and that's when that partnership starts. So whatever interaction you have, however you all communicate, that's what partnership is. And you're there with them when they started off. You there with them 5 years when it fails. You there with them for 50 years when they picking up awards and owning whatever it is that they do. That's the entrepreneurial side of partnership.
Thanks. Clap for that, man. Yes. I think the key piece, yeah, that's real. The key piece, what he's saying, I hope you picked up that gem. If not, I'm gonna give you a second to dig it out, process it, is accountability. We live in a world where people say things that have no substance. Holla at me, dog. I never answer my phone. Yeah, G, I see you and we gonna get up. I never show up. The interesting piece about an idea is it dies the moment you hand it to someone else and they don't believe in it. Now, talking to Jeff specifically, he's in a position now to bring people's ideas to life. He's gonna be in a spot very soon as one of the only, if only, Black-owned manufacturing services, large-scale manufacturing services in the United States. What's important about that is the moment we pick up the phone and say, I want to make something, this brother is now focusing on the value chain and the supply chain. We hear about the supply chain, individual actors in a sequence to allow something to come to market. Then there's the value chain, each person that benefits from that activity. Jeff is building both. So in that case, how do you see partnership, both being a designer, but now on the other side where you're responsible to bring other people's ideas to life?
So appreciate all the love for that. I think one of the biggest things that I've learned with a few partners, and that's become a learning experience. So I want everybody to know that none of us just showed up and said, oh, we know how to have a partnership, and it worked immediately on everything we did. We all had stumbles. We all had, oh, this partnership didn't work. We don't talk to that person. It might be my fault. It might be their fault. Those are things you learn.
It's their fault.
She's talking about our partnership.
Petty LaBelle. Petty LaBelle on stage, ladies and gentlemen.
But the reality is you learn. I had a friend who said, you want to know that your personality matches the paperwork. And so what comes with that means that some of the conversations I get into with some people, when we have the agreement, just verbally, this is what we're gonna do, that was enough. That was a big deal. The paperwork then matched that conversation. But there were some people who didn't work like that. Until we got to the paperwork, they were never really into it. And I watched how everything would unfold before the paperwork even got there because they were so worried about all these little things. And then I would understand that our personalities aren't gonna mesh. And I think that was a learning experience for me in terms of what partnership would mean, in terms of how you work with somebody that's willing to work with me. Not everybody is going to work with me well. I'm not for everybody, and everybody's not for everybody else. So I think that, to me, is how partnership comes about.
Can I say something? Ask you?
No, please, brother, go
I want
ahead.
to also put out there that everything we're talking about on partnership does not necessarily have to mean that you all have to work together. And I'll give you an example. Have you and I ever worked together? Are we partners?
100% facts.
Now, not just like friends partner, but we've like...
No, we throwing hands. If we need to throw hands, we throwing hands. And it's like, I got
Right.
your back.
That's
I'm
what saying.
uncomfortable right now.
But you'll holler at me, I holler at you. We bounce stuff off of each other.
What time?
And that's partnership. Now, we've never worked on the project, so understand partnership does not have to mean just a work relationship with somebody or somebody else, another group. It can be just about being with and there and for each other. All these years, we ain't never worked on anything together, but we have a work partnership.
I love this.
I apply some stuff that he's given me. He's applied some stuff that I've given him, and it's helped us out with our careers and our lives. So keep in mind that what we're talking about is not just relegated to just a one-on-one and work shit.
It's very human, not legal at all. I respect that.
It's the
Till you
truth.
break the law.
Call Kennedy.
Be partners then. Still be partners then.
More of this
Then
and
we're
less
calling
paper.
that guy, right?
No, those are accomplices. Do not confuse a partner with an accomplice. I do want to point that out there. That's totally different.
There's no paperwork
Feels
there.
like the same thing. It's totally not. Coke versus Pepsi. Now, the interesting piece of what everyone has touched on is we talked about ownership, partnership, but the topic that I really want to make popular in culture is stewardship. We do not own anything realistically. We are just stewards of the gifts and blessings that are bestowed to us from the Most High. And when you understand that concept of stewardship, you don't mind picking up the phone to give somebody free advice because you know that this is not something that's happening for you, it's happening in front of you and you want to give it. So I do want everybody to kind of touch on how are you being a good steward, or what is an example of good stewardship that you've seen in your journey? Anyone can jump in because I do think it's important that we have privilege and how do we use it? Because we talk about our disadvantages, but we got a lot of privilege too that we need to talk about and how we steward that.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, for me, my soul and higher purpose in life is to help creative people get out their dreams. Like that, I believe that's what I was put on the planet for. And I've worked with all kinds of creatives. I grew up in a creative household, and I realized that I was better at supporting creatives than being one myself. And so through sneaker law, through my work with creatives in a legal capacity, through my work as a creative advisor, all I want to do is help support creatives. And I feel like I'm now at the point in my career where I can give that back, and I can hand out gems, and I can be there for people. I can answer LinkedIn DMs. I can do these things to just make life a little bit easier for creatives coming up in the game, because you'd be surprised. I still see people at the highest level struggling with legal issues, with business issues, because they didn't spend time learning it and because they've been taken advantage of. And so I devote probably 80% of what I do in my life to that now.
So you're talking about somebody with a purpose and turn that purpose into a vocation. Sydney, you are a steward of stories visually, which means that what you put out can live in perpetuity. So
I'm a steward of space too.
Oh, talk to him. Go ahead. What does that mean?
So earlier today, I witnessed a beautiful thing, the Adidas panel this morning. I woke up for that. And several of the young women up here were CCS graduates.
Yes.
They are maybe, 6, 7 to 10 years after my experience there. And I know that I couldn't have a panel like that. Like, not coming from, and it's just, I'm just a generation after me. But it didn't exist for me.
No.
Right? No. So for many, many, many years of my career, any of my careers, from art direction, at advertising agencies, to even now mural painting, because that's what I know I'm known for now the most, is I'm a muralist. I would circulate all of these mural festivals, even in Detroit, and I would be one of very few black people, but always the only black woman. Always. From here to Hawaii, to wherever I was traveling to in these situations. Always, always, always the only black woman, and very, very, very few black people. So several years ago, like I want to say 19, we're at several now. That's crazy.
Wow.
2019, I was painting out in Denver, Colorado at Crush Walls. And another artist, Max Sansing, it was like 3 of us there at the same time. Like 3 out of 100 artists. Like, we were just so geeked to see each other in the same space, same time. Because oftentimes, too, the same 5 to 10 black artists circulate the same thing. So it's not any new, you ain't gonna meet new faces, because they only pulling from the ones that they know. But that don't mean that other dope artists don't exist. They just weren't pulling from those cities. So myself, Max Sansing, and Detour 303, we co-founded Blackout Walls Mural Festivals together.
Let's go.
We had our first, our inaugural festival last year in Detroit, here in Detroit. And it was the first of its kind for all of these super talented.
Let's hold space for that. Let's hold space for that. That's important. That's important.
Like, because they might be the shit in the city where they from, but they never get invited out. And so we had all of those, like, living legends, like, geeking out over each other in the same space, same time. And I know many of you aren't from the city, but if you go travel through the North End, like Grand Boulevard, New Center area, you'll see all the walls. When you see beautiful black people painted beautifully, you'll know exactly what it is. But I say all that to say, and even with, like, we had brand sponsors, like the companies that I work with, that's who sponsored the festival. That's the partnership. But it's also the partnership working towards the stewardship. Creating space, making introductions, and also teaching the artists that participate how I did it. Teaching them about contracts. So my biggest practice, part of my biggest practice now is not just the act of creating, it's literally creating space for other people and teaching, and then making them, like, forcefully pay it forward if they don't want to do it naturally.
That's real. That's love. I think, so Scoop, you're our griot, right? You're the sneaker culture, sport culture's James Baldwin. You allow people to know we exist. Like, you gave a word and a voice to a culture that was just used to promote beverages and sneakers. Could you talk about stewardship and how important it is in the work you've done, how you've allowed us to exist on the page the way you've done it?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It's more about just, to me, as far as stewardship is concerned, and what I've tried to do is walk with purpose and pride in every motherfucking thing I do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And, you know, that's what stewardship is. You know, it's kind of corny to say lead by example, but you have to have a sense of establishing your worth. Not what you feel your worth is, but establishing your worth that has nothing to do with anything monetary. It has something to do with what I was saying earlier about what you take to the grave with you. That's stewardship and you walking in that. There's a joke around ESPN that we've had for years. LZ Granderson, Jamil Hill, well, Jamil's not there anymore, but it's an old joke, between ourselves and myself. LZ is Martin Luther King. He calls us, we have nicknames for each other. LZ is Martin Luther King. Jamil is Malcolm X. And they named me Crispus Attucks. They said, because you the nigga that's going to get shot first. Seriously. But stewardship in real conversation is owning that and walking with that and leaving that legacy and that footprint in everything that you do so that anybody who sees that, whether they're above you, behind you, right next to you, they recognize that footprint and know that there's another footprint moving forward to that so they can move forward if they decide to follow that path. That's stewardship, and that's always been my experience. And, you know, even though it's a running joke that we have amongst each other, it's something I've taken pride in and tried to live by and make sure that as I'm moving forward, even if I get shot and killed.
You better not.
No, it might happen. That's cool.
I said you better not.
It might happen. It might happen. But if it does happen, I'll know that there is.
That ain't gonna happen. You know?
It's all good. You know, if it does happen, saying I know that I can rest well with a sense of knowing that I left something, and that leaving something is that stewardship that you talked about.
Amen.
I don't have to be here for it to move forward. If I continue to make every step I take purposeful and do it with a sense of pride, especially black pride, then I'm good.
That's it, man. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now, it's transitioning to you, Jeff. In your capacity, you've been an engineer, designer, entrepreneur, educator, dad, educational advocate. But more importantly, the thing that you've done personally in my life is you've always talked to me as the person I'm becoming next, not the person I am. When you first talked to me, you'd be like, superstar, superstar. You drilled into my brain what I thought I couldn't be. So talk about how the power of words has played out in your life in stewardship, because you do a great job of speaking life over people naturally without knowing it, in my experience. So how do you see yourself as a steward in this industry with that, that information?
So thank you for that. I think one of the big things that happened for me is that I didn't really have an appreciation for what I was stepping into when I got to Nike. I had no idea. I didn't know I was going to be third black designer. Like, I just went to draw shoes. And I think a lot of people have talked about stepping into these occupations, stepping into this industry, and knowing that you're carrying culture with you. Yo, that was too heavy for me on some days. Like, some days I just want to go and draw a shoe. That, to me, knowing that somebody's coming in to be able to do what they want to do, if they're carrying all that weight, just telling them, yo, just come in and draw a shoe. Like, today, you don't have to worry about it. You will be the superstar that you're going to become because you're going to do the work. And I think as I've gone through this, I've had the opportunity to go back and forth of who I was, whether I was a leader or just an executor. There were some days where I was in China working on the shoe that, Sam, the shoe that she's wearing right now, I got to go in and just work. I didn't have to do anything else but just work. Those were good days. I watched other people then say to me, you weren't here last week. You're our boss. And I'm like, no, I'm just a contractor. I just come in and like, hit man for hire. They're like, no. You just dragged us all into a room, told us what to do and left. And then we did that. I had to learn that that was a skill that I had. I had to learn that was something. So even now, as I built my team, I built our creative team that is in Harlem based on, you don't get those opportunities everybody else gets, let's walk into the room. Come sit and be part of this. And now that we're building a factory, the sense of ownership, like, that's a lot of weight. Because now, I don't know what half of these jobs are. But I do know who to call. It goes back to partnership. I do know who to call to go, help me figure out how we're going to pay these people. Not just pay them in money, but in benefits. Make sure they get an education. Make sure they're actually out of this factory job in 3 years because they've come here. They've met all you people. And you've said, oh, you worked at that factory? That means you know what happened to Pensole. That means you know what you've met these people. Come now, go do this other thing. That becomes a bigger role, and that's one that I'm taking on now, but it comes with a lot of responsibility that I have to know that other people are going to be there with me.
Absolutely. 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 Amen. 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 So y'all have heard a whole bunch of information. So in summary, I'm an educator, so I'm gonna give you a couple key points. You heard different concepts of ownership, okay? You understand the structures. We talked about partnerships and why it's important to have a team and other people you can share with. Talked about stewardship, knowing that you truly don't own anything, you're just the person responsible for sharing it and making sure it grows. But the key word that I want us to walk out of this auditorium understanding is relationship. Relationship. I showed up in Detroit in 1998 from the south side of Chicago, Wild Wild Hunnets. Going to see south side, there we at. Yes, sir, yes, sir. I showed up here in 1998.
Told you we might get shot, man. Chicago in the building, man.
And I wanted to design sneakers at CCS, but I was a person that was told constantly, no one does that for a job. It was people like Sydney and Tanisha and I can go on and on with these cats from CCS, like Clifton and, oh my gosh, like so many folks who brought me in and said, we see who you are.
Because it wasn't really that many black people for real, but he can make you think like it's more if he wants.
Nah, it was like 12 of us. We can split one pizza. That's how many of us was in the
7.5.
room. That's how many black people were there. And so for me to sit here and to show up as a lone person wanting to design sneakers with no one telling me I could do it. Now we have a whole school that looks like the person that they said I couldn't become. Yeah. Imagine that. Yeah. Imagine that. A whole school. That only can happen. That only can happen through relationships. And so with these last few minutes left, we want to open this up for any questions because we do want to build relationships with each of you so that this doesn't stop when we leave here. This is not a feel-good moment. This is a call to action. I don't want to hear people talking about these problems when we are the solution. So if you have questions, make sure that you hold yourself accountable. And where I come from, stand on your square. Don't back down for what you mean. Don't stare at the ground. Look people in the eye and ask for what you want. And if they don't give it to you, take it. So ask your questions and know that we're going to hold you accountable and so you can follow through. So anybody that wants to speak, please raise your hands. We got the first gentleman right here, then we'll bounce around the room.
Microphone up there.
You back here? Okay, we're going to go up here to the mic and we'll come back to you, brother. Make sure we get the sisters too. Go ahead, brother.
How you doing? I'm Ready Rick. I own my own brand called Rich Young. My question was for Jeff. I heard about the manufacturer company, so I was trying to see, are you manufacturing clothes or just shoes? And if so, I'm definitely interested in working with you if you're doing clothes, even shoes too. But I've been in this game since 2013. I done worked with a lot of Caucasian manufacturer, and they just don't get the style and the time I put into it. They always tell me they can't do it because it'd be too much. So I'm looking more now to work with more black manufacturers and more black people that do the stuff that I like to do, and they got the time and got the style and got the energy to produce it.
Appreciate that. The question was, how can you get into manufacturing? What am I actually working on? So what I'm focused on is footwear manufacturing at a large scale. That is not something that right now people are doing customization, people are doing small scale. And so for my personality, what I really want to do in order to provide more jobs, more opportunities, and actually run a business that works is I'm going super, super, super large scale, focused on sustainability, bringing it to the US because those are the partners that I have. When I was going to China every 3 months, when I was going to Vietnam every 3 months and trying to figure out what was going on, to me, that was one of those things that I was absorbing. Apparel, maybe next on the list, find me. We'll have that conversation. I'm more of a footwear person, but I've had other conversations today that were like, are you going to do apparel? So now I have to think about it because it's meaningful. Thank you.
Facts. All right, next question. I'm not sure who has the mic. Right here? Okay. Take it, bro.
Hello. This question is for Scoop. So basically, from the beginning, you said business respects business, right? So my question is, once you got out of school, how was you able to like demand that respect from a business, even though you technically were an individual, but you were just presenting it as a business, you know?
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. The first thing I did was I was kind of forced into it. Graduated from school, started freelance writing, which a lot of journalists do. You know, once you get out of school, basically it's journalistic prostitution. you just writing for anybody who's gonna give you a check because you're just trying to establish yourself, right? And I learned very early that a few things happen in that. Sometimes you don't get that check. Sometimes the work you give them never looks like the work that you gave them. And other times, both things happen at the same time. Your work doesn't show up and you don't get a check. So I just really basically was like, you know what? Why am I doing this, trying to find an audience when I can do this myself? So instead of writing for all these other magazines, I was always teaching classes during the day, but I started basically investing in myself. So I took the money I was making for teaching classes during the day and started my own company. I just went and articles of incorporation, registered Strong Island Media as a company, and started my own magazine. Started off with one-page magazine, which was a newsletter, put it in black-owned businesses in Chicago. Then about 2 years into that, it became a 36-page magazine that I had in like 5 different black-owned stores across the bookstores in the country. And once that started, everything bounced from there. So that's what I basically did, you know, and it's, you know, it's still functional to this day. While the company is still small, it's still basically me, it is still a company, and I do have representation. I've always had a lawyer that always does everything. Every deal I sign, you don't speak to me, you speak to my lawyer. So every deal is signed that way, and they don't know if I got 500 people or a fifth of a person. They don't know.
None of their business.
Right. All they know is that, okay, we're dealing with Strong Island Media Shy. That's the agency we're dealing with right now. So we have to function and look at them as that. And Scoop represents that, but we don't speak to Scoop. We speak to his attorney. Now, the attorney gets 10% regardless of what goes on, but it's a 10% well-earned for me because businesses do not respect family. I'll say it that way. And when they don't respect family, when it's family, I'm talking about people. And I'm talking about family like us family. That's not what business is into. They're not into family, they're into money. And that's all they respect. So knowing that business does not respect family, which means they don't respect you, you have to position yourself to deal with them with what they do respect. And they respect business. So I'm up here speaking to you as Scoop Jackson. That's cool. But when I'm out there in the workforce, there is no Scoop Jackson. There's Strong Island Media Shy. That's who you all got to fuck with, not with me.
All right. Let me get the sister in the back right here with a hand raised. I want to make sure we at least get one sister the question. You with the green and white, if I can see correctly. I got smudges on my glasses, so apologies.
Hi, so my question is for Jeffrey and Kenneth. So as an entrepreneur, what is your advice from a legal standpoint and from a manufacturing standpoint on how to get started? What would be the first 1 or 2 steps to get started?
I would start with the lawyer, so.
I would not start with a lawyer. I would start with a business plan because you can't get to where you're going without the proper plan. And oftentimes people have great products that they don't know what to do with when they're made and when they need to go out into the marketplace. So you need to look at your life cycle from beginning to end and where you want to go. Then I would put the legal pieces in place. I would incorporate, I would look at your intellectual property and what you need to protect, whether it's a trademark, a patent, a copyright. And then I would kick it over to Jeff to get your product made.
So I'll start with this question. Where are you at in your process?
I'm at the very beginning stages. So I'm at the idea.
Okay.
That's it. But I
Have
need
the
help.
idea.
Huh?
You have the idea.
I have the idea.
Has anybody ever made something that in the ballpark of what you want to make?
Not together, no.
But they've made pieces.
They've made pieces, but they don't want to do what I want to do.
So I would suggest, for me, so the example is, and I'm also hyping up my own shit, is that, so this shoe
Yes.
right here, me going to factories, in one factory I worked with, I threw a flyer out and was like, yo, I made this shoe for you. Can you just make one in high-tech materials? If you do it, I'll buy it. I was basically talking shit to the factory owner. The next trip I took to that factory, he hands me a box and says, how many pairs you want? I had no brand, I had no nothing, but I had talked shit and I gotta back it up. So I bought 2,000 pairs. On the flight home, I named the brand 99 Products because 99% of the people I know don't have access to all the cool shoes that come out. They're not, they just don't have access, whether they can afford it or whether they can get to the accounts that that sell them. And so I had to learn how to actually then manufacture my own shoe. I'd done it for a whole bunch of other people, but I didn't know. And so just practicing, and one of the things I'd say to all my teammates, whoever, practice with other people's money. Practice their ideas with their money and learn how all those things work, don't work, and then when you get your opportunity. So the reason I was able to make my own shoe, make it in the colors I wanted, put it in a box, put it in a warehouse, and sell it, because I'd already done it for other people using their money. So now when I'm doing it with my money, I'm not practicing, I'm not making it up. So if you get the opportunity, that's why I ask, if there's somebody doing something close to what you want to do, start there. Help them with their ideas in the places that you're not quite sure. They will make sure, if they know what they're doing, that you're not gonna mess theirs up, but you will learn how to then execute against your own project.
That's it. I think on that we're gonna conclude.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you guys for listening. Appreciate y'all, man.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all.
That was great. I knew it was. Yeah, I was getting heated up there too. I love that part too.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing before I leave because I happen to talk a lot. This gentleman right here, you want the 2-word definition of stewardship? Dwayne Edwards, that's it.
Ooh, that was powerful. Hope y'all got pages left in y'all notebook. Couple more? Okay. So what we're gonna do next is, as you've seen these awards up here all day, we're gonna introduce you to the people that they were created for. And so what we'll do is introduce the presenters, and then they will introduce the honorees. I will start first. I first want to recognize this brother named Rick Williams. Give it for Rick. So Rick and I have crossed paths over the years during his Burn Rubber days, during my Jordan days, and then during my Pensole days, and now with our Pensole Lewis days. And he's always been the same person, and that's important. Whenever you meet people, look for consistency. Consistency. And he was consistent. And his passion for helping out the next generation, helping out the students. He was one of the first speakers at the college. But his passion for his craft, his diversity of his craft, and his love for the city of Detroit is why I want to create the Rick Williams Community Icon Award for you, sir. Yep.
Thank you, guys. This means a lot. You know, I've worked a lot. I've worked a long time doing what I do. And a lot of times you know, you're just looking to the next thing because it's a hustle. You know, this is how I live. This is how I eat. So you don't really take the time to really appreciate all of the work that you do. And I'm here to inspire. Like I mentioned, like I say all the time, like you see, that's our job. You know, and I have people that work with me, work for me, that I try to impart all of the knowledge that I've gained, you know, through the experience, through the people that I know. And I believe that I've heard a lot of that, you know, during these panels today about paying it forward and helping the next person. And I believe that's my job, that's our job, you know, for each one of us to see the goodness in each other and help it grow. So if anything, you know, I'm here committed to helping this school and what's going on here, because I believe if I had something like this, I would be even more different. Because my journey is different than most of the people that were out here. I bought a store and then convinced these companies that we needed to collaborate. I didn't do it like anyone in here said this. The way I move is the way the Most High tells me to move. So when he puts an idea, they weren't doing collabs when I started doing collabs. When I dropped that first New Balance, that wasn't happening all the time. I had OGs that I looked to like leaders that were doing that stuff. And now we're able to carry that torch and do that same thing from here, and hopefully have more and more people from this city coming through this program and the programs that are available to us to do the same thing. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So the next presenter I would like to invite, we created an award for this gentleman in 2019, and he gets a chance to present his award to someone next. So Mr. Scoop Jackson, come on out, bro.
Look at that. That's amazing. Wait. You sure? I'm sorry. All right, yeah, there you go. All right, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. All right, cool. All right, how's everybody doing? Again, sorry. I am going to read this because I wanted to make sure I was on point with this presentation. I didn't want to freestyle it. You know, this is important personally to me, but I think it's important for the culture and for all of us. So I wanted to be very specific in this. So forgive me, and I really didn't have time to memorize all this, and I'm getting old. I would have messed it up, so I ain't going to do that. So 5 things to know about Jacques Slade. Yes, you can clap. One, he doesn't sleep. He doesn't believe in it. Sleep is for sneakerheads and hype beasts, not sovereigns. Number 2, he's really for real. Think about it. Have you ever seen Jacques and Pharrell in the same place at the same time? Neither one of them age. They look the exact same for the last 20 years. They share the same level of talents and expertise. They both stay fly as hell. They're both cerebral and creative geniuses at what they do. I'm just saying. Think about it. Number 3, at his core, and Jacques not gonna like this, but he is a reporter. Something in this culture that doesn't exist anymore. There's something to be said about a brother who makes himself transformative in the media, who's beyond the hyphenate, who's beyond a multitasker, someone who takes the task, the true task, of finding and gathering information and turning that information into art. Number 4, he had his own Jeopardy category. Y'all, I don't know if y'all saw that. The brother had his own Jeopardy category. That's some shit. Number 5, the only thing stopping him from being on the cover of Fast Company, Forbes, and one of Time 100's most influential people is that he has not found a way or found the time to turn Kanye's whole Yeezy story into Hamilton. Yet. So, it is my true honor to bestow on this brother, who I had the honor of receiving this award from first, the 2022 BFF Scoop Jackson Media Award. 2, the Don Lemon / Stuart Scott in this business of footwear culture. the king of tech specs, the only person who would compare Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook in their OKC days to Goku and Vegeta on Dragon Ball Z and make it make sense. And for the record, Jock, I'm a Freezer guy. I'm a Freezer guy, so there you go. The man who we will never, ever, 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 ever give a hard pass to. Mr. Cousteau, the incomparable entrepreneurial, legend in the making, sneaker philosopher, cultural savant, Jacques Slade. Here you go. Do your thing, man.
Thank you. I'm gonna put this down because I wrote down some stuff that I wanted to say because, like Scoop, I'm getting old and I can't remember all this stuff. So first, I want to say thank you to Scoop. Scoop, you are my giant. I stand upon your shoulders in the same way I stand upon Jason's, the same way I stand upon Dwayne's and all the others that came before you guys. So I say truly thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to say thank you to my family, their incredible support. I would not be able to stand here without their patience. When I was fired, it could have been very easy for my wife to hit me with a "don't be mad, UPS." She gave me the grace and she gave me the freedom to set up a green screen camera in our garage and start making content and putting it up. Thank you, wherever you are. I know you're here somewhere. Thank you for that. For those that are around me, you know, I take what I do very seriously. I see that what I do, I take it as an honor. I take it as a privilege to be in the position that I'm in. I've said it before and I say it again, that doesn't make me special, but I work hard. I do not possess a skill or a talent that a million other people in this world don't possess in some way or another, but I'm passionate. I am in many terms, or in the way that I see it, I am blessed. And if you don't believe in that, then I'm lucky. And with that luck or blessing comes, and I'll be totally transparent with you guys, a certain amount of guilt, feeling that I don't belong here. Why me? What makes me special? What have I done to put me in that position? And while I do not have the answer to those questions, what God has put in my spirit is to be what Scoop and many others have been to me, to be a giant, to be a shoulder on which those that come after me so they can see into a future that I never thought was even possible. I know that the scope of my journey is still being written. The great scribe up above has ideas and circumstances that will change me from the inside out, and I can't wait to see what's in store for me on the other side. So while a part of me stands here right now in front of you screaming that this is not something that I deserve, I know that there's a meaning behind it all that has yet to be written, and one day it'll all make sense for those that come after me. So I say thank you, I am grateful, I am humbled, and I appreciate the flowers. Thank you, guys.
So you're not gonna take my name off that and give it to him, are you? Like, it's not gonna be the Jacques Slade Award. This is not my last time here. Okay. Thank you, man.
Beautiful. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Ooh, Both of them are writers, so they, want to write some stuff, right? Yes, yes. So the next person I'd like to bring out is Portia Blunt to introduce a very special woman.
All right, y'all, I need my glasses for this one. I had to pull out the glasses. I got tissue in my pocket. So just so you all know, I've been waiting in the back with this phenomenal woman. And we were just chatting and catching up, and she shared a story with me, and she started crying. I was like, hold those tears. What you do? You haven't even got the award yet. Hold on. So I'm going to share a couple of things with you. First and foremost, I am beyond humbled to present this award to such a phenomenal human and a phenomenal woman, and who has meant so much to us in this industry, in particular to Black women in this industry. So some of you may know her as a creator. Some of you may know her as an innovator. Some of you may even know her as a fierce, badass influencer. Some of you even may even know her as Seven and Zion's mom. Yeah, right. But I know her as my friend, right? So I'm gonna have Jazz come on out here really quickly. So what's important about this award, even being established, is that I don't even know that Jazz realizes the impact that she holds and exudes for all of us. So I'm gonna let her take some time as she listens and accepts the flowers today. And I want her to smell the flowers today. I want her to hold and wear the flowers today. I know this woman to be exactly what you see is who you get. She will fight fearlessly in any battlefield to make sure our stories are heard, that we have a space. She's a master connector. She connects the dots so that you don't even know that are there. And I have to tell you, the vulnerability, so someone so strong to be so humble and vulnerable at her core. I've had phone calls from this one. Whatever you need, babe, I got you. Whatever you need to just let off your chest, I'm here for you. And what's a beautiful thing about her, she's there to pick up the phone when I call too. And what's even more important, when you call her, she's gonna pick up the phone. So when you give someone an award for being an advocate for women in sneakers, you need someone who's gonna always be there, who's going to give voice to those of us who aren't necessarily going to speak up for ourselves. So today, Jazrae, first of her name, House of Allen Lord. Yeah. We present to you the Advocate Icon Award.
It's the Jazrae Allen Lord Advocate Icon Award. Give me a minute because I wrote something like Jock. I'm not gonna wing it today. I think I definitely understand the gravity of this moment, and I stand here representing thousands of women who came before me, who also, like me, were forged in the fire, but they never made it through the flames to see today. And I am them. We are them. And we are fucking here, period. They called us crazy. They called us dangerous, they called us risky. But when white men do it, they call it innovative, they call it disruptive, they call it iconic. And tonight I stand before you as your icon. My father never taught me the word advocacy because in our community, I think more is caught than taught. So he taught me through his actions. He marched with us alongside him for veterans' rights and prison reform. My mother taught me through the power of faith. She gave me God and the space for him to find me and work through me. And my children, Zion and Seven, as Portia mentioned, my greatest teachers who always believed that their mama was magic and could make wishes come true by throwing pennies in fountains before anyone in here or in the world ever knew my name. I started all of this for them, but as a lot of my babies know here, especially in the front row, I do it every day for y'all. And to the young women here who I have mentored, led, worked with, worked for, learned from, y'all are truly my icons. I kept going only for you. I spoke up only for you. I advocated only for fucking you. And I'm gonna keep going for you. You know, I hope one day when people ask me, they say like, when will you know that you're done? When I can sit down and everybody in the room looks like me and there's no reason for my work. I think I have to constantly remember that I was forged in the fire. And after being forged in the fire, you become the flame. Today, I am the flame. Today, we are the wildfire that will burn these systems down and light this bitch on flame. So, can I say that, Dr. Dwayne? We are the ones we've been waiting for. We said that in Obama's time, but I think we really mean it today. Dr. Dwayne has told us that they've left the door cracked, and if we don't kick it open, it's on us. So I really, really implore all of you to stand up, to speak out, to live loud, to never, ever forget who you are, to stand in your truth, regardless of who it makes uncomfortable. Not everybody's gonna like you, but all you need is one believer. And I'm so, so thankful to my believers today that are here. Shake, my day one, Janae, Jacques, my fucking day one, for real. Like, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Dwayne, for everything that you do. If there was no Dr. Dwayne, there would be no us in this room. And I think that his walk should inspire all of us every single day to be more and to do more. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you. That was great. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. You know, I forgot to mention why we call it the Black Light Awards. And we call it the Black Light Awards is because when we were going through the process of reopening Pensole Lewis College, we wanted to come up with a nickname for the college. We didn't want to be an animal. We didn't want to be a tiger or a lion or anything like that. And what we settled on was a black light. How many of you have ever seen a black light, something written in black light form? Well, when you see it, it actually doesn't exist until you shine a light on it, and then it illuminates. All of these people are that light. And every student that comes through these doors is also a light. Because in a lot of times we are hidden in plain sight, and we just need someone to shine a light on our greatness. And so that's why it's called the Pensole Lewis College Black Lights. So the next gentleman I want to bring up is Mr. Chris Wright to introduce another dynamic brother. Man, y'all getting emotional up here, boy. Okay. All right, don't do it, Chris. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do what? Oh, you know what? I forgot to tell you I'm from New York. I'm humbled to be here. It was beautiful seeing all of you here. So thanks for coming out. Thanks to Dr. Edwards for putting this on. I'm really humbled to present this award to the person that is going to get this namesake award. I've had the opportunity to watch his growth over the last almost 20 years. And like, when I just think about everything that he's done, it's been nothing short of amazing. When they say actions speak louder than words, this person is the personification of that term. When I think about the communities he serves through product, through storytelling, through service and experience, I haven't seen anybody do it on this level in a long time. He's truly an icon and a pioneer in the retail space. With that, I'm going to bring out James Whitner to receive the James Whitner Entrepreneur Icon Award.
Yo, thank you, everybody. It's humbling, and I honestly wrote what I was going to say, and then I ripped it up, and I left my phone back there just so I could talk to the room. Entrepreneurship for me is probably a big term. I think I speak a lot and try to. And for me, entrepreneurship is about passion and about belief in yourself, and it's about acting. Where I'm from, you can't talk about much. You just talking. It's just words. In the FC Alloredo and started my bid. And most of y'all be like, damn, that's tough. But I never I was never worried about my future. I was supposed to be going back to finish my senior year of college, but I was going to go start a 4-year sentence. And I never thought yo, it had such a bright future and he threw it all away. And I was thinking to myself no, this is the kind of start of my future. And I didn't think about this until I tore up the speech that I wrote, because I think the thing that we have to remember is we make our own table. I asked a question earlier today when I hear, and I respect the entrepreneur and the employment journey, but I knew early on where I was from that I could never work for someone because I understood the box that it kind of put my thinking in. And I tried, and I tried, and I tried, and I tried, right? And I respect leaders and people in the institution that employment creates for us, but I knew that I was an underdog. I was a felon, right? So in the world terms, I failed. It was over for me. The world would never accept me. At 21 years old, my life meant nothing. Nah, I wasn't gonna let that be my story. So I say that to say, this is our table. This is our story. This is our opportunity. All of this is ours. Nobody can take anything from us. We get to create our seats at the table, build the table. It's our table. And I appreciate Dwayne. It's a very high honor to put my name on the award. And I will continue to earn and build legacy and put meaning behind it. Chris, thank you for always believing in me. And all of you, I couldn't be anything without you, so I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Okay, 2 more left. So earlier today, I explained to you how the students are going to create this college. The students have the opportunity to design all of our spaces. This morning, I introduced the Kevin Carroll Student Lounge space. And we have 2 more spaces we would like to dedicate today to 2 more amazing people. The first one would be to Miss April Walker. Legend upon legend upon legend. We go back several decades, always on the footwear space, killing it in the apparel space and just the entrepreneur space. You are a motivation to women, you're a motivation to men, you're a motivation to designers. And I'm honored to present to you your own studio at Pensole Lewis called the April Walker Apparel Design Studio.
Thank you, Dr. Dwayne, and thank you, Pensole Lewis College, and thank you, makers, creators, and educators. What can I say? I started this journey in 1987, and I wouldn't think I would be standing here right now accepting this award. I just believed in something bigger than myself, and that's how the journey started. And to see all of you beautiful people and young people, and particularly Black and brown people in this audience, is just the dream realized for me. When I see you, I see myself. And so, you know, I do the work now for you, because I want you to see the possibilities that if I did it without technology, as a Blexican woman in an all-male dominated industry, and I kicked in the door, that you guys can do it even bigger and better. And I know that you will with a school like this, because this school is made with love, it's made with intention, it's made with greatness, it's made with everything you need. And when you come out of here, you're gonna see the world differently and be able to apply the world differently and be able to change the world differently. So I'm grateful to see what's gonna manifest from this school and from all of you creators. I will continue to do the work for the culture. I will continue to show up for Black and brown women. And if you're a maker and a creator, and all the creators, raise your hand. Okay, do me a big favor. Can you all take out your phones real quick and put on your flashlight and just raise it? You see how we can all shine bright together? Shine your light on somebody else, because you already have the light. So let that create contagious behavior, and that's how we help create a healthy ecosystem. I just want to say thank you. I'm going to leave you with a few things. Serve, and the people will find you. I'm honored to be with such greatness and receive the award with so many people that are doing service and being a service to our communities, our culture. Just in closing, that's God's work and that's God's light. Lateral cooperation creates vertical movement. This is a testimony to that. And as Killer Mike says, if all of us do a little bit, no one has to do a lot. Thank you, I'm so humbled.
Ooh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. All right, so the last award that I want to present is to a gentleman that I didn't know existed. In 1989, I became a footwear designer in this industry. I thought I was the only one. For the young people, there was no internet in 89. There was no social media in 89. Just had the yellow pages. Look up what the yellow pages is, you'll see what it is. But I didn't discover this brother until in the 90s. And then I had an opportunity to sit right beside him for a few years when we were in Jordan together. And then discover this brother was the first black footwear designer in this industry. And that is something that I admire this man for, because he's humble. He just did the work. I guarantee you, you have some of his shoes in your closet, and you didn't even know he did it. And I feel like it's an honor, and it's only deserving that we dedicate the footwear space to Mr. Wilson Smith. Now, Wilson actually started in the early 1900s, not Jeff. Wilson did, actually. Right.
It's hilarious. Well, Brother Dr. Dwayne Edwards. Dr. Dwayne. First, I want, the word says, let another man praise you, not your own lips. And so I'm going to praise you. Dude, I think what you've done is unbelievable. I mean, everything that your vision and what you're all about has just been so inspiring. And I'm in the shadow. He talked about me being the first, black designer, and Dwayne was the second. It's like Elisha kind of exceeded Elijah, considerably. And so I'd say number two, you are highly, highly respected, and I love the work that you have done. And I was so blown away. I'm proud. I am proud of you. I am proud of. I'm proud of each of you in this room. I'm proud that each of you are bold enough to come here. I'm proud of each of you and your futures that are going to exceed all the rest of us. That's what I'm proud of. I'm proud of each of you. I'm proud of some of the creatives that I've worked with that I was very inspired, been so inspired by today, and I'm proud that they have helped to put this place together, bring people along with us. One thing I've been thinking about, and I'm so reminded of now in this part of my career or whatever, is that we as black and brown people, we may be doing our own thing, but it's about others. It's as horizontal as it is vertical. It's going all directions all the time, and we got to lift another one up as well as whatever we're doing, whatever we're involved in. And each person that I know, that the creatives that I've been with over the years, a lot of them are part of this, and they're the ones who have been intentional about reaching out to the sides. I'm thinking about people like Sharice Thornhill Goldstone and Ashley Como and Precious Hannah and Elia Jackson, who I heard earlier today, who I love hearing all their stories and hearing how they are making a way for others as well as their own selves. And then, of course, brothers, these are just the creatives. The rooms, it's been filled with amazing people all day, but I'm just thinking about some of the creatives that I worked with. Thinking about Jeff Henderson, about Jason Maiden, E. Scott Morris, Kevin Carroll, Scoop Jackson, Sean Williams, everybody who have been doing amazing work that's going this way as well as whatever the work they're doing. So everything that you do, be intentional about it. And I'm just proud of you. So that's my first feeling, because being the first black, I did not expect to see a room full, and this room is full, and it's going to be even fuller. I mean, everything keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it's exciting. It is so exciting. And so that's amazing. And then I'd say, for myself, just my current journey. I'm all about the next generation. That's my passion, is to really now, I'm still inside of the company, but my heart is all about the next gen, about making a way, about creative ways of connecting. So I'm, wilson.smith@nike.com. Let's have a relationship. I want to try to make a way, as you're moving in your careers and things. And I was so honored recently, and this is another brother who's thinking about himself outside of he's thinking about others outside of himself. This brother, a brother named Wade Ray at Nike, who was a marketing guy at Nike, he wanted to create a shoe that told my story, which is like crazy. And I'm like going, what? And it's amazing. And it's online right now. And I was thinking about him because actually he asked me for a quote to put in the shoe. And the quote I gave was a quote that was actually in Philippians. It says, "In humility, count others more significant than yourselves." And I just think that's one of those things. And I just see that. I get that vibe here from everyone. I get that vibe that we're all like, it's about, the best way for it to be about you is for it not to be about you, really. And the best way to really make an opportunity is to really try to make an opportunity for someone else. And so that's what I see is beautiful about this place, about each one of you. And I'm so honored to be a part of that journey as well. If my life was what I dreamed it would be, it wouldn't be as interesting as it is. And that's just a quote from Big Sean, but it's just, the whole idea is that it's much bigger than anything we could think of at this point. I mean, right now you may be looking up a mountain, but trust me, it's going to be even bigger than that. And I really believe that we can get that way with the right spirit and the right focus. And so that's some of the main stuff I was thinking about. The other thing I was just saying is, and Dwayne and others have mentioned it, it's more about, to me, the notion of humility is a huge thing. And that's something that I try to keep in check, because I'm extremely fortunate. I tell you, when I kind of backed into the footwear industry, there weren't really shoes being designed, and they were getting ready. I thought they were going to lay me off, and they said, "How would you like to design shoes?" I was like, "Oh, I always want to do that. I just want to keep a job. I'm going to pay the rent." I always wanted to pay the rent. And now I'm like going, "Wow, that ends up being." I thought I had failed as an architect, and that ends up being the step into the new place. So I would say for each of you, to be thinking of making yourselves the kind of person who can do things that they say, like, they call it proclivities, the kind of skill sets, the things that you can apply to any area. It doesn't have to just be shoes, it could be anything. Like I think Sharice one time earlier said about, don't just design shoes. And that's true. Look outside the box that you can apply it to all kinds of things. So I think that's real important. I think it's, be yourself, find yourself, be yourself. Number 2, be adaptable. Be adaptable with those amazing skills you got. And number 3, I would say, is just to be grateful. I mean, just be grateful. I'm grateful. I'm so fucking grateful right now. I'm so fucking grateful right now. I mean, it's got to be grateful. I'm so fucking grateful. I'm grateful for the Pensole College of Design, Pensole Lewis College of Design. I'm grateful for the Pensole Lewis College of Design. I'm grateful. Just be grateful, because the doors are opening, and they're opening for you, and just march on through them and knock them out of the park. It's your day right now. Love you, buddy.
Ooh, that was great. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to close the day out, okay? So stand up, stretch a little bit. Up next, got a treat. We're going to end on a high note. Get your energy up. Get your energy up. 5 minutes.
Attention, everybody that can hear my voice. We have another lost phone. It is an iPhone. It has an extra battery pack on it. And the screensaver has 2 beautiful young children on it. Please meet me by the front desk where we registered to retrieve your phone. Thank you.
I can't hear you. God, what? Oh. I'm always got a call and response. Always. That's my whole life. All right. Anybody want to share a gem or two that you heard? Yeah? One? Just share one. Very good. Like that one. All right. Our last session for the day. We got some heat on this stage. It's going to get warm in here quick. All right. I want to bring up Mr. James Whitner. Clap. Wow. I want to bring up Miss April Walker. All right. Mr. Jalen Rose. Oh, he's coming. But you can introduce the session, explain to them what is going on and what they're about to experience.
So I was divided by Dwayne to do something that we do often every month. We call it free game. In my experiences over the years, there's no handbook for what we do. You kind of just go out there and you figure it out. And the thing that I've learned was, after being on this journey for so long and just talking to April in the back, like, you want to give the information back. So free game is a platform that we do now monthly, sometimes more frequent. And the goal of it is just to give the information back. Today we're going to be talking about y'all. We're going to be talking about the future. And most importantly, we're just going to be talking about what it takes to move us forward. And the sessions is interactive. So please jump in. This is a conversation for us. This is not us talking at y'all. The clock said we got 49 minutes, and if we don't use all of them having an engaging conversation, I failed. I don't like failing, so let's get at it. April, you're in the center. Yeah, so I'm gonna kick it off because we was in the back, and April said something to me that was important, and we just busted it up. I just met Jalen for the first time today, and April sang, but we started talking about the idea of being played. And it's something that we don't talk about openly. I've been played a million times. It's failure, right? Like you walk in a room and you try to get a seat at the table and somebody curb you or make you feel like you don't deserve to be in a room or make you feel like you ain't in a cool guy committee or take advantage of you when you don't understand the rules of operation. I want to start there because as black folks in a white industry, white world, we're often the only people in the room. Right? And we struggle being our authentic selves and making sure that our values being felt in the room. April, I'm gonna let you jump in from there.
I'm gonna start by saying I'm gonna go into that conversation we had backstage, if you don't mind me repeating. Jalen was like, when I walked in, he said, I'm gonna repeat what I said when you got on the stage, and that is that I got played in the industry. And it's all perception. I understood what Jalen was saying truly. And I'm grateful that I feel like I never became bitter, but became better. And I was telling them that I didn't come in this for the fashion industry. I was following my North Star, which was hip hop, the culture. So I never, once I saw what the fashion industry was, I'm being real frank with you guys right now, it's full of whiteness. And it's a very elitist industry. It's a broken system on purpose. So I never expected them to quantify my potential or validate my dopeness. It was up to me to do that, right? Where I was telling them, I felt like the Lone Ranger in is I was the first woman, Blexican woman, the first woman, and then Blexican on top of that. I came in at 21, I started. I did not feel supported by black men in the industry that were my counterparts at that time. They did not, I feel like, did not hold space. You guys, we talk a lot about code switching and about having to be fragile with our words when we walk in certain rooms. I had to do that every day, whether it was black or white, because I was the only woman in that room with a lot of egos, a lot of men. And just imagine, hip hop was exploding. It was a different time, so picture that, like way different. You know, the early 90s, we were young, we were just getting it. No one understood what this was gonna be at that point, but it was more about being seen and being seen, right? And I think that that system kind of set us up to be every man for himself, instead of understanding that until we all win, none of us are winning.
Now pause for 1 second. Tell them what you said, what we need to do.
I need you to stand up for me. I need you to be here for me. I need you to make sure that doesn't happen again, because I represent so many women that have come before me and had this same situation. And while things are changing, they're not changing fast enough for women, especially black and brown women. If we're honest, those opportunities still aren't the same in the fashion industry. And that's why I'm a big, big proponent of IP holders.
April, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna pivot something to Jalen, because we start talking, and you would think, you know, with his legacy and what he's built, he would jump in a conversation and it would be about something different. Jalen, jump in and please start talking what you started talking about in the back.
First, I'm really honored to be here. I'm honored that this is happening. I grew up on the northwest side of Detroit, and I believe it was off Myers. Literally, Lewis College of Business was right around the corner from where I used to live and grew up. It was right down the street from Northwest Activity Center. So I used to play there, I used to be there, I used to see it. And the sad thing, I didn't realize that it was a HBCU. And I didn't realize that it was one of the first ones about business in Detroit. That just shows you how the awareness didn't exist. I didn't know you guys were coming back. And so a couple of things I want to acknowledge. First off, you're a legend. Please give it up for her. And the thing is, I've always, and when I talked about like how the industry took her for granted and basically played her, I wasn't only talking about her. I got played by the industry too. And I was just looking at the internet the other day, and I saw that Nike's gonna re-release the Huarache shoe for the 3rd time. We wore that shoe in 1992, right? Imagine me starting a school 11 years ago, reaching out to that company, asking them to support our sports teams, and getting told no. You see what I mean? And so when I see a couple of people riding with Kanye, but when he shows Adidas, like reselling his shoe or undermarking his shoe, I'm not sure exactly what happened, and then a couple of public figures come and ride with him, I'm thinking, dog, what was y'all since 1992? You see what I mean? And it's refreshing that we can communicate, that we can build together. And what you just said reminded me of something. in that early 90s, I remember going to the hip hop shop and rocking Maurice Malone. I remember Carroll, that's my brother. I remember repping his stuff and doing what I can to support. I remember getting to the league, and this woman made sure I had boxes of gear to wear. Made sure. I've always been conscious of that. Like, this is fear of God I'm wearing. I do it on TV. And a lot of times, that's an opportunity for us as black people, inner city young people, to support our own. I know I'm on the stage. So I'm like, yo, Rich Fresh, I need you to give me a suit. Because instead of me wearing a Dolce & Gabbana suit, they ain't gonna show me no love. They don't care. Literally. Like, I don't know them. Like, I actually know him. He's a living, breathing human being. And he's black. So I'm gonna ride for my people. And for so long, I remember like being one of the people that was ostracized by mainstream America because I was too black and too outspoken. And so it's crazy for me. I saw it happen to Muhammad Ali. I saw it happen to like a lot of outspoken black people who put on for their culture and put on for their community. And so coming full circle and having a corporate job and having the opportunities that I have, it now makes me double and triple down. Like, I'm more ferocious about it now. It's more personal now. And so the first thing I thought about when I knew that this was happening today, I was like, first I'm gonna be there. And I'm glad that it's happening. But you know what really needs to happen? Like, we need to ride together and build together and not just be talk. Because you talked about like the people in the industry that look like you, that didn't necessarily support you. There's a show I want to do. I guess I'm going to say it in public. I've been sitting on an idea for 10 years. And it's a show called Not in Front of Company.
I love that.
Not in front of company. Like the stuff we really need to talk about, but it's like only amongst us. You know what I mean? Like it's like one of those things like when your parents tell you whatever happened in this house, stay in this house, right? Like, I hope this becomes that. Because while we want to build with one another and we should build with one another, we are the first to stick a gun in each other's face too. We are the first to hate. We are the first to rob. We are the first to diss. We are the first to comment and say something negative about each other. And so I hope this platform, this opportunity about fashion, about lifestyle, becomes an opportunity for us as people, for us as a community, to actually not have it just be talk. I'm tired of talking.
And what I could say, I'm seeing now, what I could say I'm seeing now is, and we talked about this in the back too, I think with the last 3 or 4 years, we started to see that we all had a window, right? Everything that happened with George Floyd, it was an awakening for the world to understand our power and what it is that we add to the world. And I think all of us now understand the value that we bring when we walk in a room. But how do we own that power, right? I would love to hear from both of y'all to talk about how can we take some of that power back, because what I'm seeing is, it's a reckoning, right? It's real rap. I think each of you understand, y'all here on a Saturday, right? And I think more people now understand the importance of their individual value and their individual individual contribution, just not at work, but to our culture, right? But please talk to me about, and if any of y'all feel like to jump in too and got questions, because I said it was gonna be interactive and we've been talking at y'all a bit. Is that a hand? Go ahead. And here, yeah, that's you. Yeah, jump and stand up.
Yes, so hi, my name is Imani. I'm from Chicago. And so I know you're mentioning IP and ownership of that. And I feel like as a creative, the hardest part for me is maintaining ownership of my ideas because they're not tangible. So how do you as a creative like make sure when you're reading these contracts, like they have you sign away your intellectual property and they can use it in whatever ways they want to for however long they can? So how do you as a creative protect your intellectual property?
Is that, I'll answer even though it may not have been directed at me. The first thing is, when you're new to the game, you're new to the game, right? So let me level set the conversation, right? It's about Black excellence, right? In the United States, there's 12% of us, right? So the other 88% ain't us. So know when you come in, you're gonna have some throwaways, right? Like you gotta be, we talked about this in the back. James Whitner works for free today, right? If you see me, I'm probably giving you my number, right? If you got an idea, like, yo, shoot, whatever it is, whatever I got to do to help it, I'll help it. Like, you know, you gotta work for free. So before you get to a point where you can protect something on a contract, you gotta make sure that there's real value, right? Because you can't fight for all the things, right? Like April said it, like from her journey, I learned, right? She talked about what she contributes. She's a legend, right? And the thing that we have to understand is like, yo, protect your IP. Don't let nobody have anything forever. I think there was a brother here earlier, I forgot his name. He was up here with J-Man and Scoop. IP, like, find him, get his card, and learn a bit. He's sitting right behind you. Find him, get his card, and build with him.
I was just gonna follow up. I mean, if I'm honest, like the creative industry, period, whether it's apparel, footwear, it's very hard, at least in apparel, to protect everything. But IPs are important in trademarks and your mainstays. There's your icons, your logos, there's domestic, there's international, there's your most important assets. You want to keep them in a secure, allocated folder. And that, to me, I would tell you to get with a good IP lawyer and someone that understands fashion laws to really have that conversation because there's different levels. And like he said, when you come in the game, you need to, I say, you got to pay your dues and know that humility and confidence can live in the same house. All right? And so you can know that I'm getting to where I need to get, but I'm gonna do what I need to do and get in where I fit in right now and put my weight up because I already know what I'm made of. So once I get there, it's a different conversation. But you gotta do some things to have a different conversation.
100. Thank you for your question too. I got two over there.
I'll just pass it off to you. My question, how do you think the essence of hustle and grit has changed in the fashion world for Black and brown entrepreneurs? That's for everybody.
I don't think it has. I think we've been hustling since day one. I think the results of the hustle has changed, right? Scoop Jackson exists. I got the scoop because J-May hit me out of the clear blue like, yo, bro, there's somebody you should meet. Good people, built with him. J-May, he talked earlier today. Me and J-May might have talked for 5 minutes. Got introduced to him from Chris Wright. J-May would call me every Friday, text me every Friday and say, I don't know what's going on in your mind, but I'm praying for you. And you got the ability and the power to get through all of it. That's the type shit that, like hustle and grit, I think that's always been us. I think now we own the results different, right? To the young lady's point, I think to the young lady's point, now we got people in a room that can make sure we're not getting played, right? Now we understand that the opportunity is ours and we can ring fence it and scale it, right? And so I think April hustled harder than me. She's a Black woman in the industry, so she had to hustle harder than me. I can't take nothing away from her hustle. I just think the world now understands a little, they can't play us. Or they can't play us as visibly as they would have in the past.
Can I piggyback something off of that? And I'm guilty of this, and that's why I'm flagging it because it's something that I've worked to improve at, and once I work to improve at it, I hope to now make it a challenge to everyone else. The Black dollar is stronger now. We making more bread. I remember just recently, like thinking about sports and thinking about rap. And I remember a time where the rappers wasn't living in the suburbs. They weren't making the bread that they're making now, right? There were a couple of people who owned their own labels. Rockefeller had a label, Bad Boy had a label, No Limit had a label, Jay Prince had a label. And so, but other than that, you always heard rappers talking about either being in 360-degree deals or being undervalued or underpaid, and then having to do shows to actually make their money. And so now those artists, like us, have gotten more intelligent to now pick and choose. Do I need a label or am I gonna stay independent? But either way, it's more money in the game. So to answer your question or comment about hustle, how are we spending that dollar? Are we spending it with each other? Because now that that dollar is stronger, we should definitely be doing it. And we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. Like, I remember in Detroit, we didn't root for Michael Jordan because I'm a Bad Boys fan. And so I remember when the Jordans came out, and I'm like, hold on. They released 50 pairs of shoes. There's 5,000 people in the line. That don't add up. People literally shooting and killing each other for the shoes, and they know it. That's a setup. That's literally designed. It's almost like if you, an artist that can have a venue of 10,000 fans, but you purposely do a show for 2,500 fans. That's what they were doing to us. That's what they're continuing to do to us. So what my challenge for me is, and I would say about the hustle, is if these artists, these creatives, these entrepreneurs, these people who are in fashion or whatever we're selling, my challenge is, what are we doing with the black dollar? We need to be more responsible with it.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm going to piggyback and push you too on this one. As we talk about, because what you just mentioned is demand planning, right? Tactical term, we all heard it. Everybody in here working. Understanding that I'm forming it and thinking at the same time. Knowing that none of us own brands. Well, no, I take that back. None of us own the big brands, right? Dior. Why? Why don't we, and this is a question to the crowd, why don't we support one another with the level of excitement that we're willing to support other brands? And that's a question to y'all, please. Hand.
Okay, so this actually perfectly fits into my question. My name is Jerlisa Nicole. I do a lot of stuff with sneakers, honestly. I don't feel like going down the list. But most importantly, I look at myself as a voice of the community, of sneakers, of Black people in sneakers. I creative direct, I style, and I'm a buyer as well for Complex and a couple of other productions and companies. And about a year ago, more than a year ago, James, you dropped the Raised by Women 3. The Jordan 3 is my favorite shoe, hands down. The story is amazing. I'm a mother of 2 Black boys. They're teenagers. I get it. I went to the AMM store in Atlanta, and it was disheartening to see as a Black woman, there was nothing for me to buy. There was maybe 2 T-shirts, and I'm not exaggerating, and they weren't attractive T-shirts. And I asked the staff, like, hey, is there a women's section? And they're like, yeah, it's in the corner. I said, them 2 T-shirts? And they was like, yeah, it's in the corner. And I said, okay, what else is there for me as a woman? Oh, that's all we got right now. We about to send the Ivy Park back. Okay, cool. I understand that things happen in business. So maybe it was just a bad day. I'm out of Dallas. I'll go to the Houston stores. It's generally the same thing. As a woman, unless I'm about to buy a big men's T-shirt, baggy cargo pants, there's no space for me to spend my Black dollar outside of these hyped releases that I gotta go through Nike and Jordan to get. I gotta fight to pay a Black man with my Black dollar. And I love your brand. I love what you're making. I love what you're doing, but it hurts sometimes to sit back and be like, dang, that's it? I could get the Nike shoe? What else? There's no Walker wear in there? There's no, there's so much that can be done. So when Jalen says stuff like, we not putting a black dollar in the black, there's nowhere for me, there are places to put it, but as far as the people on the panel, there's nowhere for me to put it in your store on a day-to-day basis, you know?
Do you remember my question earlier? Was anybody here when the question earlier when the girls was, when the young ladies was talking on stage?
I was in the other room for it, but you asked where the black women were, right?
The question I asked was, I'm guilty of serving men. 85 to 90% of our business is based on we're moving into women, right? And you'll start to see women's spaces come online. But yo, look at every woman in the room, look at each other. That's on y'all. Just as quick as you say, I'm gonna challenge you back. Women have to stand up. Yo, okay, you can catch me as soon as we walk off, and I'll give you my number. You can call me Monday, and I'll make the space. We need black women in. I can do the best that I can do, right? But that's what I need y'all to do, what y'all gonna do, and I can leverage the resources I got to help you. Is to Jalen's point, and I started to go there, but I wasn't gonna go there, but you about to make it. If you don't know it, I'm gonna help you with it. If there's a million to sell a million, no, that ain't the name of the game. You gotta stay in. This is a different conversation. I think through all of our launches, there's a way for, and I pride myself on it. So if they had conversations about women, we could have in our current men's spaces, you're going to see very small selection for women.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Can
and I supported you, and I thank you. Nice spot, you know what I mean? But your outfit is fantastic. It's beautiful. And Jalen Rose, 5, the Air Max, the black socks, the baggy shorts.
That's all Detroit everything.
Okay, so Ms. Walker, back to you. The whole fashion industry. Nav, my pops did Ralph Lauren back in the 80s. Jordan gets credited for the baggy shorts, and that's what everyone. You used to have the hockey jerseys, XX, extra large. Respect their style with tight jeans, but even jazz singers used to have baggy suits. You know what I'm saying? If you have a style, why change your style? You know what I'm saying? Who dictates what's on the market and what's not on the market?
That's a good question. I think style is innate, and I think that who dictates what's on the market, I don't think that part has really changed in terms of, if you go to every hood, I'm gonna be honest, there's a hood star. That hood star is who these celebrities look to, because they the game changers. Like in New York, it's Vinnie Styles, it's Bed-Stuy Fly. Certain shops you go to, your shop, you know, you go places and you shop. But they know where to look, and they know who's wearing what, and they know those are the real stars, and those are the people that set the trends. Now that we have Instagram, there's a lot of creative theft and a lot of drive-bys going on from these big corporations to see who's out here popping. Right now, I'm in a lawsuit with Off-White for my intellectual property, right? And that's been going on now for over a year and a half. But while it's stressful and while it's taxing, it's more important for young people to see that I'm taking a stand and I'm not having that shit, you know?
I got a 2-word answer to it. We do. Like, we own what we do. That's right. And the more we realize it, to Jalen's earlier point, like, we own all this shit. This is our table, right? These is our insights. We inspire, we influence, and to his earlier point, we purchase everything that matters. So every time you choose wisely.
Can I just say that if we spent 10 cents of every dollar, we could employ every man and child in this room all the day. We could change our communities. We would be so rich from the inside and the out. 10 cents of every dollar. So let's be intentional.
And we were talking earlier about being underrepresented in the fashion space. I think one of the things I want to add to your question as an answer is we're severely underrepresented in the multimedia space as well. As somebody that works in the media, what ends up happening is they dictate to us what is perceived to be cool. And we already cool and fly on our own. We don't even need to consume what the masses think are cool because they're actually looking to us to follow our trend. And so what ends up happening is we think something is popular. So then when it becomes popular and we get that dollar, we go buy the popular thing versus supporting our own, and we know it's already fly. That to me, as a multimedia personality, I think we have to be careful. And you brought up Instagram, is that allowing other people, other voices to dictate to us in the community what is cool, what is fly, what is fresh, what is current. Like, we already know. We live it. We embody it. We get copied all of the time. All the time. Literally, our fashion, our jewelry, our hair, our body parts. Like for real. I'm just being honest.
We allow people we make it, we allow others to take it, regurgitate it, and sell our magic back to us with a bigger price tag. That has to change.
Say that again, the last part.
That hurts, and it's true.
And listen, and then hold on.
That's a truth bomb.
I'm gonna add it. And
that's a truth bomb right there. That hurts.
We said we got a rule in the back. Remember what's the rule?
Right. Okay, I'm just gonna say, we make it, they take it, and this is not me. This is what my father and me were talking about, and this is him telling me. We make it, they take it, regurgitate it, and sell our magic back to us with a higher price tag, and we stand in line and kill each other over it.
Young lady, can we get a mic for her? It's coming. And start with your name, too.
Yes, hi, my name is Paris Alston. I'm a multimedia journalist based in Boston, so I credit my brother Wesley here, who is way closer to the sneaker world than I am for my being here. But I'm curious because I have so appreciated hearing about dismantling these systems that we have to operate within. And I'm curious, is there a point at which we begin to move away from capitalism as a model for what we are all trying to do? And if so, what does that look like?
Oh, I could jump into that. You just hit my sweet spot. It's about creating ecosystem, and really it's it's more social capitalism is the way I see it, right? Because capitalism on its face isn't bad if done well, right? It's the balance of socialism and capitalism and how we pay back in, right? And it's exactly, it's just what we, damn, I don't want to keep picking on us, but it's us. Can y'all turn the cameras off? Fuck. Yo. What happens is, if we invested back in ourselves, then we don't have the problem. Like, what we do is we work with brands like Jordan Brand, right? We work with brands like Nike. And I think there's an understanding that they understand that we about us, that makes sense. And I'm comfortable saying, right? We about us. And for me, it's about investing in us, and I'll go to the rule. You ain't gonna never hear me say something bad about any of us in a room full of white people. Never. Never.
Church.
There's never an opportunity I'm gonna take off a black man or a black woman's plate. Never. Ever. When we get comfortable understanding that, like, yo, April, that thing you worked on, I'm gonna call April and tell her the thing. I'm gonna call April and offer my help and my support. No, free of charge, because we need her to stand up. Jay, we need him to stand up, whatever he got going on. It's less about the idea of capitalism. It's more about really looking and picking each other up. Like, it's enough space for all of us to sit in this room. Yo, as soon as I came into town, I said, yo, we're Ro, we're Rick. We're everybody from here. I'm coming to check in with everybody I know that I lived another life with. Whatever with, however I walk with them. I'm checking in to see all of them. Like, yo, we gotta get really, really comfortable supporting each other. Strangers, be warm to each other, right? This idea of just tearing each other down for your own personal gain because you think you can beat them. Yo, April, is it possible you can help me with that? You know what I'm saying? I'm working on this thing. That's easy. It's easier to do that. Like, yo, James, is it possible for you to create space? Yo, Jalen, I got this t-shirt I'm working on, bro. I would love for you to, like, yo, this idea that we got to be cooler to each other. Like, listen, motherfucker, I've been cool. I was born cool. We create cool. Fuck, I got to go walk in a room and look like I'm cool to them? Fuck out of here. What you think this is? Mm-hmm. This is our shit.
Yo. Hey, there's Rick again.
Yeah, quick question. It's a kind of like a wellness question. As you know, we got all this energy in the room, and we're really excited, and we really want to go far with all our ideals and designs and own it. But as you know, James, there's a dark side to our culture, right? And obviously, I never experienced mass incarceration, but a lot of my family members have. So a lot of times we become real successful mainstream, we come back to a dark side. And it seems like it's not going to end. So what's the wellness factor, say 10 years out as we build this? How do we pull those brothers up that maybe don't see what we see right now? How are you dealing with that?
I think the thing that, and I'll go to Jalen, and because it was said, I'd done my homework. Real street dude, right? He on real Detroit time. If you know me, I'm on real Pittsburgh time. My legs hurt right. Like, yo, my brother's doing 20 years. My dad died over crack overdose. When I go home, still with a hammer and a tool. Ain't nothing changed about that. Mm-hmm. My reality's my reality. It's never gonna change. I'm playing for something different. This ain't about me. If you ever think this is about me, you won't understand what's happening in front of you. Like, yo, where I'm coming from is dark. I got more friends that's doing life than I probably got friends that's walking around out here. Like, yo, this is not a fucking game. We're dying. Youngins is pulling pistols and going to go get work because they think it's their best opportunity. Like, yo, this is a beautiful thing to see. people who want to be gainfully employed or have entrepreneurial opportunities. The reality of where our culture is a lot different than the folks that sit in this room. And I think there's an understanding of that for most of us, right? So on the dark side of this, everything that I do is about that. Everything for me is about the conversation I talked earlier today about walking to go do that time. That time ain't moved me. You want to know why? Because I knew I was coming home. My brother got 20 years. He still ain't home. Understand what I'm saying? So for me, it's about us helping that. Like there's people still first generation in the projects right now. Ignorance only understands ignorance. And void of education, there's never going to be change. You know what I am where I'm from? I'm hope. I'm the face of hope where I'm from.
It's always gonna be light and dark, I think, right, in my lifetime, at least. And so I have to work in the light and trust that being the light offers the hope. Same thing, I'm from Brooklyn when Brooklyn wasn't gentrified Brooklyn, and we have a lot of the same stories. So I know what that looks like, but that's why I do the work. And that's why I go to the worst school systems that exist, and I disrupt and teach a class called BYOB, Be Your Own Brand and Build Your Own Brand. And I see you, because I grew up down the block on Madison Street between Nostrand and Marcy in A Rock. If any of you know about that, that's real, you know? And I'm talking to them kids, and I'm telling them, I don't care what your teachers say, I don't care what your mama say, I don't care what your daddy say. It's what you believe here. That's gonna be the game changer. Your thoughts create your words create your world. So swing with aim and don't take no for an answer. Once you believe it, everything is possible, but you gotta believe it. And so most of our young people, they just need to know it's possible. And by showing up, you showing them that it's possible. So that's the light.
This is Rick. I had to answer y'all original question about how black people support more higher end brands, and then when they don't want to come spend a black dollar, I'm a victim of that because I got my own brand, and when people try to come support me, they always want a discount or they always want to tell me I'm overcharging, but they'd be talking to me with $1,200 shoes on, and they'd be like, oh, yeah, I can't pay $250 for your hoodie because, oh, I know you, or I need a discount, or let me get it on the hookup, bro. Let me do this. I got this. Like, no, bro, you don't go in Saks Fifth, you don't go in Gucci, you don't ask them for a discount, you don't ask them for none of that. You just go pay your $1,200 and walk out of there happy. So I feel like us as black people, we don't even show, like, we don't show the other smaller brands and black minorities that they stuff matter just as much, or we don't got as much faith in them, or we don't feel like they product is good enough like a higher end brand. And I can tell you like this, my shit be better than the higher end brand. I spend top dollar to get stuff made. So it's just like, I feel like people don't even like show that like interest, or they feel like, you know what I'm saying, like you ain't worthy. You feel me? And I be feeling like black people need to start showing each other we worthy enough. You feel me? That's so to answer y'all original question.
Stand up. This is brand. Rich Out Young, that's the shirt, the pants. Y'all said y'all wanted to support the Black Dollar. You know,
What's the brand called?
My brand is called Rich Out Young.
Where you from?
I'm from the west side of Detroit, 7 Mile.
Yo, stay here. I'll make sure I get you. Here, I was about to tell you my cell phone number. I
got you.
I'll find you. Come find me.
What's your website?
Our website is www.richdotyoung.com.
It better be fire too.
So, and it's in me, not on me.
I just want to say this because I felt your pain. I felt everything you said. And I would suggest to Dr. Edwards, Dr. Dwayne, I say this all the time because I'm on a thread with nothing but Black excellence, a lot of Black women entrepreneurs, and we always have this discussion. Some, because I'm generalizing, but some Black consumers are the worst and we're the hardest on our own people in terms of Black brands, Black businesses, and we expect way more. I'm not meeting you on the corner to go give you a delivery. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not answering your DMs. Don't slide up in my DMs. Like, that's not how we do business. You're not doing that to Ralph Lauren. You're not hitting me with some hate mail like, and this better be quality. You know, I just think that there's so much on both sides that we can learn from because most Black businesses are paying more for their inventory, for their labor, and they're not getting the same opportunities. The lack of resources are still real. There are more opportunities, but it's not the same. So we have to educate the consumers on our side, and as well, you've got to be willing to be more patient to bring our community. Now, that doesn't mean compromise Black excellence. You should want the best, and you should want the best experience, and you should want the best quality, but you've got to be willing to give a little bit more in order for us all to grow as a community and to flourish, because if we don't, there's no other way.
Something I'll add on to that, and I see you in a minute, I'll see you on the side. Don't be patient. I think April just said that. Be patient with us, right? There's a lot of brands that have been around for a long time, and people were patient with their T-shirts. There's brands that people didn't care about. Brands were patient with them brands. They didn't rush them. They kept coming back to them over and over and over again. As an audience, be patient with us. Yo, allow us to make mistakes. We make mistakes. Don't tear us down. In the comment section, yo, stand up for each other, yo, real rap. Like, yo, if we don't stand up for ourselves, we ain't gonna have opportunities. Remember, it ain't us versus us. This is all ours. Comment in the center.
Okay, I want to piggyback off of his question, if that's okay, because I want to give you some encouragement. That ain't just in fashion. That's in any industry. Right now, I could get a job at Target. People in my phone that are my friends and family, yo, what's the discount? It ain't just in fashion. And so how about this? And this is something I should only be saying in front of a company, right? I started a school 12 years ago. Tuition free, open enrollment, public charter, on the northwest side of Detroit. My school is 98% Black, but my donors are 95% white. And by the way, there are so many Black entertainers, entrepreneurs, millionaires, billionaires that know I got a school, that I rub elbows with, that I shake hands with, that I see on social media talking about they stand up for the culture. How you think that make me feel? But I stay encouraged. And 12 years in, I stopped cursing 20 years ago, but every now and then I do it for effect. Right? I do it for effect, almost like a stand-up show, almost like being a rapper. I'm like, fuck them. Dead serious. Because if I don't do what I need to do in order to what I call exercise the Robin Hood theory, because that's what it is. Take this math. I'm going to give it to you again. My school is 98% Black. My donors are 95% white. My people ain't standing up for me. But stay encouraged, brother. And like you said, it takes time. You continue to do your thing. You continue to do it because you're passionate about it, you love it, because you care about it, and build it will come. Build it, brother, will come.
All right. My name is Hodge Fleming. I'm the founder of Modern Athlete, and this question is for Jay Rose. Perfect timing. I've had a chance to speak to some of your students. We talked about returning the black dollar. So in this conversation with family, what can we do today to give back to the Jalen Rose Leadership Academy? Not tomorrow, not down the road. What can we do so we can support your school?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. Multiple things. As I mentioned, when you're open enrollment, tuition free in your public charter, you get zero state funding for our facility. I remember launching the school and being in Lansing. I looked around the room, there's 150 people in the room, I'm the only black person. And I saw all of these people talking about legislation of what should happen in public schools. I'm like, hold on, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm the only person in here that live in Detroit, went to a public school, that started a school in Detroit, but all of these people are overseeing the legislation about what happens to our young people. That was off. But you know what else was off? That I was the only person in there. I was the only person in there. And so how to help? Time, energy, awareness, relationships, mentor, tutor, donor, come to a sporting event, buy a hoodie on the website, anything.
What's the website?
JRLADetroit.com is the actual website, JRLADetroit.com. And I must shout out my brother Ty Mopkins, industry tastemaker. Where Ty? Is he in here? He left? So Ty and I went to high school together. We caught the bus together in high school. And I used to tell him, I'm gonna make it to the league. And he used to tell me he gonna be one of the greatest fashion designers of all time, right? And so have a dream, build on a dream, and to support the young people that we have at our school is doing the things that I just said. You see them out in the street, you know, make sure they good. That's truly how you can support what we're doing. Everybody can support what we're doing. But right now, just think about this. And this is me talking to the gentleman about his clothing line. I've had a school 12 years, and we never played a home basketball game. I had a school 12 years, and we never played a home basketball game. I could get uniforms. I need $12 million for a gym. That's what I need. And here's what people do when they come to Detroit. Parachute in, zoom, downtown, Eastern Market, what's popping, what's happening. But that ain't the charity to make it to the hood. And so to help what we're doing, it's the time, it's the energy, it's the support, and it's the awareness. Thank you.
I wanted to circle back kind of to what he said in the question that you presented to everybody in the audience as to, you know, why don't we own those bigger brands? And I think personally, it comes down to the fact that as black people or just even as minorities, as people who don't, you know, belong in that upper echelon space, we don't believe in anything that doesn't have like that history or that repertoire kind of behind it. So I wanted to present the question back to you. What do you guys think that individuals can do to kind of build that community support, make people believe in an individual or believe in their mission, believe in their brand? What needs to be done to make that happen?
We're doing it. This is it. This is what it looks like. Like the work is the work. Like every day you take a step. Every day there's an action. How April walked up to me before I could even look up. Her hand was already on my shoulder and said, "It's a pleasure meeting you." That reaction, she already set the tone for our relationship. Scoop said it earlier. Jay said it earlier. Pick up the phone. Not the fake bullshit. Yeah, I'm going to give you my number. I think I gave my number out 3 times. They're going to be shocked when they text me. If I don't answer, I'm going to text them back. Like, yo, answer the phone, follow up. This is what it takes. It takes believing in us. It takes standing up for us. It takes making space for us. It takes not being so quick to just shoot us down and talk shit because you didn't get the response you want. I text Jalen, he didn't hit me back for 3 days. The man got a schedule. He may not hit me back at all, but just because he don't assume the worst. Right? Like, yo, give us all space and grace. And built with positivity and love and real positive energy. Not just because that's some shit to post on Instagram, but because we truly got to make space for each other to be better. Like, real rap, I'm going to say it again. You ain't going to never hear me hate on another person that look like us. Never, ever, never. You can't. There ain't enough of us. Does that make sense? And I'm going to jump out there and say, collaboration means also, too, because we're built and we're learning. If I start something, my first business was Flavor Factory, right? White people was like, what's that? Right? I was like, it's dope as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And I've been on a journey from that point on, learning, right? If you send me your stuff, and I don't like it, you know what I'm gonna give you? Advice. I can't even see that far, bro. These eyes is fucked up. Lights in my eye too. I'm gonna give you advice, right? Like, yo, feedback, positive, constructive feedback. Be willing to take it and build each other up in a positive way, yo. And you ain't gotta shit on somebody in the comments. Hit them with the DM with the advice. You know what I'm saying? Like, be meaningfully try to pick each other up. I ain't gonna go long-winded because we gonna get some more questions. And Jay, you about to say something?
Absolutely, but two things. One, this is a lesson that you learn as an athlete, and you learn it a long time. You learn it really young. Sometimes your critics are right. Sometimes your critics are right. And what happens is, to your point, if I'm not buying something that you make, or I'm not supporting something, that doesn't mean I don't like you. Or it may not mean that I don't support my people, to your point, but am I in a position, is everybody in here in position? See, you've earned the autonomy, she's earned the autonomy to give that person advice. What about the person who probably isn't supported because they don't like it? You know what I mean? They don't give you advice. So what I'll say is something that's important to me that I've adopted that you can consider doing. You talked about it. Number one, be patient. But number two, and this costs nothing, just be kind. Like, so many times, like, everybody talk about what they want to be in life. But when you kind to people and you move with integrity, I'm just telling you, just the atmosphere and the energy of what you're trying to do seems that karma finds a way to put you in position to chase your goals. And I must stress this. It ain't gonna happen overnight. How long you been in this game?
Forever.
Okay, my point exactly. Like people see me on TV now and be like, oh, okay, that's my guy. Like, I've been doing this for 20 years. Like, I ain't no rookie. You see what I mean? So stay encouraged, stay patient, but you gotta be ready for the marathon. This ain't a sprint. Like, you ain't gonna put something out today, it's gonna clear the shelves tomorrow, and before you know it, it's like, I'm making $1 billion. No, you gotta stay low and keep firing.
Thank you. Can I step in right here? Thank you. So my name is Philip Cusick, and I'm from Chicago. And I would like for the gentleman who's traveled with me to stand up. These are the men who work with those young people that are often victims of the darkness you were talking about. But Howard Thurman said this: a single light dispels darkness, and these brothers act as that light. And what they do,
I met them earlier.
I should say what we do, and I don't mind. I've been doing this 45 years, and I still look good, even if I'm almost bald. So, but what I want to say is this. We do what's called social-emotional learning. We're the experts in that field to move brothers from a sense of hopelessness to realize that that potential they were born with still is in them and can be realized into success. But we need spaces like this so they can have the access to be able to arise and ascend to a different kind of life. And so I just want to say thank you to the good doctor. I want to say thank you to all of you who have been on this stage, to those sisters, those sheroes, those ladies. I'm telling you, I was moved to tears, and right now I have more hope than I had when I got on a bus to come here to Detroit. There's no difference in the space of Chicago, Detroit, New York, Atlanta, LA. Wherever you go, the pain of black folk is the same pain, and we got to honor that pain to make some difference. And I'm sorry, I'm also a Baptist preacher, so y'all got to live
you, brother.
with it. God bless.
You. Please give them love. Hey, please give them love. And here's a media trick, brother. Here's a media trick, and I'm glad we're in a safe space. Since we don't control or really own mass media, what ends up happening is we get taught by society that it's only like 10 successful black people. And so what ends up happening is like, y'all got Denzel, y'all got Jay-Z, it's like 10 of y'all. Everybody else like, who is you? Like, you ain't did nothing. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. But the symptom of what you just did is you just acknowledged some heroes in the community. They're taking their time, their energy, and their passion to influence others. So it's great that we get a chance to celebrate them. And I'll say this again, don't be discouraged, brothers, when society as a whole doesn't celebrate you the way you should, because that same multimedia trains all of us, and black people, we feed into it that it's like only 10 successful black people. And we dismiss, and what have you done? Like we do that quick. You know what I'm saying? And so be conscious of that. So thank you, brother.
What I'll say to you 6'2", I appreciate the work y'all doing, man, and it doesn't go in vain. And I know you feel like the fight's endless, and something that I've realized in the last. So keep in mind, we fight, but this pain becomes fuel. It's the only thing that I've learned to do with it. So just keep fighting, and I appreciate y'all.
Hey, can you hear me? I have a question for Ms. Walker. My name is Willie Carmichael from Maryland. During the early stages of your journey and career, have you ever felt like your path was getting kind of wavery and you started to lose faith? And how did you overcome that? And what ways do you feel like you leaned on your community to persevere more?
The last part you said was in what ways?
What ways did you feel like you leaned on your community for streetwear, fashion, hip hop to continue persevering?
So, if I'm honest, my life has been a miracle, and it's been God, you know? I can't tell you that I was that dope and that smart and I had everything scheduled to sit on this couch right now. It's through the grace of God. But the one thing I had was a vision. And it's a great question you asked, because I was thinking of how I can impart this upon the audience, but you asked it. So this day and age of social media is allowing everyone to be a brand. But the thing is, I knew I was a brand in 1987. That much I was clear on, especially as a Mexican woman. The way I represented myself, the way I had to move in certain circles, the conversations we had versus maybe when I was in a boardroom with somebody else that didn't look like me, yeah, it was very real. And that's very exhausting sometimes, right? And then you're working, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing right now. You have a limited budget, I'm sure, an operating system, right? You're constantly pulling rabbits out your hat. And it's a thankless job. If you're an entrepreneur, more than likely you're doing this for service and community. Yes, you wanna definitely reap some benefits and be able to live a good life, but you're here for your community, to do something to serve, right? So I won't tell you it's not lonely sometimes, it's the road less traveled. My faith has been bigger than my fear. I've been naive to fear from day one. And that's probably what saved me. At 21, when I started out, y'all know when you're 21, you think you could do everything. And I never thought about what I couldn't do. I thought about what I could. So being naive, I didn't go in those rooms thinking, I'm the Mexican little girl in this room of all these people. I'm like, no, I'm dope as shit. Like, and my product is dope as stuff. You know what I mean? That's really how I felt. And humility and confidence can live in the same room, right? Because I think each one of you are dope. And I think each one of you have seeds that you need to plant. And that's God's work in you. It's a co-authored experience. It's your duty to share that with the world. And don't do that timidly, do it audaciously. Like, I'm supposed to be in this room. I'm gonna edify this room when I walk in it. And if y'all don't like it, too bad, because I'm doing God's work. So, yeah, it gets hard sometimes. It gets hard sometimes. It gets hard. And I'm gonna tell you this. I had 3 years of rice and beans when I started. My lights went out. My journey wasn't just like this. It was like this. You know what I mean? But was it worth it? I couldn't have it any other way. I think what I can offer you is you are the brand. Everything you create twice. Once here, and then you pour it out into the world and you share that, right? You realize that. If you've done that, you've done your job. Don't give up. When it gets hard, pause, but don't stop. Because usually when we're stopped, we're like, right there. Right there. If you would have just hung on a little bit longer, you see it. And it's not your time, it's God's time with you. So knowing that, just keep doing it. And sometimes it might be wrong. Sometimes we have the ladder on the wrong wall. So it's good to be able to discern and to know, pause, reflect, do your homework, do the work, but don't stop.
Yo.
So,
I just wanted to make one statement. First of all, I've really been enjoying this panel. Thank you all for the knowledge y'all pouring on us. Listening to the panel discussions today, a lot of things have been bubbling up, and I've been seeing some connectivity around education and the technical knowledge that we have within this room, and how that's opened doors for us and how we've been building together. But one of the things that we've realized in our city is that it's really the youth that have less access or no access at all to the technical knowledge that would empower them, right? And so it's really, like you were saying earlier, April, the culture is really what we own. That's our magic. That's our magic, and everybody wants that magic, but we're not teaching each other how to own that magic from the get.
and how to support it, right? And so with the youth, in Columbus, Ohio, for those that don't know, Columbus, Ohio is the 3rd largest fashion city in the country. And a lot of people don't know that. And so we found that out, and we said, we got to do something about that, because we knew the value of our culture in the fashion industry. And so if we lead that culture and we live in the 3rd largest fashion capital, we should have access to that knowledge. And so we started a nonprofit, and that nonprofit teaches the industry to the youth, taught by Black people in the industry. And so there's probably, examples of that in other industries in every city, around here in the Midwest. But I think when you think about solutions and playing the long game, like you said, I think we need to start taking a lot of the things that we've learned and find ways to systemize that, to take it down to the youth who have no idea what they want to do outside of what they see, which is sports and entertainment or the streets. But this technical knowledge, we need to start bringing it down. James, you were a part of our program this past summer. Thank you for that. And April, I would love to have you be a part of our program too. But I think what I'm hearing, I feel like there is a chance for us to really start to look at solutions starting younger and starting to teach them that what that magic is, and they see it in themselves, but then give them the skills to own that culture, own that magic for
Absolutely.
themselves, and pour it into each other.
Can I just say this? On the heels of what you said, you asked about capitalism earlier. Someone asked a question about capitalism. I think the socialism times capitalism, that is my thinking. Like, it's about collective responsibility, cooperative economics. And at this point, to young people, I challenge you, because the one thing I know that I love most about millennials is the accountability factor now with brands, with people. Like, how are you serving the world bigger than yourself with your brand? How are you giving back? What is your brand about? I get those questions. I'm seeing that. And it's fair, because look at our planet. Look at what we're dealing with, the complex issues of this world. So I challenge all of these makers and creators and all of these great minds in this room with access to technology. When you're thinking about creating something today, think about 10 years from now, because if you're not, you're already late. And so I want y'all to think about making it bigger than you and just your IP. Make sure your IP is representing the culture in some way, to be solution driven. It can be a give back in some kind of way, because we have so many pain points. And when you address a pain point, that's longevity.
My man in the yellow hat, stand up. Go for it.
I'm Mike Collins out of Chicago, South Side. This question is mostly for Jalen. I have a prostate cancer foundation, right? So we specialize in, everybody know what prostate cancer is. It's deadly in the Black community across America. It's insane, the numbers are, right? So we've been fighting for years to get the information out to the youth, because it's getting younger and younger. The issue we've been having is brand partnership, right? So Puma would just send shoes in, whatever it is. I get phone calls from NBA agents about recruiting the kids, college coaches as well too, because we have a basketball tournament, to kind of elevate this platform while we're teaching the kids. But I never can get that favor from like in NCAA, or sending letters off and doing everything we possibly can. This is our 7th year next year of doing these events and activations for the youth and Black men and Black and brown men in our community. So it's like we saw Susan Coleman get $36 million for breast cancer, but we can't get $1 for prostate cancer that's killing our community. So it's like, what's your advice on getting like brand partnership involved? Because it get frustrating at times, because we know we need that extra step, even like for media purpose, for elevation for our community.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your service. What did he say? Oh, thank you for your question. Thank you for your service. Uniquely at our school, I'm the founder of the school, I'm the president of the board, and I'm the chief fundraiser. And I just said to you that I've had the school 12 years, and we never played a home basketball game. And I'm as visible as any person. I'm on ESPN doing shows. I write a column for the New York Post. I do a show on Amazon Amp Radio. And the thing about nurturing those partnerships and nurturing those relationships, it takes time. And the thing I'm saying to you is that I didn't want to go over people's heads. My school is 98% black, but my donors are 95% white. So what does that mean for you? That means that you're breaking down barriers, you're nurturing and fostering relationships, and then ultimately that becomes a donation. The first handful of years we had the school, we didn't have uniforms. You definitely promised to do some uniforms too. All right, love. And there was a period of time that me as a public figure, a former basketball player, I'm on the phone begging brands to give us shoes for the team. In particular, one brand that I helped make billions of dollars for. You see what I'm saying? So what I'll say to you is stay encouraged, stay positive, and stay patient. Because a lot of the pockets that you're trying to get into don't even look like you. Don't even look like you. And for the people that you're trying to get to support you, that look like you challenge them to double down. Don't just talk about, oh, you got love for me, oh, you cool, it's great what you're doing. All right, cool, well, show up then. And so thank you for what you're doing, but again, be patient. It's not gonna happen overnight. They'll tell you, like trying to get a donor, trying to get a sponsor, like these relationships get fostered and nurtured for years. So don't hit James and get mad when he don't give you a check for your idea tomorrow. It takes time to nurture relationships in order to get people to reach in their pocket to give you their hard-earned time, energy, or money. So stay encouraged, my brother. Appreciate your hard work.
And it's always tough to do this, but we got to wrap up this episode of Free Game. We do sessions monthly, Zoom, hit any of our IG feeds. I'm on your social status, APB or Prosper. Before we close, I think April has a few things that she wants to say.
I think we said it all, but this, I'll say what everyone else said. In the IPs, as we discussed, IPs and protection is very important. Again, thinking about lateral cooperation, creating vertical movement. I also want you guys to know that the only thing that can stand in our way is our egos. So we could put them in our back pocket and be less concerned about who owns an idea versus change and what that looks like for our future. We can Voltron and do some serious damage and empower our communities and change and create a healthy ecosystem.
Dwayne, you want to come out for a second? Let's everybody, let's stand up first. Let's stand up. And let's get this man a round of applause. Community don't exist without a space, and spaces don't exist without voices. So I appreciate each and every last one of you spending your time and lending your voice, and bigger than that, being kind and supporting and committing to yourself to just flat out be better. And if not just for yourself, for the rest of us. Thank you.
And I'm a 9 through 16 model. which means after 12th grade, I'm still serving them in secondary education. High school gives up on us in the United States. And people that want to help black kids, they only help small kids, if you know. Yeah. Everybody that parachute in to help black kids, they do 3rd graders, 4th graders. Why? Parental involvement still exists. Those kids ain't on social media, they ain't smoking weed, they ain't been exposed to society. You see what I'm saying? So, let's do it.
Come on up. All right. Long day. Told y'all it'd be a good day, though. It was a long one, but it was a good day. Whoa. Again, please give the Pensole staff a round of applause. FDRA staff, thank you very much. Give me applause.
Here, thank you.
Our sponsors, our partners who made this day possible, please give them applause. And to our amazing speakers, our amazing partners, I appreciate y'all more than you know. More than you know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Some music, some food, right outside that door. Right outside the door, you don't have to leave the building. Just go out, make a left, no, a right, go in the back. There's food, drinks, music for y'all 21 and over. I don't need to know if you're not. But do what y'all do. Please continue to network. Please continue to talk to people you don't know in this building, because you may never see these people again, or you may never have the opportunity to talk to them ever again. Don't let opportunities go to waste. You don't want to leave this space with "I wish I would have" and you fill in the blanks. Okay? You good, Matt?
I'm good. I just want to say, Jason said something about stewardship, right? And that really has been rattling around in my brain, because as FDRA and as the Black Footwear Forum, we're stewards of this space, but it's your space, it's your forum. So we're just getting started. We're just getting started. We got regional pop-ups coming up. We'll be back here next year. Thank you for being a part of this day. It is historic. You will look back at this moment and say, history was made here in Detroit, and we're going to make it again. So thank you very much on behalf of FDRA and all of our members. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes, I'm talking to you.